Chapter 1. Stand up. This court pronounces. Yu Jing stood up, put on her coat, and buttoned it up. She took one last look at the three people in the dock who were shaking hands with the lawyers excitedly. She felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. The audience was filled with heart-wrenching cries mixed with indignant curses. Heavens, are you blind? You let these bastards get away with it. My son, my wife, did you see that? These bastards killed you. I'm useless. I can't avenge you. I'm useless. What the hell is the court doing? Are all the police useless? They embezzled so much money. How can they not be guilty? Yu Jing fastened the last button and turned to leave the court hall with the crowd. The sunlight outside was so dazzling that it seemed to expose all the darkness. She tilted her head to avoid it. She took out her sunglasses and put them on. Then she walked to the parking lot. Behind her were the reporters who were anxiously waiting outside the court, trying to get the first-hand news. Someone was already waiting by the car. When he saw her, he handed her a paper bag with both hands. Miss you. Yu Jing took it with one hand and opened the door with the other. She threw the bag in, sat in the car without saying a word, and lit the car. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot and onto the road. In the rearview mirror, there was a cold and hard face. She turned on the radio. This is the 212 major public fund embezzlement case. After 4 months of trial, it came to an end today. The case was caused by a major earthquake in July last year. The directors of Shengan Charity Foundation, Mr. Li, Mr. Liu, and Director Qin, were accused of embezzling more than 650 million yuan of public funds for 3 years. As a result, the rescue supplies and medical equipment could not be delivered in time, resulting in many deaths and injuries. If convicted, the three could be sentenced to life imprisonment. However, after the investigation by the relevant departments, they were found not guilty of the charges. Mr. Li and the others were released on the spot. The families of the victims are not satisfied and are gathering outside the court, waiting for the appeal. Our reporter Zhou Li is reporting for you. Bang. Yu Jing slammed her fist on the steering wheel, and the rear of the car left a mark on the road, attracting the attention of several passers-by. She was an actuary. On the surface, she worked as an insurance designer in an insurance company. She earned a high salary, but in fact, her parents had been laid off. 3 years ago, her younger brother had suffered a lower limb paralysis. The large medical expenses made the burden of the family's livelihood fall on her shoulders. Her life was not as glamorous as it looked on the surface. In order to live a better life, 3 years ago, she started to take jobs privately with a few friends in the overseas industry. She specialized in a legal financial agency, helping some corrupt people launder money, making false accounts and maximizing the risk of audit. Behind the generous remuneration, she often endured the torment of her conscience, but for money, she had to betray her conscience again and again. A few months ago, she received a big deal to help several directors of public charities who were accused by the public to cover up the fact that they had misappropriated billions of disaster relief funds for short-term trading. The reward after the deal was done was enough for their family of 4 to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. But at the same time, she had to bear with the risk. They accepted the business, and with the cooperation of the relevant departments behind the scenes, they completed the job cleanly and beautifully. This big public fund embezzlement case ended with the acquittal of several directors who should have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Yu Jing didn't have to be present for today's sentencing, but she came at the behest of ghosts and gods. She witnessed with her own eyes the tearful complaints of the families who lost their loved ones due to the lack of timely disaster relief. Her conscience was once again put on a hot fire to torture. She didn't know how many times she asked herself, Yu Jing, are you doing the right thing? I know I'm wrong, but for Xiaolei, I don't use Xiaolei as an excuse every time. If he knew you were using dirty money to support him, do you think he would accept it? Xiaolei is very sensible. He should be able to understand me. Understand you? Yu Jing, have you really forgotten how Xiaolei's legs were paralyzed? He used to be such a healthy boy. He had hope and ideals. He enthusiastically followed the army to support the earthquake-stricken area and fought day and night with his comrades on the front line of the disaster. In order to protect the children who collapsed, His legs were hit by a stone wall. The medical volunteers arrived at the disaster area 3 days late because the supplies were not delivered in time. Xiao Lei shouldn't have been paralyzed. What made him a cripple? Who ruined his dreams? Who made him unable to run for the rest of his life? Stop, please. Why don't you let me say it? You're helping these executioners who hurt Xiao Lei escape the law. You're using their dirty money to support your brother who has always admired you. Is this right? I told you to stop. Yu Jing let out a low growl and slammed on the brakes. The car stopped beside the viaduct. She covered her face with her hands on the steering wheel, panting heavily and her shoulders trembling. After a long time, she raised her head, took off her sunglasses, wiped her face, and picked up the paper bag on the car seat next to her. She took out a check lying quietly inside, took out her phone and unlocked it. The first thing that came into view was a young man in a military uniform. His smiling face was full of smiles. That kind of youth was already past, but it was still in her memory forever. She pressed 3 times on the keyboard and answered the call. She put it to her ear. In the rear-view mirror, there was a calm and relaxed face without a burden. Hello, I want to report a case. Yu Jing hung up the phone and sent out a black account record stored in her phone's mailbox. Looking at the sent successfully notification on the phone screen, she lowered her shoulders and leaned against the back of the chair as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. The car drove on the viaduct again. Yu Jing opened the car window. The cool wind poured in from the window and blew away her meticulous temples. At this moment, the sun was no longer dazzling. Her heart, like a white pigeon in a cage, was released and gained freedom. In the rearview mirror, a speeding truck was approaching quickly. The direction lights flickered and flickered mysteriously. Yu Jing, who was immersed in the cool wind, did not notice it until a loud noise sounded. Her body, along with her heart, flew up high, fell into the sea. Yu Jing struggled to wake up from the endless sea. As if she had had a long dream, she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, thirst, hunger, soreness, and all kinds of adverse physical reactions attacked her. Cough, cough. Yu Jing struggled to get up from the ground, rubbing her dry throat. She looked back at the last scene while looking at the surroundings. This was a spacious room with carved beams and painted rafters. It was antique. Under one of the walls, there was an offering table with memorial tablets, incense burners, candlesticks, and other things placed high up. Behind the curtain was a golden and crimson curtain. It looked very much like the ancestral hall of the old mansion that she had visited when she traveled. Yu Jing lowered her head and saw her strange attire at this moment. A long dress? And it was made of silk? Yu Jing touched the material on her body and confirmed that this long pink dress was not her clothes. She was a standard elite, and was very picky about what she wore. Her dress had always been 2 inches above her knees, not too short or too long. She would never choose this kind of pink color that was beyond her age. She stood up shakily and dragged the cumbersome dress. She staggered a few steps towards the door, wanting to go out and see what this place was. However, she found that the door was locked from the outside. Yu Jing soon noticed another anomaly. Her field of view seemed to have become lower. Yu Jing was nearly 1.7 meters tall. When she wore high heels, her vision was always high from the ground. Suddenly, her legs became shorter. This made her have to re-evaluate her current situation. After a careful examination and probability calculation, she could basically confirm that excluding the possibility of rejuvenation, she was now a different person. Excluding the possibility of dreaming, she was now in another world. She did not scream or faint. After experiencing that terrifying car accident on the viaduct, there was nothing that could make her lose her composure. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Yu Jing knocked on the door a few times. The only response she got was an empty echo in the room. Ugh! After standing for too long, her stomach was cramping. Yu Jing gave up looking for a way out, and did not find anything to eat in the room. She sat down on the only soft cushion. At the moment of the car accident, she really thought that she was dead for sure. However, it turned out that she was alive and well. Was this God's punishment for her? Or was it her reward for turning over a new leaf? Yu Jing was unable to calculate the answer due to the lack of data. However, regardless of reward or punishment, she decided to live on. Yu Jing rejoiced that she bought a large amount of insurance when she was alive. The beneficiary was Yulei. After her accident, her parents and brother could rely on that large amount of insurance compensation to live a stable life. However, it was a pity that the check in the car could not be cashed. Thinking about it still made her heart ache. Money was not a sin. What was a sin was people's endless greed. The sky outside gradually darkened. Yu Jing took a deep breath of thirst and felt a burning pain in her throat. She had no choice but to lighten her breathing. She began to suspect that the previous owner of this young lady's body, did she die of thirst like this, allowing this short-lived ghost to take advantage of it. This outfit was like silk and satin. Her hands and feet were soft without calluses. There were no scars on her body. She was obviously a rich family's young lady. How big of a mistake did she make that there was a need to lock up a 10-year-old girl and cause her death? Yu Jing frowned. She was dissatisfied with this family, calculating the possibility of dying of thirst for a second time if she continued to stay like this. Her head began to throb in pain. Gigi. A small sound came from under the table. Yu Jing raised her eyelids. She had already noticed the little yellow-haired mouse hiding under the table. However, she had been working alone for many years. She was not afraid of these snakes, insects, rats, and ants. She would not scream when she saw a mouse and scare it away. Moreover, considering the possibility of her starving to death here, keeping the mouse could be used as a backup rations. Don't scream. Don't worry. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to eat mice. Yu Jing muttered with a weak breath. Just as she finished speaking, the door behind her made a sound. Da-da, the lock opened. With a creak, a dim yellow light entered the dark room. Yu Jing's reaction was slow as she turned her head. She saw two people, one tall and one short, standing outside the wide-open door. One of them was fastening a key to the waist of his trousers. The one in front was a skinny 10-year-old boy. He held a flickering lantern in his hand as he walked in. Without saying a word, he walked over to her and tried to help her up from the ground. The person at the door fastened the key and impatiently urged, "Ai, you two siblings should hurry up. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and come out. I haven't eaten dinner yet." Yu Jing turned her head and looked at the boy who used his small body to help her up. Her heart suddenly beat faster. This is little brother. Chapter 2. Yu Jing was helped out of the ancestral hall. The boy's body wasn't strong, and he was shorter than her. He struggled to support her, who was about to faint from hunger, and his footsteps were a little unsteady. As soon as she stepped outside, Yu Jing confirmed that she had indeed come to ancient times. She had only seen these richly ornamented buildings in the past. Bathed in the moonlight, it was so unrealistic, but it was so real. Knowing that this boy was the younger brother of her previous self, Yu Jing didn't take the initiative to speak in order to prevent him from noticing anything amiss. The boy remained silent as well. They didn't meet anyone along the way, and Yu Jing didn't notice that the boy was taking her on a secluded path. It wasn't until they walked more and more secluded, passing through those magnificent buildings, passing through a small forest, and arriving in front of a row of low, old single-story houses. There were about 4 to 5 houses in this row, and in the courtyard, 2 middle-aged women wearing old-fashioned lined jackets and long skirts were fetching water from a well. When they saw the siblings return, one of them, who had a floral handkerchief wrapped around her head, quickly put down the bucket of water and ran over. "Sigh, why didn't young master call this servant when he went to pick up young miss? It's such a long way, and it's so dark. What would we do if we stumble? Come, I'll support young miss, you go open the door." Young master? Young miss? Although the people here had a slight southern accent, it didn't prevent Yu Jing from understanding what they were saying. She raised her head to look at the shabby house in front of her, and then thought about the exquisite buildings from earlier. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Since they were young master and young miss, why were they living in such a place that was obviously for servants? "Thank you, Aunt Lu." The boy thanked her and let the woman support Yu Jing, while he ran forward and opened the door to the house in the westernmost corner of the courtyard. With an adult supporting her, Yu Jing didn't have to forcefully support half of her body to lessen his burden. She was supported by Aunt Lu to the door, and with the help of the moonlight outside, She saw the boy skillfully light an oil lamp on the wooden table. "Young master, I'll get you something to eat. Hurry and get some water for young Mississippi. She's been locked up for 3 days." Aunt Lou helped Eugene to lie down on the bed and hurriedly went out. The boy poured a bowl of warm water and helped Eugene drink it. He then took out a wooden basin from behind the door and went outside to get water. Eugene really did not have the strength to help. She lay on the bed and looked at the small room from the corner of her eyes. It was less than 10 square meters, the floor was rough, and there was only a set of tables and chairs at the door, 2 old wooden cabinets by the wall, and 2 narrow wooden beds. Eugene, who was proficient in mathematics, was not deeply involved in history and literature. Based on what she had seen so far, it was impossible to determine which dynasty she was currently in. Where was this? Why was she living with a servant even though she was a miss? What was her now? These were the most important things for Eugene to figure out. She turned her head and looked at the busy child. She couldn't help but think of Xiaolei. Did he know that something had happened to her? When Mom and Dad received the news, they would probably hide it from him, right? She hoped that they would not be too sad and live on. Only then could she feel at ease in the other world. She didn't know how to address her brother, so she chose the most common title. The boy, who was putting the clothes back into the cabinet, turned his head and looked at her strangely. He seemed to think of something and turned his head back. He said coldly, "Just behave for a few days and don't think about causing trouble again." Although fourth Miss went back to the capital yesterday, the old lady is still angry about you breaking her jade pendant. If someone finds fault with you again, it won't just be a few days in the ancestral hall. Just behave yourself for a few days. Don't think about causing trouble again. Although fourth Miss went back to the capital yesterday, the fact that you broke her jade pendant still hasn't calmed down yet. If people find fault with you again, it won't just be a few days in the ancestral hall. Eugene thought. Just behave for a few days. Don't think about causing trouble again. Although fourth Miss went back to the capital yesterday, the old lady is still angry about you breaking her jade pendant. If someone finds fault with you again, it won't just be a few days in the ancestral hall. Who was fourth Miss? Wasn't she a miss in the past? "Come, young master, come and eat. I've cooked some noodles. It's hot." Aunt Lou walked into the room with 2 big bowls of hot noodles. She put one bowl on the table and urged the boy to eat. She took the other bowl to the bedside and helped Eugene up. She sat by the bedside and fed her. A bowl of noodles with a light broth and only a few vegetable leaves floated on it. Eugene was too hungry and had no appetite. But she knew that her body couldn't stand it if she didn't eat. So she obediently opened her mouth to be fed. She looked at the boy and saw him sitting by the table with a big bowl of noodles, eating with relish. She couldn't taste the sweet and salty noodles in her mouth, but when it entered her stomach, it became warm. Eugene lay in bed for 3 days before she recovered. During these 3 days, Aunt Lou took care of her food and drink. Yu Xiu went to school in the morning and came back in the afternoon. He wouldn't talk to her unless there was something urgent. Thanks to Aunt Lou's enthusiasm and talkative, Eugene got the information she wanted to know by beating around the bush. Only then did she know why a miss had to live with a servant. This was because she wasn't the miss of this family at all. She was a burden that her mother remarried with her younger brother. This family's surname was Ji. Their biological mother was only a concubine in Third Master's courtyard and wasn't favored. The reason why she was locked in the ancestral hall was because she broke a jade pendant belonging to Second Master's fourth Mississippi. Third Master didn't care about the family affairs, and Aunt Chui was timid and afraid of causing trouble. No one helped to plead for her, so she was thrown into the ancestral hall by the matriarch in a rage and locked up for 3 days. From Aunt Lou's tone, Eugene knew how disliked she was in this family. Aunt Chui only came to see her yesterday. In an unfriendly tone, she warned her not to cause trouble again. She didn't even ask about her health and just threw a few copper coins to send her away. Aunt Chui was her biological mother. In her previous life, although Eugene wasn't loved by everyone, she was at least popular and had a lot of friends. Now, she became a burden that her parents didn't love, and even her own younger brother despised. She even changed her name to Yushu. The remainder was the annoying part that couldn't be removed. How could she, who used to deal with numbers all day long, endure this? After being depressed for an afternoon, Yu Jing accepted her fate. She was now called Yushu. She had a brother called Yushio whom she depended on for survival. She also had a mother who didn't care about them as a concubine. Thanks to her optimistic nature, she was able to accept this reality in such a short period of time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to bear the burden of supporting the whole family alone after her parents were laid off and her brother became disabled. Miss, you have to learn your lesson this time. Don't cause trouble again. When you go to the private school tomorrow, learn some proper skills from the teacher. Don't let the young master always be implicated by you. These were the words that Aunt Lu said the most in the past few days. It made Yushu more or less guess that she was an insensible little girl in the past. She really didn't know what she had done to Yushio to make her only brother hate her so much that he didn't even want to talk to her. Got it, Aunt Lu. Yushu had heard Yushio's accent before. Coupled with her hoarse throat, it wasn't a problem for her to forcefully imitate his tone. If one didn't pay special attention, they wouldn't notice that there was a problem with her accent. The sun was very good at noon. Aunt Lu sat in the yard cutting vegetables. Yu Jing moved a stool from the house and talked to her. Yu Jing wanted to help her, but she didn't allow it. Aunt Lu came to the Ji family with Aunt Chui. She was a servant who did odd jobs in the backyard. She was the only person who insisted on calling Yushu and Miss Yushio young master. Young master, you're back from school. Aunt Lu greeted him loudly. Yushu heard the voice and turned her head. She saw Yushio holding a small gray cloth bag. He lowered his head and entered the small yard that didn't even have a door. Yushu was 15 years old this year. Her younger brother, Yushio, was 2 years younger than her. A 12 or 13-year-old boy was at the age where he was growing. He was shorter than her by a bit and had a skinny figure. He had a cloth wrapped around his head and wore an ill-fitting shirt, which made him look shabby. This reminded Yushu of the pink silk dress in the closet. When she was home alone for the past few days, she had turned the house upside down, but she could only find one decent dress. The rest of the clothes were made of coarse cloth. In the Ji family, the siblings didn't have to work to eat and could go to school. Other than that, they were no different from servants. There were a few servants living in the small yard. When they saw them, they either ignored them or called them by their names. Aunt Lu. Yushio greeted Aunt Lu. He only glanced at Yushu before he lowered his head and went back into the house. Yushu noticed that his footsteps were a bit strange. She said something to Aunt Lu and followed Yushio into the house. Xiaoxiao. Yushu called out. Yushio didn't pay attention to her. He put the gray cloth bag with the books on the bedside table. Yushu didn't know what to do with this child's stone-like personality. She didn't dare to act too close to him and provoke him. She could only give up on talking to him. She poured him water and stared at his back as she thought. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that there was something different about him. Yushio had just changed into his robe that morning, but it was now wrinkled and there was some dirt on his back, which seemed to be in the shape of footprints. Coupled with his slow pace, she, who had been a good older sister for more than 20 years, couldn't help but think of something. This child got into a fight. Without batting an eyelid, she walked over with the teacup. When she got closer, she confirmed her guess. No wonder Yushio came back with his head lowered. There was a large bruise on his forehead and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. It was obvious that he had been beaten by someone. Yushu was angry. She didn't have a good temper. In her previous life, her family was poor. They didn't eat well and dress well. When she was in middle school, her younger brother, Yulei, was often looked down upon and bullied. She didn't want her parents to worry, so she hid it from her family. Later, when she was in the same high school as Yulei, she found out. There was a period of time when she and her friends followed Yulei after school to teach those brats a lesson. No one bullied her younger brother again. In her mind, as an older sister, she should take care of her younger brother. She absolutely couldn't let him get beaten. My body is almost healed. I'll go to school with you tomorrow. Yushu stuffed the teacup into Yushio's hands. In order to give the child some dignity, she pretended not to see the wound on his face. She turned her head and gritted her teeth. Chapter 3. Today, the servants of the G family eat steamed buns for lunch. The kitchen is in front of the small bungalow where Yushu lives. Aunt Lu, who works in the kitchen, brings a basket of steamed buns, 2 bowls of vegetable soup, and a plate of pickled vegetables for the 2 siblings. It was one of Auntie Lu's duties to keep an eye on the 2 siblings who were living under someone else's roof from starving to death. The vegetarian steamed buns with radish filling are the size of a fist, with only a little filling inside. Yu Xiaoxiu still eats them with relish as usual. It seems that this child does not care about the taste of anything that can be eaten. Yushu has been lying in bed to recuperate these days. After tasting dry pancakes, noodle soup, and really thin porridge, she can basically adapt to the simple food here. Yushu is very sensible. If she doesn't have to work, she will eat for free. There is really nothing to be picky about. However, she who is very particular about food and clothes in her previous life, is also calculating how to improve her life. She is a person who has suffered hardships, but she is not a person who likes hardships. She calmly looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was burying his head in his food. When a child was growing, he didn't even have meat to eat, so it was no wonder that he was so skinny. Originally, he was a child with delicate features, but now his face had turned yellow due to malnutrition. It made people feel that he was gloomy. Have you finished eating? Give me the bowls and chopsticks. I'll go outside to wash them. Aunt Lu, wearing an apron, comes in to clean the bowls and chopsticks. Yushu just wants to help, but Yu Xiaoxiu has neatly put the bowls and plates together and handed them to Aunt Lu. He picks up a rag stuffed on the side corner of the table and wipes it. Seeing that he is working hard, Yushu can't intervene. She gets up and moves a place for him. She stands aside and talks to him. After dinner, I plan to go outside for a few days. I haven't been out of this yard for several days. After all, Aunt Lu is just an illiterate servant. Yushu can only get limited information from her. So far, she doesn't even know which dynasty she is in. When she asks Aunt Lu, she only knows that the current name of the country is Dan. This is Yang City, and the Ji family is a big family. She knows nothing else. If Yushu wants to know more, she must go outside. It will be better if she can bring Yu Xiaoxiu with her. Yu Xiaoxiu looked up at her with an expression that said, I knew you wouldn't be able to stay quiet for a few days. She wiped the table a few times and said in a muffled voice, after wiping the table hard, he says in a muffled voice, this sentence was exactly what Yushu wanted. She took the opportunity to suggest, then you can stay with me. That way, you can watch over me, right? This sentence is exactly what Yushu wants. She takes the opportunity and says, then you can go with me. You can also keep an eye on me this way, right? Her goal is achieved. Yushu is happy in her heart. She happily feels for a comb, a hair tie, and a copper box with a headdress under the pillow. She goes outside to find Aunt Lu to comb her hair. She used to have short hair, but now she has thick long hair. She doesn't know how to take care of it at all. Fortunately, she has Aunt Lu. Yushu finds Aunt Lu by the well. Aunt Lu has already washed a pile of bowls and chopsticks. After hearing the purpose of Yushu's visit, Aunt Lu rubs her rough palms on her apron, takes the comb, moves the small bamboo stool under her to the sun, and lets Yushu sit on it. Then she combs her hair. Spring has just arrived. The small courtyard with no front and back pavilions is just right for the sun to shine. Sitting in the courtyard for a while, she feels warm all over. Yushu used to hate sunny days. She has to wear sunglasses when she goes out. But since she put down the knot in her heart before the car accident, she likes such sunny and clean weather in just a few days. Miss, your hair grows really well. If you didn't secretly cut it to exchange for money last year, it would have grown to the roots of your thighs now. Aunt Lu likes to nag when she is working. People in ancient times have their hair and skin from their parents. People rarely cut their hair voluntarily. It's nothing more than poverty. Yushu is thinking about the touching scene of the little girl secretly exchanging her hair for money to support her family. Then, Aunt Lu pours a bucket of cold water on her. That's 3 taels of silver. It's more than 300 copper coins. You can eat meat for half a month. But you spent it all in 2 days and bought a lot of hair ornaments and beads. It's not enough for you to eat or wear. Alas! Yushu is speechless. She looks down at the copper box on her lap. There are a lot of hair ornaments and hairpins in it. They look good, but people with a little insight can see that they are not high-class things. Because of her work, Yushu is very sensitive to the value of money. She roughly knows the value of 300 copper coins here. Aunt Lu's monthly salary here is 50 copper coins. After half a year without spending a cent, she can save 300 copper coins, which is a small fortune. Thinking of the terrible environment the siblings live in, the younger brother is malnourished, sallow and emaciated, and the girl exchanging her hair for so much money and buying fake beads and rotten copper. She can't help but want to scold someone. I'm done. Aunt Lu puts down the comb and turns to Yushu. She digs in her copper box and picks out 2 water pink hairbands. She ties them on the 2 corners of Yushu's face and makes a flower knot. She looks at Yushu with a straight face and says with a smile, "Miss, if you sit and don't talk, you look really beautiful." In other words, apart from her face, she had no other redeeming qualities. Yushu thanks Aunt Lu and carries the heavy copper box back to the house. Yu Xiaoxiu has already cleaned the house and changed the wrinkled shirt. Hurry up and tidy up. I'll wait for you outside. Yu Xiaoxiu throws these words and is about to go out. Yushu quickly puts the things back on the bed and feels under the mattress for the few copper coins that Aunt Cui threw to her the day before yesterday. She puts them in the seam of her belt and follows. Yu Xiaoxiu turns his head and sees that she comes out wearing an old coat and a cotton skirt. He is very surprised. You don't want to change your clothes? Change what clothes? Yushu looks down at the clothes she is wearing. They are a bit old, but she changed into clean clothes this morning. Can't she wear like this when she goes out? It's that lace dress you're wearing. Didn't you say that you wouldn't go out without it? Yu Xiaoxiu looks at Yushu in confusion. He feels that she has been acting a bit strange since she came back from the ancestral hall a few days ago, but he can't tell what is wrong. Yushu guessed that he was referring to the pink silk dress in the wardrobe. She was speechless. How many problems did the little girl in her previous life have? She was a troublemaker, brainless, immature, extravagant, vain. Couldn't she have a little bit of good in her? The sleeve is torn. Yushu casually finds an excuse. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly understand, she pushes him out and turns back to close the door. There is nothing valuable in the house, not even a lock. Aunt Lu, we are going out to play. Yushu says to Aunt Lu, who is cleaning the dishes by the well. Go, come back early, don't miss dinner time. Aunt Lu shouted and watched the siblings walk away. She turned around and went back to the house with the wooden basin for washing. She muttered softly, I hope Miss really understands this time. Inyang is not favored, and it's just the 2 of them. If they don't rely on each other, how will they live in the future? Yushu does not intend to stroll around the Ji family's mansion. She instinctively has a sense of detour around this family. She was tortured to death after breaking a jade pendant. Who knows if she will be unlucky and break another one today. Let's walk on the street. Yushu suggests. She does not know the way, so she can only think of a way to let Yushu take her out. Okay. Yu Xiaoxiu does not object. In order to show that he is not close to her, he walks ahead of her. Just as Yushu wants, she obediently lags behind him. Their lodgings were very close to the back door. They had to walk along a narrow, winding path through 2 rows of servants' rooms to reach the back door for the servants. Yu Xiaoxiu opens the door bolt with familiarity and signals Yushu to go out first. As soon as they step out of the door, they see a clean street. The road is smooth and there are several families on the opposite street. They all have small doors and small courtyards. There are lanterns hanging on the door, stone walls and gray tiles. There are a few trees planted on the side of the road, leaving shade. There are few pedestrians, but they are all dressed in long skirts and gowns, with their hair tied up. Yushu inexplicably feels a little excited. She has been in the ancient times for a few days, and has been with several authentic ancient people. But when she really stands on the street, she has a real feeling of being in the ancient society. Let's go. Yu Xiaoxiu closes the door and takes the lead to the left. Yushu looks up at the bright sun above her head. She can tell that it is the west and secretly knows the way. Yu Xiaoxiu led Yushu Dong through a series of turns and exited the back street. They passed through a few alleys and walked for about the time it takes to finish a meal before they arrived at a bustling street. Their field of vision immediately brightened. There are shops on the street, and there are hawkers guarding the stalls on the side of the road. Looking sideways, their eyes are full of signs and banners. People are coming and going, all well-dressed, which is enough to show that this is a prosperous area. Yushu sees a tall memorial arch on the east street from a distance. It seems to be a small town she once traveled to. There seems to be some words on the memorial arch. She guesses it is the name of the place, so she points there and says to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Let's have a look over there." Yu Xiaoxiu doesn't say anything. Yushu takes a few steps forward. Seeing that he has followed her, she boldly walks to the memorial arch, wanting to see what is written on it. However, when she gets closer and looks up at the bluestone memorial arch, Yushu finds a serious problem. She can't read. Strictly speaking, she can't read many traditional characters. There are 3 big characters on the plaque, plus a small line of inscription. She can only read the word Chong. This discovery makes Yushu, who is slow to realize it, break into a cold sweat. She can't read traditional characters, let alone write. She said that she will go to school with Yushio tomorrow. What should she do now? Now that she thinks about it, she has never seen pen and paper in their one-room house, let alone books. Every day when Yushio comes back from school, he has never done his homework. He is either sitting on the stump of the door, staring at the sky in a daze, or scratching on the ground with an old chopstick. Yushu is not in good health these days, so she doesn't pay much attention to this. She occasionally hears from Aunt Lu that the school in the city is built by the Ji family and several other prominent families in the city. There is such an iron rule that all the children of these families, regardless of whether they are male or female, must go to school. Anyway, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu's accounts are under the Ji family, so they benefit from this. The more Yushu thinks about it, the more troublesome she feels. She doesn't want to go shopping anymore. She pulls Yu Xiaoxiu back home and rummages the house. "What are you looking for?" "Textbooks." Yushu isn't sure if this is what they call it here, but how can a child who goes to school not have textbooks? However, she didn't find such things when she cleaned up the house this morning. Yu Xiaoxiu sneers, walks to his bed and sits down. "Don't look for them. There are only 2 books. You have already sold them." Yushu loosens her hand, and the suitcase falls and almost hits her hand. "What? Even textbooks?" Chapter 4. Stand up. This court pronounces. Yu Jing stood up, put on her coat, and buttoned it up. She took one last look at the 3 people in the dock who were shaking hands with the lawyers excitedly. She felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. The audience was filled with heart-wrenching cries mixed with indignant curses. "Heavens, are you blind? You let these bastards get away with it. My son, my wife, did you see that? These bastards killed you. I'm useless. I can't avenge you. I'm useless. What the hell is the court doing? Are all the police useless? They embezzled so much money. How can they not be guilty?" Yu Jing fastened the last button and turned to leave the court hall with the crowd. The sunlight outside was so dazzling that it seemed to expose all the darkness. She tilted her head to avoid it. She took out her sunglasses and put them on. Then she walked to the parking lot. Behind her were the reporters who were anxiously waiting outside the court, trying to get the first-hand news. Someone was already waiting by the car. When he saw her, he handed her a paper bag with both hands. "Miss you." Yu Jing took it with one hand and opened the door with the other. She threw the bag in, sat in the car without saying a word, and lit the car. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot and onto the road. In the rearview mirror, there was a cold and hard face. She turned on the radio. "This is the 212 major public fund embezzlement case. After 4 months of trial, it came to an end today. The case was caused by a major earthquake in July last year. The directors of Shingon Charity Foundation, Mr. Li, Mr. Liu, and Director Qin, were accused of embezzling more than 650 million yuan of public funds for 3 years. As a result, the rescue supplies and medical equipment could not be delivered in time, resulting in many deaths and injuries. If convicted, the 3 could be sentenced to life imprisonment. However, after the investigation by the relevant departments, They were found not guilty of the charges. Mr. Lee and the others were released on the spot. The families of the victims are not satisfied and are gathering outside the court, waiting for the appeal. Our reporter Zhou Li is reporting for you. Bang! Yu Jing slammed her fist on the steering wheel, and the rear of the car left a mark on the road, attracting the attention of several passers-by. She was an actuary. On the surface, she worked as an insurance designer in an insurance company. She earned a high salary, but in reality, her parents had been laid off, and her brother had unfortunately been paralyzed 3 years ago. She had to spend a lot of money on medical treatment, so the burden of the family's livelihood was on her shoulders. Her life was not as glamorous as it looked on the surface. In order to live a better life, 3 years ago, she started to take jobs privately with a few friends in the overseas industry. She specialized in a legal financial agency, helping some corrupt people launder money, making false accounts, and maximizing the risk of audit. Behind this generous reward, she often endured the torment of her conscience, but for the sake of money, she had no choice but to betray her conscience time and again. A few months ago, she received a big deal to help several directors of public charities who were accused by the public to cover up the fact that they had misappropriated billions of disaster relief funds for short-term trading. The reward after the deal was done was enough for their family of 4 to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. But at the same time, she had to bear the risk of being arrested and sent to prison after the matter was exposed. They accepted the business, and with the cooperation of the relevant departments behind the scenes, they completed the job cleanly and beautifully. This huge case of misappropriation of public funds ended with the acquittal of several directors, who should have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Today's sentencing, Yu Jing did not need to be present, but she came at the behest of gods and devils. She witnessed with her own eyes the tearful cries of the families who had lost their loved ones because of the lack of timely disaster relief. Her conscience was once again put on a hot torture. She did not know how many times she questioned herself. Yu Jing, are you doing the right thing? I know I'm wrong, but for Xiaolei, don't use Xiaolei as an excuse every time. If he knew that you were using this dirty money to support him, do you think he would accept it with a clear conscience? Xiaolei is very sensible. He should be able to understand me. Understand you? Yu Jing, have you really forgotten how Xiaolei's legs were paralyzed? He was originally such a healthy boy. He had hope and ideals. He enthusiastically followed the army to support the earthquake-stricken area, and fought day and night with his comrades on the front line of the disaster. In order to protect the children who collapsed, his legs were hit by a stone wall. The medical volunteers arrived at the disaster area 3 days late, because the supplies were not distributed in time. Xiaolei should not have been paralyzed. What made him a cripple? Who caused him to ruin his ideals? Who caused him to be unable to run for the rest of his life? Don't say any more, please. Why don't you let me say it? You're now helping these executioners who hurt Xiaolei escape from the law. You're using their dirty money to support your brother who has always admired you. Are you doing the right thing? I told you to stop. Yu Jing growled and slammed on the brakes. The car stopped beside the viaduct with a screech. She covered her face with her hands on the steering wheel, panting heavily and her shoulders trembling. After a long time, she raised her head, took off her sunglasses, wiped her face, and picked up the paper bag on the car seat next to her. She took out a check lying quietly inside, took out her phone and unlocked it. The first thing that came into view was a young man in a military uniform. His smiling face was full of smiles. That kind of youth was already past, but it was still in her memory forever. She pressed on the keyboard 3 times, picked up the call and put it to her ear. In the rearview mirror, there was a calm and relaxed face that had been relieved of the burden. Hello, I want to report a case. Yu Jing hung up the phone and sent out a black account record stored in her phone's mailbox. Looking at the sent successfully notification on the phone screen, she lowered her shoulders and leaned back in the chair, relieved. The car drove on the viaduct again. Yu Jing opened the window, and the cool wind poured in through the window, blowing away her meticulous temples. At this moment, the sun was no longer dazzling. Her heart, like a white pigeon in a cage, was released and gained freedom. In the rearview mirror, a speeding truck was approaching quickly. The The direction lights flickered, flashing unpredictable light. Yu Jing, who was immersed in the cool wind, did not notice it until a loud noise sounded. Her body along with her heart flew high up, fell into the sea. Yu Jing struggled to wake up from the endless sea, as if she had had a long dream. She suddenly opened her eyes, and in an instant thirst, hunger, soreness, and all kinds of adverse physical reactions attacked her. Cough, cough. Yu Jing struggled to get up from the ground. Rubbing her dry throat, she looked back at the last scene while looking at the surroundings. This was a spacious room, carved beams and painted rafters antique. Under one wall, there was an offering table, a memorial tablet, an incense burner, a candlestick, and other things placed high up. Behind the curtain, there was a golden and crimson curtain, very much like the ancestral hall of the old mansion that she had visited when she traveled. Yu Jing lowered her head and saw her strange attire. A long dress? And it was made of silk? Yu Jing touched the material on her body, confirming that this long pink dress was not her clothes. She was a standard elite personnel, and was very picky about what she wore. Her dress had always been 2 inches above her knees, not too short or too long, and the color would never be this kind of pink that exceeded her age. She stood up shakily, dragging the cumbersome dress, and staggered a few steps towards the door, wanting to go out and see what this place was, but found that the door was locked from the outside. Yu Jing soon noticed another anomaly. Her field of view seemed to have become lower. Yu Jing was nearly 1.7 meters tall, and when she wore high heels, her vision was always very high from the ground. All of a sudden, her legs became shorter, which forced her to re-evaluate her current situation. After a careful examination and probability calculation, she could basically confirm that, excluding the possibility of rejuvenation, she was now a different person. Excluding the possibility of dreaming, she was now in another world. She did not scream, nor did she faint. After experiencing that terrifying car accident on the viaduct, there was nothing that could make her lose her composure. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Yu Jing knocked on the door a few times, and only the echo of the empty room responded to her. Ugh! After standing for too long, her stomach was cramping, and Yu Jing gave up looking for a way out. She did not find even a little bit of food in this room, so she sat down on the only soft cushion. At the moment of the car accident, she really thought that she was dead, but it turned out that she was alive and well. Was this God's punishment for her, or a reward for her to turn over a new leaf? Yu Jing could not calculate the answer due to the lack of data, but regardless of reward or punishment, she decided to live well. Yu Jing was glad that she had placed a large sum of insurance when she was alive, and the beneficiary was Yu Lei. After her accident, her parents and brother could completely rely on that large sum of insurance compensation to live a stable life. It was just a pity that the check in the car could not be cashed, and thinking about it still made her heart ache. Money was not a sin. What was a sin was people's endless greed. The sky outside gradually darkened, and when Yu Jing took a thirsty breath, she felt a burning pain in her throat. Even her breathing had to be light. She began to suspect that the previous owner of this young girl's body, did she die of thirst like this, which was why she, a short-lived ghost, had it easy. Dressed like silk, her hands and feet were soft without calluses, and there were no scars on her body. She was obviously a rich family's young lady. How big of a mistake did she commit that there was a need to lock up a 10-year-old girl and cause her death? Yu Jing frowned, dissatisfied with this family. Calculating the possibility of dying of thirst for a second time if she continued to stay like this, her head began to throb in pain. Gigi. A small sound came from under the offering table. Yu Jing raised her eyelids. She had long discovered the little yellow-haired mouse hiding under the table. It was just that she, who had been working alone for many years, was not afraid of these snakes, insects, rats, and ants. She would not squeal at the sight of a mouse and scare it away. Moreover, considering the possibility that she would starve to death here, keeping the mouse, she could make do with it as a backup rations. Don't scream, don't worry, unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't want to eat mice. Yu Jing muttered with a weak breath. Just as she finished speaking, the door behind her made a sound. Da-da, the lock opened, and with a creak, a dim yellow light entered the dark room. Yu Jing's reaction was slow as she turned her head. She saw two people, one tall and one short, standing outside the wide-open door. One of them was fastening a key to the waist of his trousers. The one in front was a skinny 10-year-old boy. He held a flickering lantern in his hand as he walked in. Without saying a word, he walked over to her and tried to help her up from the ground. The person at the door fastened the key and impatiently urged, "Ai, you two siblings should hurry up, don't dawdle. Come out quickly, I haven't eaten dinner yet." Yu Jing turned her head and looked at the boy who used his thin body to help her up. Her heart suddenly beat faster. This is little brother? Chapter 5. Yu Jing was helped out of the ancestral hall. The boy's body wasn't strong, and he was shorter than her. He struggled to support her who was about to faint from hunger, and his footsteps were a little unsteady. As soon as she stepped outside, Yu Jing confirmed that she had indeed come to ancient times. She had only seen these richly ornamented buildings in the past. Bathed in the moonlight, it was so unrealistic, but it was so real. Knowing that this boy was the younger brother of her previous self, Yu Jing didn't take the initiative to speak in order to prevent him from noticing anything amiss. The boy remained silent as well. They didn't meet anyone along the way, and Yu Jing didn't notice that the boy was taking her on a secluded path. It wasn't until they walked more and more secluded, passing through those magnificent buildings, passing through a small forest, and arriving in front of a row of low, old single-story houses. There were about 4 to 5 houses in this row, and in the courtyard, 2 middle-aged women wearing old-fashioned lined jackets and long skirts were fetching water from a well. When they saw the siblings return, one of them, who had a floral handkerchief wrapped around her head, quickly put down the bucket of water and ran over. "Sigh, why didn't young master call this servant when he went to pick up young miss? It's such a long way, and it's so dark. What would we do if we stumble? Come, I'll support young miss, you go open the door." Young master? Young miss? Although the people here had a slight southern accent, it didn't prevent Yu Jing from understanding what they were saying. She raised her head to look at the shabby house in front of her, and then thought about the exquisite buildings from earlier. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Since they were young master and young miss, why were they living in such a place that was obviously for servants? "Thank you, Aunt Lu." The boy thanked her and let the woman support Yu Jing, while he ran forward and opened the door to the house in the westernmost corner of the courtyard. With an adult supporting her, Yu Jing didn't have to forcefully support half of her body to lessen his burden. She was supported by Aunt Lu to the door, and with the help of the moonlight outside, she saw the boy skillfully light an oil lamp on the wooden table. "Young master, I'll get you something to eat. Hurry and get some water for young Mississippi. She's been locked up for 3 days." Aunt Lu helped Yu Jing to lie down on the bed and hurriedly left. The boy poured a bowl of warm water and helped Yu Jing to drink it. He then fished out a wooden basin from behind the door and went outside to fetch water. Yu Jing really did not have the strength to help. She lay on the bed and looked at the small room from the corner of her eyes. It was less than 10 square meters, the floor was rough, and there was only a set of tables and chairs at the door, 2 old wooden cabinets by the wall, and 2 narrow wooden beds. Yu Jing, who was proficient in mathematics, was not deeply involved in history and literature. Based on what she had seen so far, it was impossible to determine which dynasty she was currently in. Where was this? Why was she locked up? Why was she living with a servant even though she was a miss? What is her name now? These were the most important things for Yu Jing to figure out. She turned her head and looked at the busy child. She couldn't help but think of Xiao Lei. Did he know that something had happened to her? When Mom and Dad received the news, they would probably hide it from him, right? She hoped that they would not be too sad and live on. Only then could she feel at ease in the other world. "Little brother!" Yu Jing shouted. She didn't know how to address her little brother now, so she chose the most common title. The boy, who was putting the clothes that were dried in the yard back into the cabinet, turned his head and looked at her strangely. Then he seemed to think of something and turned his head back. He said coldly, "You should behave for a few days. Don't think about causing trouble again." Although 4th Miss went back to the capital yesterday, the matter of you breaking her jade pendant still hasn't calmed down. If people find fault with you again, it won't just be a few days in the ancestral hall. This child was not close to her. Yu Jing thought in her heart. But compared to this, what made it more difficult for her to understand was that the reason why her predecessor was locked up and killed was because of a broken jade pendant. Who was fourth miss? Wasn't her predecessor also a miss? Come, young master, come and eat. I've cooked some noodles. It's hot. Aunt Lu walked into the room with 2 big bowls of steaming hot noodles. She put one bowl on the table and urged the boy to eat. She took the other bowl to the bedside and helped Yu Jing up. She sat by the bedside and fed her. A bowl of noodles with a light broth and only a few vegetable leaves floated on it. Yu Jing had been starving for a long time and had no appetite. But she knew that her body couldn't stand it if she didn't eat. So she obediently opened her mouth and let her be fed. She diverted her attention to look at the boy. She saw him sitting at the table with a big bowl of noodles in his hands, slurping it with relish. She couldn't taste the sweet or salty soup in his mouth, but when it entered his stomach, it became warm. Yu Jing lay in bed for 3 days before she recovered. During these 3 days, Aunt Lu took care of her food and drink. Yu Xiu went to school in the morning and came back in the afternoon. Unless there was something urgent, he would not talk to her. Thanks to Aunt Lu's enthusiasm and talkative, Yu Jing indirectly asked for some information she wanted to know. Only then did she know why a miss had to live with a servant. This was because she was not the miss of this family. She and her younger brother had remarried together with their mother. This family's surname was Ji. Their biological mother was only a concubine in the third master's courtyard, and she was not favored. And the reason she was locked in the ancestral hall was because she broke a jade pendant belonging to the fourth miss of the second master's family. The third master did not care about the family affairs at home, and Aunt Chui was timid and afraid of causing trouble. No one helped to plead for her, so she was thrown into the ancestral hall by the matriarch in a rage, and locked up for 3 days. Hearing Aunt Lu's tone, Yu Jing knew how disliked she was in this family. Concubine Chui only came to see her yesterday. Concubine Chui told her in an unkind tone not to cause any more trouble. She didn't even ask about her health, and just threw a few copper coins to send her away. That was her biological mother. In her previous life, Yu Jing might not have been loved by everyone, but at least she was popular, and had many friends. Now, she had become a burden that her father and mother did not love, and even her own younger brother despised. She even changed her name to Yu Shu. The remainder was the annoying part that could not be removed. How could she, who used to deal with numbers all day, endure this? After being depressed for an afternoon, Yu Jing accepted her fate. She was now called Yu Shu. She had a brother called Yu Xiu whom she depended on for survival. She also had a mother who was indifferent to them as a concubine. Thanks to her optimistic nature, she was able to accept this reality in such a short period of time. Otherwise, she would not have been able to take on the heavy burden of supporting the whole family by herself after her parents were laid off, and her brother became disabled. Miss, you must learn your lesson this time. Don't cause trouble again. When you go to the private school tomorrow, learn some proper skills from the teacher. Don't let the young master always be implicated by you. These were the words that Aunt Lu said the most in the past few days. It made Yu Shu more or less guess that she was an ignorant little girl in the past. She really did not know what she had done to Yu Xiu to make her only brother hate her so much that he didn't even want to talk to her. I know, Aunt Lu. Yu Shu had heard Yu Xiu's accent before. Coupled with her hoarse throat, it was not a problem for her to force herself to imitate his tone. If one did not pay special attention, they would not notice that there was a problem with her accent. The sun was very good at noon. Aunt Lu sat in the yard cutting vegetables. Yu Jing moved a stool from the house and talked to her. Yu Jing wanted to help her, but she did not allow it. Aunt Lu came to the Ji family with Aunt Chui. She was the servant who did odd jobs in the backyard. She was the only person who insisted on calling Yu Shu and Miss Yu Xiu young master. Young master, you're back from school. Aunt Lu greeted him loudly. Yu Shu heard the voice and turned her head. She saw Yu Xiu holding a small gray cloth bag. He lowered his head and entered the small yard that did not even have a door. Yu Shu was 15 years old this year. Her younger brother, Yu Xiu, was 2 years younger than her. A 12 or 13-year-old boy, was at the age where his body was growing. He was shorter than her by a lot and had a skinny figure. He had a cloth wrapped around his head and wore an ill-fitting shirt, which made him look shabby. This made Yushu think of the pink silk dress in the closet. When she was home alone for the past few days, she had turned the house upside down, but she could only find one decent dress. The rest of the clothes were made of coarse cloth. In the G family, the siblings were no different from servants except for the fact that they did not have to work to eat and could go to school. There were also a few servants living in the small yard. When they saw them, they either ignored them or called them by their names. Aunt Lu. Yushu greeted Aunt Lu. He only glanced at Yushu before he lowered his head and went back into the house. Yushu noticed that his footsteps were a little strange. She said something to Aunt Lu and followed Yushu into the house. Xiao. Yushu called out, but Yushu ignored her. He placed the bag with the books on the bedside table. Yushu didn't know what to do with this child's stone-like personality. She didn't dare to act too close to him and provoke him. She could only give up on talking to him. She poured him water and stared at his back while thinking. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that there was something different about him. Yushu had just changed into his robe that morning, but it was now wrinkled and there was some dirt on his back, which seemed to be in the shape of footprints. Coupled with his slow pace, she, who had been a good older sister for more than 20 years, couldn't help but think of something. This child got into a fight. Without batting an eyelid, she walked over with the teacup. When she got closer, she confirmed her guess. No wonder Yushu came back with his head lowered. There was a large bruise on his forehead and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. It was obvious that he had been beaten by someone. Yushu suddenly got angry. She didn't have a good temper. In her previous life, because of her poor family, she didn't eat well or dress well. When she was in middle school, her younger brother, Yulei, was often looked down upon and bullied. She didn't want her parents to worry, so she hid it from her family. Later, when she was in the same high school as Yulei, she found out. For a period of time, she took her friends and followed Yulei after school to teach those brats a lesson. In her mind, as an older sister, she should take care of her younger brother. She absolutely couldn't let him get beaten. My body is almost healed. I'll go to school with you tomorrow. Yushu stuffed the teacup into Yushu's hands. In order to leave some dignity for the child, she pretended not to see the wound on his face. She turned her head and gritted her teeth. Chapter 6. Today the servants of the G family eat steamed buns for lunch. The kitchen is in front of the small bungalow where Yushu lives. Aunt Lu, who works in the kitchen, brings a basket of steamed buns, 2 bowls of vegetable soup, and a plate of pickled vegetables for the 2 siblings. It was one of Auntie Lu's duties to keep an eye on the 2 siblings who were living under someone else's roof, from starving to death. The vegetarian steamed buns with radish filling are the size of a fist, with only a little filling inside. Yushu still eats them with relish as usual. It seems that this child does not care about the taste of anything that can be eaten. Yushu has been lying in bed to recuperate these days. After tasting dry pancakes, noodle soup, and really thin porridge, she can basically adapt to the simple food here. Yushu is very sensible. If she doesn't have to work, she will eat for free. There is really nothing to be picky about. However, she who is very particular about food and clothing in her previous life, is also calculating how to improve her life. She is a person who has suffered hardships, but she is not a person who likes hardships. She calmly looked at Yushu, who was burying his head in his food. When a child was growing, he didn't even have meat to eat, so it was no wonder that he was so skinny. Originally, he was a child with delicate features, but now his face had turned yellow due to malnutrition. It made people feel that he was gloomy. Have you finished eating, young master and miss? Give me the bowls and chopsticks. I will wash them outside. Aunt Lu, wearing an apron, comes in to clean the bowls and chopsticks. Yushu just wants to help, but Yushu has neatly put the bowls and plates together and handed them to Aunt Lu. He picks up a rag from the side corner of the table and wipes it. Seeing that he is working hard, Yushu can't intervene. She gets up and moves a place for him. She stands aside and talks to him. After dinner, I plan to take a walk outside. I haven't left this courtyard for a few days. After all, Aunt Lu is just an illiterate servant woman. The information that Yushu can get from her is limited. So far, she doesn't even know which dynasty she is in. When she asks Aunt Lu, she only knows that the current dynasty is called Dan. This is Yang City, and the Ji family is a big family. She doesn't know anything else. If Yushu wants to know more, she has to go out. It will be better if she can get Yu Xiaoxiu with her. Yu Xiaoxiu raised his head and looked at her with an expression that said, I knew you wouldn't be able to stay quiet for long. He wiped the table a few times and said in a muffled voice, Don't go out and cause trouble again. This sentence was exactly what Yushu wanted. She took advantage of the situation and said, Then you can stay with me. That way you can watch over me, right? Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated for a while, and then nodded reluctantly. Yushu got her goal, and was secretly happy. She happily took a comb, a hair tie, and a copper box with a headdress under the pillow. She went outside to find Aunt Lu to comb her hair. She used to have short hair, but now she has thick long hair. She doesn't know how to take care of it at all. Fortunately, she has Aunt Lu. Yushu found Aunt Lu by the well. Aunt Lu had already washed a pile of bowls and chopsticks. After hearing Yushu's purpose, Aunt Lu rubbed her rough palms on her apron and took the comb. She moved the small bamboo stool under her to the sun, and let Yushu sit on it. Then she began to comb her hair. Spring had just arrived, and the small courtyard without any pavilions was just right for the sun to shine. Sitting in the courtyard for a while, she felt warm all over. Yushu used to hate sunny days and had to wear sunglasses when going out. But since she put down the knot in her heart before the car accident, she fell in love with such sunny and clean weather in just a few days. Miss, your hair is growing really well. If you hadn't secretly cut it to exchange for money last year, it would have grown to the roots of your thighs now. Aunt Lu liked to nag when she was working. People in ancient times had their hair and skin from their parents and regarded it as their life. Few people would voluntarily cut their hair, because they were too poor. Yushu was thinking about the touching scene of the little girl secretly exchanging her hair for money to support her family. Then Aunt Lu poured a bucket of cold water on her. That's 3 taels of silver. It's more than 300 copper coins. You can eat meat for half a month. But you spent it all in 2 days and bought a lot of hair ornaments and beads. It's not enough to eat or wear. Alas. Yushu was speechless and looked down at the copper box on her lap. There were a lot of hair ornaments and hairpins in it. They looked good, but people with a little insight could see that they were not high-class things. Because of her work, Yushu was very sensitive to the value of money. She roughly knew the value of 300 copper coins here. Aunt Lu's monthly salary here was 50 copper coins. After half a year without spending a cent, she could save 300 copper coins, which could be considered a small fortune. When she thought of the terrible environment the siblings lived in, the younger brother was malnourished, sallow and emaciated, and the girl exchanging her hair for so much money and buying fake beads and copper coins, she couldn't help but want to curse. It's done. Aunt Lu put down the comb and turned to Yushu. She searched in her copper box and picked out 2 water pink hairbands. She tied them on the 2 corners of Yushu's face and made a knot. She looked at Yushu with a straight face and said with a smile, Miss, if you sit and don't talk, you look really beautiful. In other words, apart from her face, she had no other redeeming qualities. Yushu thanked Aunt Lu and returned to the house with the heavy copper box in her arms. Yu Xiaoxiu had already cleaned the house and changed the wrinkled shirt. Hurry up and clean up. I'll wait for you outside. Yu Xiaoxiu said and was about to go out. Yushu quickly put the things back on the bed and felt under the mattress for the few copper coins that Aunt Chui had thrown to her the day before. She stuffed them into the seam of her belt and followed. Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and saw that she came out wearing an old coat and a cotton skirt. He was very surprised. You don't want to change your clothes? Change what clothes? Yushu looked down at the clothes she was wearing. They were a bit old, but she had changed into clean clothes this morning. Couldn't she go out like this? It's that lace dress you're wearing. Didn't you say that you wouldn't go out without it? Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu in confusion. He felt that she had been acting a bit strange since she came back from the ancestral hall a few days ago, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Yushu guessed that he was referring to the pink silk dress in the wardrobe. She was speechless. How many problems did the little girl in her previous life have? She was a troublemaker, brainless, immature, extravagant, vain. Couldn't she have a little bit of good in her? The sleeve is torn. Yushu casually found an excuse. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu had a sudden realization, she pushed him out and turned to close the door. There was nothing valuable in the house, not even a lock. Aunt Lu, we're going out to play. Yushu greeted Aunt Lu, who was cleaning the dishes by the well. Go. Come back early. Don't miss dinner. Aunt Lu shouted and watched the siblings go away. She turned around and went back to the house with the wooden basin for washing. She whispered, I hope Miss really understands this time. Inyang is not favored. If the two of them don't depend on each other, how will they live in the future? Yushu didn't intend to stroll around the Ji family's mansion. She instinctively had a sense of detour around this family. She was tortured to death after breaking a jade pendant. Who knew if she would be unlucky and break another one today? Let's walk on the street, Yushu suggested. She didn't know the way, so she could only think of a way to let Yuxiu take her out. Okay. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't object. In order to show that he wasn't close to her, he walked ahead of her. Just as Yushu wanted, she obediently stayed behind him. Their residence was very close to the back door. Through 2 rows of servants' rooms, along a narrow path, it was the back door for servants. Yu Xiaoxiu opened the door bolt with familiarity and motioned Yushu to go out first. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they saw a clean street. The road was smooth. There were several families on the opposite street. They all had small doors and small courtyards. There were lanterns hanging on the door. The stone walls and gray tiles were stone. There were a few trees planted on the side of the road to provide shade. There were few pedestrians, but they were all dressed in long skirts and gowns. Yushu's mood was inexplicably a little excited. She had been in the ancient times for a few days and got along with several authentic ancient people. But when she really stood on the street, she felt the reality of being in the ancient society. Let's go. Yu Xiaoxiu closed the door and took the lead to the left. Yushu looked up at the bright sun above her head. She could tell that it was the west and secretly knew the way. Yu Xiaoxiu led Yu Shudong through a series of turns and exited the back street. They passed through a few alleys and walked for about the time it takes to finish a meal before they arrived at a bustling street. Their field of vision immediately brightened. There were shops on the street and hawkers guarding the stalls on the side of the road. Looking sideways, their eyes were full of signs and banners. People were coming and going. They were well dressed, which was enough to show that this was a prosperous area. Yushu saw a tall memorial arch on the east street in the distance. It seemed to be a small town she had traveled to. There seemed to be words on the memorial arch. She guessed that it was the name of the place. She pointed there and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Let's have a look over there." Yu Xiaoxiu did not say anything. Yushu took a few steps forward. Seeing that he had followed her, she boldly walked to the memorial arch and wanted to see what was written on it. However, when she got closer and looked up at the bluestone memorial arch, Yushu found a serious problem. She could not read. Strictly speaking, she could not read many traditional characters. There were 3 big characters on the plaque and a small line of inscription. She could only read the word Chong. This discovery made Yushu, who was slow to realize it, shocked and broke into a cold sweat. She could not read traditional characters, let alone write. She also said that she would go to school with Yushio tomorrow. What should she do now? Now that she thought about it, they hadn't even seen pen and paper in their small room, let alone books. Every day when Yushio came back from school, he never did any homework. If he wasn't sitting on the doorstep and staring blankly at the sky, he would pick up an old chopstick and scratch on the ground. Yushu was not in good health 2 days ago, so she did not pay much attention to this. She occasionally heard Aunt Lu mention that the school in the city was built by the Ji family and several other prominent families in the city. There was an iron rule that all the children of these families, regardless of whether they were male or female, had to go to school. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu's accounts were under the Ji family, so they benefited from this. The more Yushu thought about it, the more troublesome she felt. She was not in the mood to go shopping. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu back home and rummaged through the drawers and cabinets as soon as they entered the door. What are you looking for? Textbooks. Yu Shu was not sure if this was what they called it here, but how could a child who went to school not have textbooks? However, she did not find such things when she tidied up the room this morning. Yu Xiaoxiu sneered, walked to his bed and sat down. Don't look for them. There are only 2 books. You have already sold them. Yu Shu loosened her hand and the suitcase fell and almost hit her hand. What? Even the textbooks? Chapter 7. Yu Shu couldn't do anything about the textbook being sold. Yu Xiaoxiu was very guarded against her because of her selling the textbook. He kept a close eye on his school bag for fear that Yu Shu would have designs on his textbook. Yu Shu didn't know where to start. She could only move a chair to the yard to bask in the sun while thinking about the future. She was still a little weak after being locked up for so many days. After coming out, Aunt Cui only asked someone to send a bowl of chicken soup to her to help her recover from the shock. She shared it with Yu Xiaoxiu. If she hadn't asked Aunt Lu to help her out to bask in the sun every day, she would still be lying in bed sick. Coming to the ancient times was an unexpected experience for her. She suddenly changed from an old leftover woman in her 20s to a 15-year-old girl in the prime of her youth. She lived under someone else's roof and was treated coldly. She couldn't even muddle along. Yu Shu was a child who grew up in a poor family. She relied on her own hard work to make a name for herself. She had an unusual obsession with living a good life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone against her conscience and broken the law for so many years. She did so many things that harmed others to benefit herself. She didn't want to make money again in this life, but she still had to live a good life. She also had to eat well and wear well. She also had to take good care of Yu Xiaoxiu until he started a career and started a family. She would consider it as a debt of gratitude for borrowing his sister's body to resurrect. As an adult woman who had experienced great storms, Yu Shu quickly set her first goal: to earn money to support her family. To live a good life, she couldn't do it without money. She had to go to school tomorrow morning. She had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she planned to walk around the streets to see if there was any place where she could do odd jobs. She had to save up some capital first. The next morning, Yu Shu woke up earlier than Yu Xiaoxiu. She put on her clothes and went outside to fetch water to wash her face and brush her teeth. She didn't have a toothbrush, so she used the fibers exposed after flattening willow twigs. She dipped some coarse salt and rubbed it on her teeth to wash them clean. She wanted to please her younger brother and improve the relationship between them. She asked Aunt Lu, who was already cooking by the fire, for half a basin of hot water. She warmed it and brought it into the house to wash Yu Xiaoxiu's face. Yu Xiaoxiu just got up and sat on the edge of the bed. He was surprised to see Yu Shu, who got up earlier than him. His eyes widened when he saw her bring water to wash his face. He almost suspected that he had not woken up yet. Xiaoxiu. Yu Shu rubbed the towel in the warm water, wrung it out, and handed it to Yu Xiaoxiu. She said sincerely, "I know I didn't treat you well in the past. Now I admit my mistakes. Don't hold a grudge against me. Let's make up from today on. Don't be awkward anymore, okay?" Not only was Yu Xiaoxiu not moved by her, but he suddenly woke up. He pushed away the towel she handed with a dark face. He grabbed the folded clothes at the end of the bed and put them on. He said slowly, "Don't try to lie to me again. You must be trying to coax me to help you do something that will get me beaten. I won't do it. You better save it." Yu Shu's forehead was full of black lines. She had a new understanding of the girl's character. Now, even if someone told her that she had done swindling and stealing, she wouldn't find it strange. It was a pity that she sincerely wanted to get along well with little brother Yu and work hard to live a well-off life together, but he misunderstood her as having other plans. Yu Shu failed to please him. Her first initiative to make peace ended in failure. She also made Yu Xiaoxiu recall those unhappy past events. He didn't say a word to Yu Shu until he left for school after breakfast. Aunt Lu saw Yu Xiaoxiu's sullen look and thought that Yu Shu bullied him again. She stared at Yu Shu with a "this child is hopeless" look for the whole morning. Fortunately, Yu Shu was thick-skinned enough. She finished her breakfast under the pressure and drove Yu Xiaoxiu out of the door. They went out from the back door again. This time they went east. Yushu didn't know how big Yang City was, but it wasn't far from the Ji family's mansion to the school. After passing 2 streets and walking about 500 or 600 meters, they arrived. The school gate was built in an imposing manner. There were swans and birds carved on the doorjamb. The 2 doorposts were engraved with gilded characters. The strokes were neat and tidy. Yushu could barely recognize a few characters, but she couldn't make a sentence. Before she could take a closer look at the gate, she was attracted by a scream. Come and see. Come and see. Mousy was not beaten to death by her family. She came to school. Yushu looked at the 2 children who were pointing at her, and twitched her mouth. Mousy? She was Donald Duck. After the scream, 7 or 8 children ran out from inside to see what was going on. There were boys and girls, and the youngest one was only 8 or 9 years old. Seeing Yushu and her brother standing outside the door, they talked all at once. Didn't they say that she wouldn't come again? Didn't they say that her leg was lame? Didn't they say that she was given to someone as a concubine? Who said that she was beaten to death? Liar. A group of children surrounded the door to verify the rumors. They said all kinds of things. Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at these young faces, she guessed that some of them had beaten Yu Xiaoxiu. With a straight face, Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and walked through the crowd into the yard. Yushu hurried to follow. She didn't know the way. In order not to make a fool of herself, it was the safest to follow Yu Xiaoxiu. The yard was not big. There were 3 pavilions surrounded by low railings. They had high eaves and red tiles. There were rolling curtains hanging down from the edge of the house. There were incense tassels hanging on them. It looked like a private school. In the pavilion to the north, a few youths looked at the scene outside and saw the lively Yushu. Puzzled, they turned their heads to ask someone, "What's going on? Jiju, why is she here again? Didn't they say that she was locked up because she broke your 4th sister's protective jade?" There were about 20 exquisite and small study tables in the pavilion. 2 young ladies were sitting in the front row, playing with a rope. When she heard their question, the young lady in the light yellow robe turned her head and glanced at the courtyard. Her face was filled with disdain. "Grandma is kind. She released her a few days ago. No way. Then we have to have classes with her again in the future?" A handsome teenager cried bitterly, which made the 2 teenagers sitting with him laugh at him. After winking, one of them pretended to be shy. He pinched his thumb and middle finger to pretend to be a girl. He gently pulled the other one and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Wenjia, after school, I'll invite you to eat meat pancakes on Changmenpa Street, okay?" The other one immediately covered his chest with his hands and stepped back. He shook his head vigorously and shouted exaggeratedly, "No, I don't want to." Shui Wenjia was teased by the 2. His white face turned red. He reached out and pushed them. He happened to see Yushu coming in behind Yu Xiaoxiu, so he glared at her. Yushu was worried about how she could listen to the class later without a textbook. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched. She looked up and saw a teenager in luxurious clothes standing on the railing. He was staring at her with fiery eyes. She turned her head to see that there was no one behind her, and then confirmed that she was the one he was staring at. How big of a grudge did he have to have such a hateful look in his eyes? Yushu shook her head secretly. She could never imagine that he had become the laughingstock of the whole school because of her frequent flattery. There were 4 empty seats in the teaching building, but only 2 seats in the last row were empty. Yushu calculated the probability. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu sitting in a seat in the back row, she was relieved and sat next to him. Sure enough, there was no unusual sound around. It was indeed her seat. As soon as Yushu sat down, the teacher slowly walked in with a few books in his arms. He was quite old, with white hair on his temples and a silver beard. As soon as he appeared, the children who were chatting and playing just now immediately quieted down, and obediently sat back in their seats. Everyone took out their textbooks, and Yushu, who was empty on the table, was very eye-catching. Yushu was a little embarrassed. She looked up and saw the slightly unhappy expression of the teacher, so she shamefully lowered her head. Perhaps it was because he saw that Yushu still knew how to be shy. This strict teacher Lu did not teach Yushu a lesson on the spot. Instead, he ignored her, cleared his throat, and began to teach. For this lesson, let's talk about the lawsuit divination. In the divination Yao, there is a saying, above the qian, below the can, is the lawsuit of Tianshui. The world is raining, the top is firm, and the bottom is dangerous. This divination, if it is about fortune, then things will go against one's will. If things do not go well, then villains will harm you. It is better to guard against traps. If it is about business, then harmony brings wealth, and suffering losses is a blessing. Teacher Lu did not speak classical Chinese. Most of what he said was in the vernacular, but Yushu was confused. Why did the ancient people not teach poetry or calligraphy, but teach people about divination? Looking at the others, most of them were listening attentively, unlike her who was confused and couldn't figure out the situation. Teacher Lu taught alone, and did not interact with the students. It was not until the sun rose from the east, and the shadows of the people became shorter that he ended today's class. Our occult door sexy shui is based on deduction. If you want to obtain a divination, you must first adopt yin and yang and the 5 elements, arrange a formation, calculate, take the 9 palaces, and then figure out the elephant number. Your family has a method of deduction passed down from your ancestors. The clear rain divination of the heavenly time divination should be the most common, so this old man will not talk about it. Today, when you go back, your homework is to study the clear rain divination method and calculate tomorrow's cloudy or sunny weather. For the next 10 days, you must compare with me before class every day. If you can predict 7 days, this old man will privately teach you a small method of my Lu family's good or bad fortune divination. The students in the classroom were a bit excited, and the quiet pavilion began to stir. Teacher Lu smiled and stroked his silver beard. He took the 2 books he brought with him and left. As soon as he left, the classroom was thrown into chaos. Amidst the heated discussion, only 2 faces were devoid of excitement and enthusiasm. Yuxiu lowered his head and silently packed his bag. Yushu also lowered her head to hide the astonishment on her face. Strange doors? Yishui? Divination? Divination. Chapter 8. Yushu was not good at history, but she had experienced the miserable years of memorizing history and politics in middle school. She could probably count the number of dynasties in China. She also knew about the superstitions of feudal society, but she had no impression of any period where mysterious things such as yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams were treated as orthodox education. Listening to the tone of Master Lu, it was not difficult for Yushu to imagine that the families of the boys and girls present were all studying such subjects. Judging from their clothes and the fact that they were all children of wealthy families, it completely subverted her impression that fortune tellers were all Taoist priests. Yushu was puzzled. This kind of situation made her feel like a frog that woke up and found out that it had been thrown to the bottom of a well. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out how big the sky outside was. While Yushu was depressed about her frog life, Yu Xiaoxiu had already packed up his things. Without saying a word, he lowered his head and left from the back. Seeing him leave, Yushu hurriedly got up and followed. Yushu. To be honest, Yushu had only been Yushu for a few days, so she was not as sensitive to this name as she had been calling it for more than 20 years. She didn't respond even after being called several times. It wasn't until someone threw something at her back, and the sound of copper coins falling to the ground that she slowly turned her head, and saw a little girl in a yellow shirt angrily walking towards her. "Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf?" Being shouted at by a stranger, if it was in her previous life, Yushu would have used the method to deal with lunatics. She would first dial 12 to 0, then 10 to 0. But now she was unfamiliar with this place, so she could only say to the little girl in a friendly manner, "What's the matter?" Jiju glared at her snappily. She took off the money bag on her waist, and took out a small piece of silver from it. She handed it to Yushu and arrogantly ordered, "Go to Changmenpu Street and buy me a box of rosin ink." Go to Changmenpu Street and buy me a box of rosin ink from Sanyuan bookstore. Send it to my courtyard before lunch. 1 tael of silver was 10 jiao, and 1 jiao of silver was 100 copper coins. Yushu did the math in her mind. She looked at the little girl who was obviously the young lady of the Ji family and said, "I'm not going." Hearing this clear rejection, Yu Xiaoxiu, who was already planning to go home, turned his head and looked at the back of Yushu's head as if he didn't know her. Jiju didn't expect that the person in front of her, who had always listened to her, wouldn't listen to her. She was stunned for a moment and asked stupidly, "You're not going?" "Yes, I won't go." Yushu bent down to pick up the copper coin that had fallen to the ground and openly stuffed it into the crack of her waist as compensation for the mental damage that the other party had done to her. Yushu turned around and saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was standing at the door waiting for her instead of leaving her behind. She happily ran over and naturally took his hand. Because Yu Xiaoxiu was surprised by her behavior just now, he didn't shake her off as usual, and was pulled away by her in a daze. Seeing that the siblings had left, Jiju finally realized that she had been rejected by Yushu. She was so angry that she stomped her little feet. When she turned around and saw a group of people popping their heads out of the private school to watch the show, she felt even more humiliated. Ignoring her best friend who had run over to comfort her, she rushed out of the school. On the way, Yushu noticed that Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to say something but hesitated. She pulled his hand and took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong?" Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated for a while and then slowly said, "Jiju is narrow-minded. You offended her today, so she will definitely make trouble for you again. You'd better be careful these days. Jiju has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Second master also spoils her. If she really bullies you, it will be in vain." Yushu said. "Oh." Yu Xiaoxiu waited for a while. Seeing that she didn't continue, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. When he met Yushu's smiling eyes, he suspiciously frowned and said, "What are you smiling at?" "I'm happy." Yu Xiaoxiu was confused again. "Why are you happy?" Yushu raised her hand and rubbed his head lovingly. "Because you care about me." "I don't." Yu Xiaoxiu denied, but his face was slightly red. He hurriedly turned his head, shook off Yushu's hand, and walked forward quickly. Yushu shrugged indifferently and followed him with her hands clasped behind her back. She hung behind him and repeated, "You care about me." "No. Obviously you do." "I said it's not." "Exactly." It was almost noon. The shadows cast by the sun were short and cute. The sister and brother bickered all the way home. For the first time in years, the road from the school to the small door in the backyard of the Ji family didn't feel so empty. Yushu went out after lunch with the only 10 copper coins she had. 5 of them were given to her by Mistress Chui when she came to see her the other day. 4 of them were found in the copper box, and the last one was given to her this morning as compensation for mental distress. Before she went out, she got a few words from Aunt Lu. She knew that the busy street to the west through the back door was the Changmen Street Jiju mentioned in the morning. Because she wanted to find a way to inquire about the situation here, she didn't take Yu Xiaoxiu with her. The Changmen Street was as busy as when she came back for the first time yesterday. There were all kinds of handicrafts on both sides of the street. Silk shops, dessert shops, bookshops, jewelry shops, and stalls were much more exquisite than the handicrafts she had seen when she traveled before. This made Yushu, who had never seen the market, almost dazzled. However, she only had 10 copper coins with her, and she had to rely on this to inquire about things. She could only suppress her desire to shop and concentrate on the business. Several beggars squatting at the entrance of the alley attracted her attention. Although these people were at the bottom of the society, they hung out on the street all day, so they knew more than servants like Aunt Lu who stayed in the house. Yushu wandered around the street, pinched a copper coin in her hand, chose a beggar who was alone, and walked over. For the whole afternoon, Yushu wandered around the street, and found out what she wanted to know from the mouths of the 4 beggars. The Dan dynasty was prosperous, and the world was surnamed Chu. People followed Taoism, worshipped Yi Shui, and believed in feng shui. Everything big and small depended on Yi Shui. The celestial commissioner, who was in charge of astronomical calendar, feng shui 8 diagrams and good or bad fortune, had a high position in the court. Any family with more than 6 generations studying Yi Shui was called Yi Shui aristocratic family. Most Yi Shui aristocratic families were rich and powerful. 4 generations, it was an honor for a member of the family to be an official in the celestial commissioner. The Ji family, where Yushu and her brother remarried with their mother, was such a Shui aristocratic family in the upper middle position. It belonged to the eccentric sect. Great Master Ji Huaishan served as the right judge in the Celestial Commissioner, and was a third-rank official in the court. Chapter 9. Yu Shu found a deserted bookstore on Changmen Street. She pretended to look through books for a long time and started a conversation with an old shopkeeper who was over 50 years old. After a few sentences, the topic was changed to history. The old man loved to talk. Because the location of the shop was in the back and there were few customers, there was usually no one to talk to. It was rare to meet a younger generation who loved to listen to him, so he told her everything he knew. After the Tang dynasty, the world was in chaos for many years. After a few generations of rule, there was never a virtuous ruler like him. The Central Plains was carved up piece by piece. In the end, it was taken over by the Song Kingdom, and the country changed its name to Zhao. The old man was old, so he had to think for a while after speaking. Yu Shu honestly did not interrupt. Listening to this part, it was no different from the history she learned in her previous life. 100 years of peace had passed, and the throne had been passed down for several generations. Unfortunately, in the end, there was a king who perished, and the capital was attacked by the Genes at that time. The old shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. Yu Shu quickly picked up the teapot on the counter and poured him a cup of tea. The old shopkeeper moistened his throat and smacked his lips. After thinking for a while, his face suddenly lit up. At that time, there was a great general in the Song dynasty. He rose to power in the West Mountain. With the help of several capable people, he waved his arm and summoned millions of righteous people. With great momentum, he expelled the group of Jin soldiers who persecuted the people out of the Central Plains. With the support of the people, the dynasty was changed and the country was established. Since then, there has been peace for 300 years. Little girl, do you know who this holy ruler was? Who else could it be? Wasn't it the founding emperor of the Dan dynasty? Being stared at by the old man with a pair of golden eyes, Yu Shu of course would not let him down. She held back her laughter and pretended to have a look of worship. She leaned on the counter and asked, "Who is it?" The old shopkeeper smiled proudly and announced, "It is the first holy ruler of our Dan dynasty, Emperor Anwu." Wow! Yu Shu opened her mouth wide, and the word excited was almost written on her face. She was indeed excited, but not because she heard about the great deeds of Emperor Anwu, but because she confirmed that the Dan dynasty was separated from the Song dynasty. The old shopkeeper drank another cup of tea with satisfaction and continued. With the help of these few experts, Emperor Anwu ruled the world. Apart from the civil and military officials of the 6 ministries, he also established the Imperial Astrology Bureau, which was dedicated to these experts who were proficient in the study of and could calculate. They distributed documents and taught the people to respect the Tao of From then on, the study of gradually became popular. 100 years later, the imperial court named the learning aristocratic families, which had 6 generations of masters and a member of the family who had once served as an official in the Imperial Astrology Bureau, and were awarded by the imperial court. Yu Shu heard and Yu and she could not help but to ask, of dynasty. Shu and family. How many families? Do you think it is so easy to call these families? The old shopkeeper smiled at Yu Shu and stretched out 3 fingers. There are only 3 families, the Kong family in the west of the city, the Ji family in the east and the Lu family in the north. Speaking of these 3 families in this generation, the one with the best prospects is the Ji family, the old shopkeeper suddenly said with emotion. Yu Shu had heard a few things from the beggar earlier, and was able to continue the conversation. I know about this. I heard that old Master Ji is almost 60 years old, and is still working for the Celestial Commissioner. The old shopkeeper shook his head and smiled. He put down his teacup and said, Right Judge Ji indeed holds an important position in the Celestial Commissioner, but he will have to resign in 2 years and return to his hometown. On the other hand, the 4th young miss of the Ji family is known as a rare genius of the occult sect. She has a great future ahead of her. At that time, as long as the 4th young miss works hard and holds the position of Celestial Commissioner, Yang City will be dominated by the Ji family. The fourth daughter of the Ji family? Was it because of a jade pendant that caused her predecessor to be locked up in the ancestral hall and suffocated to death? Yushu didn't forget this person. She turned her head and felt strange, so she asked directly. Women can also become officials? The old shopkeeper only thought that Yushu was a little girl who didn't know anything. He joked. Little girl, remember, among the 6 departments in one department, only the Celestial Commissioner allows women to hold the position. Because the first Celestial Commissioner was the first Empress of Emperor Anwu, Empress Ningzhen. When Yushu heard this, she felt like she was listening to a legend. Thinking that the Celestial Commissioner, the first person with the highest power in 300 years, was also the Empress who founded the Dan dynasty, a small patch of hair on the back of her hand stood up. Ningzhen, Yushu silently remembered this posthumous title. Well, it's getting late and it's getting dark. Little girl, go home early. The old shopkeeper looked at the sky outside and came out from behind the counter. He began to tidy up the books on the shelves that were messed up by the customers. Yushu was very grateful to this old man for taking the trouble to talk with her for the whole afternoon, allowing her to jump out from the bottom of the well. She took out her last 6 copper coins from her waist and put them on the counter. She said, Old uncle, I only have this little money. It's not enough to buy a book now. I'll leave it with you first. When I have enough money and can buy a book with these, I'll come back to see you. The old shopkeeper turned his head and looked at the few thin copper coins on the counter. He then looked at Yushu and showed a kind expression. This old man forgot to ask, Little girl, what book do you want to buy? Yushu touched her neck and said embarrassedly, To tell you the truth, I don't know a lot of words. I want to find a book that teaches people to read. Wait. The old shopkeeper bent down and rummaged under the bookshelf. Finally, he took out a yellow book and dusted it off. He handed it to Yushu and said, This book has a special list of radicals and a few pages of poems. You can take it back and read it. Yushu had wasted his entire afternoon. How could she accept his book? She knew that paper and ink were expensive. A book with 20 pages often sold for 50 copper coins. She quickly waved her hand and said, I can't accept this. How about this? I'll order this book. You can keep it for me for the time being. When I have enough money, I'll come back to get it, okay? The old shopkeeper did not listen to Yushu's refusal. He walked forward and forcefully stuffed the book into her hands. He said unhappily, If I tell you to take it, then take it. Since you have the heart to learn, then don't delay it for a day. As for the money for the book, it's not that I don't want it from you. When you have money later, just send me another 30 copper coins. At this point, if Yushu continued to refuse, it would seem pretentious. She put the yellowing booklet into her bosom, bowed to the old man, and thanked him again. The old shopkeeper waved his hand. Go home quickly. Don't miss dinner. And goodbye, old uncle. Chapter 10. Dinner was porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of pickled cabbage. Yushu had been out for the whole afternoon, so she was really hungry. She finished the meal and put down the chopsticks. Yu Xiaoxiu began to clean the table. I went to Changmenpu Street in the afternoon. Yu Xiaoxiu ignored her and sent the empty bowls and plates out. After a while he came back with a wet rag, folded it into a square, and began to wipe the table. An old man gave me a book, which is specialized in teaching people how to read. Can you help me take a look later? Yushu boldly asked Yu Xiaoxiu for help. Before dinner, she had already asked Aunt Lu. The ignorant and incompetent girl in the previous life was as illiterate as her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sold all the good textbooks. I don't care. Yu Xiaoxiu dropped these 2 words and turned to wash the rag. Yushu had expected this reaction. She was not discouraged by his refusal. Instead, she stood up from the table, followed him out, and shamelessly pulled the back of his clothes. Help me take a look. It's just a few poems. You just need to read them for me. How about 3 times, 3 times? I don't care. Then 2 times. I don't care. Once. Yushu rested her head on his thin shoulder, just like how she used to play with Yulei a long time ago. She persistently bargained with him. Once should be enough. I can't go any lower. It was the first time that he was being clung to like this. Yu Xiaoxiu felt uncomfortable. In order to cover it up, he impatiently threw the rag into the basin and said loudly, "I said I don't care." Oh. The weight on his shoulder left him. Hearing Yu Shu's dragging footsteps, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but turn his head. He only glanced at the lonely and lost figure, and then he forced himself to turn his head again. He picked up the rag in the water and scrubbed hard. On the other side, Yu Shu dejectedly walked into the room. She didn't hear Yu Xiaoxiu calling her, so she had to give up the idea of winning his sympathy. Yu Shu sat down at the table and fiddled with the oil lamp's pitifully short wick. She looked at the teapot and suddenly had an idea. She poured a bowl of water and took out the book that she had been holding in her bosom all night. She opened it and dipped her finger in the water from the first page and started writing on the table stroke by stroke. The book that the old shopkeeper gave her was indeed a good guide. The printing was neat, and the strokes were neat. What was rare were the poems at the end. Half of them were written in simplified characters that she could recognize. As for the other half, she had to guess the meaning of the whole thing. Yu Xiaoxiu cleaned the room, washed the shoes and made the bed. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu still sitting at the table and reading the book. He walked over and reached for the oil lamp. "There's not much lamp oil left at home. The government will only distribute it at the end of the month." He meant that Yu Shu should quickly turn off the light and go to sleep. She didn't want to waste the lamp oil. "Okay, I'm going to wash my face." Yu Shu rubbed her eyes and closed the book with a yawn. She went to the door to get the basin and went out to wash. Yu Xiaoxiu followed her to the door. Seeing that she walked to the well, he turned back to the table and picked up the book. He saw that it was indeed teaching horizontal and vertical strokes. He couldn't help but whisper, "Does she really want to learn it well?" As soon as this thought came to his mind, he suppressed it. Too many past experiences told him that if he wanted to live a peaceful life, he must not believe her nonsense. Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips, blew out the oil lamp, and climbed into bed to sleep. Achoo! Yu Shu sneezed by the well and rubbed her nose with a handkerchief. She thought that she must cover herself with the quilt when she slept. She didn't want to get sick again. Her family didn't have the money to buy medicine for her. The spring morning was still a little cold. Yu Shu wiped her face with the cold well water and trotted into the room. Yu Xiaoxiu had already made his bed and was folding the quilt for her. It was not the first time that Yu Shu saw Yu Xiaoxiu making her bed. She also knew that he didn't want to make up with her. He just couldn't stand the mess in the room. But the more it was like this, the more upset she felt. A 12-year-old boy should still be at the age of elementary school. He should be addicted to comic books and video games. He should be sitting on the sofa with snacks and watching cartoons. He shouldn't be forced to be mature and sensible just because he had an older sister who didn't want to grow up. "I'll do it myself. You go and see if breakfast is ready." Yu Shu walked over and took the quilt from Yu Xiaoxiu's hands. She wanted to fold it herself. She enjoyed watching her brother clean up after dinner. She could talk to him while he was working, not to order him around like a servant. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu strangely. He was about to say something when he heard Aunt Lu call out to him from the yard. He hurriedly responded and ran out. When the food was served, he forgot what he was about to say. After dinner, the siblings went to school together under Aunt Lu's gaze. On the way today, Yu Shu didn't take the initiative to talk because she was thinking about something else. Yu Xiaoxiu also seemed to have something on his mind. The two didn't say a word. When they arrived at the school gate, Yu Shu still heard the 3 words "Mouseu" from their discussions. She was speechless at this hilarious nickname. There was no one around to watch them today, but Yu Shu could still hear the 3 words "Mouseu" from their discussions. As soon as they entered the private school, Yu Shu felt 2 fiery gazes. She was thinking about something else, so she only looked up at the fair and clean youth from yesterday and Jiju. Then she followed behind Yu Xiaoxiu and sat down. It wasn't until she saw Mr. Lu that Yu Shu remembered something. "Hand in all your homework first." She didn't do her homework. Yu Shu watched as the students took out papers from their bags and handed them to Mr. Lu. Then she turned to look at the motionless Yu Xiaoxiu. Why didn't he write anything? "There are 2 more people who didn't hand in their homework," Mr. Lu asked. His eyes were looking at the siblings. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu, who were sitting in the last row. She left it at home. No, it was better to say she lost it on the road. Otherwise, Mr. Lu would ask her to go home to get it. While Yushu was trying to come up with all sorts of excuses in her head, Yu Xiaoxiu had already stood up. I didn't write anything. Yushu stood up and threw all her excuses aside. Mr. Lu, I didn't write anything either. Mr. Lu, who was known for his rigorous teaching, had never seen a child who didn't do homework act so confidently. He was so angry that he blew at his beard and pointed at the incense burner placed at the door with a trembling hand. Go out and stand with the incense burner on your head until the sun rises to noon. The private school was extremely quiet. The gazes that came from all directions were full of undisguised ridicule and contempt. Yushu followed behind Yu Xiaoxiu, whose back was stiff. She carried a heavy incense burner and walked with him into the courtyard. Yushu placed the incense burner on top of her head. Being laughed at by so many people in the private school, she felt quite embarrassed for a moment. Hey, I forgot my homework. Why didn't you do it either? Chapter 11. The sun is not strong today. Yushu has experienced the feeling of standing under the sun for 3 hours during military training, but with a heavy censer on her head, it is a different story. Yushu is a person who often goes to the gym in her previous life, so she has a good physical fitness. But now she has changed to a lazy life. Although she has strong willpower, her body can't bear it. Not long after, her shoulders begin to ache and her head is heavy. Yu Xiaoxiu is not much better than her. He stubbornly holds the censer on his head with both hands, biting his lips and sweating profusely. Yushu squints at him and can't stand it anymore. She whispers, "Hey, don't be so stubborn. Just hold it with one hand and don't let it fall. When you are tired, you can change to the other hand." Yu Xiaoxiu ignores her and stubbornly stands straight, not even bending his legs. From this point, it can be seen how stubborn this child is. Yushu has no choice but to walk half a step diagonally in front of him, using her height, which is half a head taller than him, to block some sunlight and create a little bit of shade for him. Always thinking about the censer on her head makes her feel heavy, so Yushu distracts herself to think about other things. For example, why does Yu Xiaoxiu not do his homework? Did he forget? No, looking at this child's reaction, it is clear that he has not forgotten. Playful? Not really. Yushu now remembers that these days she sees Yu Xiaoxiu holding a branch and drawing at the door when he has nothing to do. He should be studying. She has not seen any playmates of Yu Xiaoxiu come to find him. Wait, an idea flashes in Yushu's mind. She grabs it and pulls it down to have a look. Suddenly she is enlightened. Xiaoxiu, is there no paper and ink at home? She had almost forgotten about this. Ever since she came to this house, she had never seen Yu Xiaoxiu write anything on a piece of paper. There was not even a desk in their small room. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't say anything, but Yushu knew that she guessed right. It was because there was no paper and ink that she couldn't even do her homework. Why didn't the Ji family give them paper and ink when they sent them to school? Or was it because it wasn't the right time to send it to him? Yushu didn't dare to ask anymore. She vaguely felt that this matter had something to do with her. The sun rose higher and higher, and the temperature increased. Yu Xiaoxiu's breathing became heavier. Yushu blinked away the sweat that flowed into her eyes. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the group of children sitting in the shade in the private school, as well as the old teacher who was teaching loudly. Bang! The incense burner in Yushu's hand fell to the ground with a loud noise. The incense ashes scattered all over the ground, and the burner rolled to the side. She weakly fell to the ground. Such a big movement caused everyone in the private school to turn their heads to look. Yu Xiaoxiu was startled by the sound. Seeing that Yushu had fainted, he quickly put the incense burner on the ground. His hands were numb from holding it for a long time, but he still hurriedly went to help Yushu up. He shook her in panic. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" He couldn't wake Yushu up. Instead, he lured the teachers out of the private school. Teacher Lu took the lead and walked in front. A group of students leaned on the railing and looked outside. Teacher Confucius, who was next door, squatted down and turned Yushu's face with one hand. He lifted her eyelids to take a look and checked her breath. "She's fine. She just fainted from the sun. When Yu Xiaoxiu heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He still held Yushu worriedly. Teacher Lu frowned. Why is her body so weak? Teacher Ji was a member of the same family and recognized the siblings. He was a little unhappy and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, she doesn't even do her homework. She can't even take a small punishment. I really don't know why I asked you to come here. You're a disgrace to our Ji family. Okay, send her back. Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and silently put Yushu's arm on his sore shoulder. He tried to help her up, but he didn't succeed. Seeing his strenuous appearance, Teacher Lu impatiently turned to the private school and called out, someone come and send them back. Someone, send them back. As soon as he said this, the students at the railing shrank their heads. Those who were slow were caught by Teacher Lu. Shui Wenjia, come here. There were a few snickers in the private school. A tall and straight teenager reluctantly walked out. Send them back and go home. Yes, teacher. The teachers in this hall were all genuine elders of the family. With a single order, no matter how much the child was pampered at home, he had to listen to them obediently. When Yu Xiaoxiu saw Teacher Lu call a boy to help support his sister, he was a little reluctant. It just so happened that Shui Wenjia was not interested in Yushu. After helping Yu Xiaoxiu put her on his back, he only held her back to prevent her from falling. Yu Xiaoxiu was also strong-willed. He silently carried Yushu out of the door. After leaving the door, they turned left. It was a small alley. As soon as they stepped into it, Shui Wenjia impatiently put down his hand. What bad luck, he said to Yu Xiaoxiu rudely. Carry her back yourself. I won't send you back. Also, don't tell on me in front of the teacher. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Being warned like this, Yu Xiaoxiu's expression was very ugly. He was about to retort when the person on his back, pretending to be dead, suddenly moved. Well, you're right. Those who would tell on me in front of the teacher are all little bastards. If you don't want to be a turtle, keep your mouth shut. Yushu climbed down from Yu Xiaoxiu's back. She held his thin shoulders with one hand and put her index finger on her lips with the other. She gestured to the fair-skinned boy in front of her to keep quiet. Shui Wenjia was dumbfounded. After a moment, he reacted. He widened his eyes and pointed at Yushu. You were pretending to be unconscious. How dare you lie to the teacher? Yushu rolled her eyes at him. If I didn't lie to him, would I really have to stand with the incense burner on my head until noon? Are you stupid? In the era that she lived in, corporal punishment was against the law. She had stood for so long just now. Rather than saying that she was afraid of being scolded by Teacher Lu, it was better to say that she wanted to make herself remember, so that she wouldn't forget her homework next time. After cutting off the pretty boy's words, Yushu ignored him. She turned her head and smiled apologetically at Yu Xiaoxiu, who had a very bad expression. She gently shook his shoulder and said, Don't be angry with me. I didn't mean to scare you. If I continue to stand, I will really faint. Look at my legs. You also know that we have no money and no one to care about us. When the time comes, we will have to trouble Aunt Lu to take care of us. It's not easy for her to help us. Yushu knew that Yu Xiaoxiu had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She deliberately used Aunt Lu as a shield. Sure enough, he just glared at her and didn't immediately shake off her hand. Come on, let's go home. It's really hot today. I'm dying of thirst after being in the sun for half a day. Yushu half-dragged Yu Xiaoxiu home. After a few steps, she remembered that she had forgotten something. She turned her head and said to Shui Wenjia, who was still standing there in a daze. Hey you, if you don't want to be a turtle, remember not to talk nonsense. If I find out that you talk too much, I will call you a little bastard when I see you in the future. Shui Wenjia was anxious. What you? Doesn't he have a name? A few days ago, she disgustingly pestered him and called him Brother Wenjia. No, this was not the point. The point was that this stinky girl who was usually submissive in front of him dared to threaten him. When Shui Wenjia finally figured out what the point was, he looked back and saw that Yushu and her brother were no longer in the alley. Chapter 12. Aunt Lu was washing clothes in the yard. When she saw the siblings coming back with their arms around each other's shoulders, she was startled. She quickly stood up and went forward to help support Yushu, who obviously didn't look well. What's wrong? You came back from school so early, and you're so tired? Look at your sweat. Your clothes are all wet. Quickly go into the house and change. Don't catch a cold. I'll go to the kitchen to make some hot noodle soup for you. Aunt Lu helped send them into the house and hurriedly went out. Yushu was listlessly lying on the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu found 2 sets of clothes from the wardrobe and threw one to Yushu. He then crawled into his own bed and pulled the bed curtain. He changed his sweaty clothes and climbed out to wear his shoes. Seeing that Yushu was still lying on the bed, he walked over and kicked her leg that was exposed outside the bed. Change your clothes first. I'll wash them. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to dry them at night. Yushu turned over and faced upwards. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiu's little yellow face that was sunburned, she really felt some heartache. Today, when she pretended to faint, she clearly saw the panic on Yu Xiaoxiu's face. Although in a sense, this child wasn't her biological brother, but as his sister, she was his only hope. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if she hadn't come to this world and Yushu had really died in the ancestral hall that night, leaving Yu Xiaoxiu all alone. Without a father to love him and a mother to love him, how would he have lived? The scene of Yu Xiaoxiu sitting in a wheelchair and secretly crying after he was paralyzed appeared in her mind again. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiu, the indomitable spirit that she had for her brother returned to Yushu. Okay. Yushu sat up from the bed and smiled at Yu Xiaoxiu. Go out, I want to change clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu looked strangely at Yushu, who was suddenly in high spirits, and went out in confusion. After eating, I'll have a good sleep. In the afternoon, I'll look around the streets and see if there's any work I can do. Yushu muttered to herself as she unbuttoned her clothes. Even if I'm going to carry a sandbag, I'll have to buy some paper and ink first. I'll have Xiaoxiu do his homework first. Strangely enough, this brother and sister pair didn't have any paper and ink at home. One was so stubborn that he would rather be punished, while the other racked his brains to think of ways to get money to buy paper. But neither of them had ever thought of reaching out to the Ji family for money. I'm going out to play. I'll be back at dinner time. Yushu waved goodbye. Yu Xiaoxiu, who was lying on the bed reading a book, didn't even glance at her. He didn't notice that under Yushu's other arm was a ball of his old clothes. In the afternoon, it was the quietest time in the servants' quarters of the Ji family. The masters were taking a lunch break, and the servants also took the opportunity to rest. There was almost no one outside. Yushu went out and hid in the back room where the clothes were drying. She shook off the blue shirt that she stole from Yu Xiaoxiu, quickly took off the short shirt and skirt, and changed into the men's clothes. Yushu was almost a head taller than Yu Xiaoxiu. Wearing his clothes, of course, she looked like she had shrunk. Fortunately, the clothes of the ancients were big, so she could make do with the shirt. As for shoes, they usually wore gray cloth shoes. It was hard to tell if they were men or women, so there was no need to change them. Yushu tied the belt, redid her hair, wrapped a small piece of cloth around her bun, and combed her temples neatly with a comb. When everything was done, she folded the clothes she took off into a ball and stuffed them into the tree hole next to her. She would change into them when she came back at night. Humming a little tune, Yushu paced back and forth a few steps. She looked at the reflection of her figure on the bedsheet on the hanger, and walked to the back door with satisfaction. When she passed by the kitchen used by the servants, she slipped in and smeared some ash from the bottom of a pot. She pointed to the water jar and smeared it on her eyebrows to hide the shape of a willow leaf. When she came out of the kitchen, she was already a shabby young man. It was hard to guess that she looked like a young girl without looking closely at her soft and tender skin. Changmenpu Street seemed to be very lively every day. There was an endless stream of people, a dazzling array of goods, and tempting cries. Yushu, who had never seen the world, almost couldn't move her legs. Changmenpu Street did not refer to a single street. It had a total of 3 streets from north to south. There were also many tea houses and pubs in the alleys connecting the east and west. It would take an hour to stroll around all of them. With her sensitivity to numbers and time, Yushu roughly converted the time. This hour was about 2 hours. She would start from the street in the south. If she still couldn't find a job after walking half of the street, she would change to the next one. In this way, the probability of success would fluctuate. If she was lucky, she could find a job before sunset. Shopkeeper, do you hire people to settle accounts here? Yushu looked at a silk and satin shop with good business. She straightened her collar and boldly walked in to apply for a job. In this world, the only thing she could do for the time being was to settle accounts. Go away, where did this boy come from? Go away, don't block my door. Yushu didn't even have the chance to introduce herself before she was kicked out, attracting the attention of several customers in the restaurant. Yushu touched her nose, turned around, and went to the next restaurant. She disguised herself as a teenager and looked at most 14 or 15 years old. No wonder the shopkeeper refused. After all, who would dare to settle accounts with such a half-grown child? Shopkeeper, do you hire people to settle accounts in your shop? I will prepare an account. Yushu walked into a shop selling vases next door. No, get out. She was kicked out again, but this time she said one more sentence, which was a good sign. Yushu comforted herself and left the shop. She planned to cross the street to the other side, but when she turned her head, she stepped on something. She bent down and picked it up. It was a delicate and small wooden carved pen holder. Because she had seen such things on Master Lu's table in the private school, she recognized it. However, the one in her hand was obviously a bit coarser. This thing was not worth much. After a moment of greed, Yushu decided to return the money she picked up. She raised her head and looked around. Not far to the west, she saw a figure carrying several paper bags with both hands. Her sharp eyes saw a pen holder tied with a string in the middle of the brightly colored paper bags. It was the same as the one in her hand. It was teetering and looked like it was about to fall. She hurriedly shouted as she chased after it. Hey, don't go, you dropped something. Half the people on the street turned their heads to look at her, except for that person. Because the crowd was so crowded, Yushu chased after that person for almost half the street. She was always behind that person. When she saw that the person turned at the next corner and was about to disappear into the crowd, she became really anxious and shouted at the top of her voice. The one in front wearing flowery clothes. Stop right there. This time, everyone on the whole street turned their heads to look at her, including the owner of the pen holder. Yushu quickly squeezed over and handed the pen holder to him. She complained in a low voice with dissatisfaction. Didn't you hear me shouting several times? Is there something wrong with your ears? You made me chase you for half the street. Really? The person saw the pen holder in Yushu's hand and realized that he had dropped something. Hearing Yushu's scolding, he chuckled and moved the bits and pieces from his left hand to his right hand. He freed his hand to take the pen holder and apologized. Sorry, I was thinking about something and didn't hear you shouting. Thank you very much. Yushu was looking up at the young man who was a head taller than her. Seeing his smiling face and hearing his polite thanks, she was too embarrassed to make things difficult for him. She shoved the pen holder back to him and pointed to the other one in his hand. She reminded him in a bad mood, and then turned around and went back into the crowd. This one is about to fall too. You carry a good thing. If you lose it again, no one will chase after you all the way to return it. The young man watched as she ran out of sight. He lowered his head and looked at the white gown with green patterns on it. He muttered to himself in puzzlement. Chapter 13. After entering 23 shops in a row and being rejected, Yushu turned her head and looked at Changmenpu South Street where she could no longer see the road she came from. She secretly thought that she was unlucky. She resolutely turned around and walked into the alley, crossing to the next street to try her luck. Running into a wall again and again made Yushu, who was anxious to find money, somewhat frustrated. She couldn't help but recall the time when she just graduated from college. At that time, she didn't think about doing actuarial work, because she didn't graduate from a good school. When she looked for a job, she ran into walls everywhere. In order to earn a living, she served dishes in restaurants, worked as a doorman, and stood at the front desk. Her first serious job was obtained by shamelessly begging people. Until later, when she became a high-paid family, she couldn't forget those days of struggling. When she thought about it, She felt that there was no obstacle that she couldn't overcome. Yushu rubbed her face that was about to be stiff from smiling. She regained her morale and walked into the first shop at the corner of the street with her head held high. "Hello, shopkeeper. Are you hiring here?" This was a cloth shop that sold silk and satins. The shop was about 20 square meters in size, and there were 3 to 5 customers picking out the patterns and colors of the cloth. The shopkeeper was a man with a sharp chin. He was furrowing his eyebrows and keeping accounts while instructing a worker to move the cloth from the warehouse behind the shop outside. When he heard the crisp sound, he turned his head and saw a young man dressed in shabby clothes walk in. He rolled his eyes and put down his pen, beckoning Yushu to come over. "Do you want to find a job?" Yushu told herself not to be happy too early. There were a few shops that asked her the same question before, but they were all kicked out in the end. "Yes, I know how to do accounts, and I can also do groceries." "Okay." The shopkeeper simply nodded and smiled at Yushu. He turned his head and shouted at the shop assistant who was working. "Anyo, send the satin that Mrs. He and Mrs. Song ordered over." When the shop assistant left with a pile of cloth, he pointed at the messy cloth on the opposite shelf and said to Yushu, "You go and put those in the back room and arrange them neatly." Yushu thought, "We haven't even talked about money. Why are you ordering me around?" She wanted to talk about the wages, but she saw that the shopkeeper was busy doing the accounts again. She hesitated for a moment, then turned around and went back to work. At this time, the middle of the cloth was rolled up with wooden planks, which were more than 10 meters thick. It was quite heavy. Yushu did not have much strength, so she could only carry one piece of cloth at a time. There were too many pieces of cloth on the shelves. She ran back and forth countless times, sweating profusely, before she finally put all the cloth behind her. Before she could catch her breath, the shopkeeper, who was about to start ordering, gave another order. "There's a well in the backyard. Go get a bucket of water and clean the shelves." "Okay." Yushu wiped her sweat, lifted the door curtain and ran to the backyard. She was grateful that she didn't eat rice at home for 2 days. She followed Yu Xiaoxiao and knew how to make a rope to fetch water from the well. She carried half a bucket of water, looked for a rag under the shelf, rolled up her sleeves, and washed and wiped. In order to leave a good impression on her first job, she didn't even let go of the gap between the wooden planks. She wrapped her fingers in the cloth and wiped them. After changing the water 3 times, there was no dust, and the rag she wrung out was clean. As soon as she put down the rag, the shopkeeper said again, "Go and pour the water. There's a broom behind the door. Sweep the floor in front of the shop." Yushu poured the water and went to find the broom. When she went out of the door, she realized that it was getting late. At dusk, there were less pedestrians on the street. Unknowingly, she had been working for the whole afternoon. After sweeping the dust in front of the door, Yushu stretched and went into the shop with the broom. At this time, there were no customers in the shop. The shopkeeper was competing with the abacus in his hand. He made a few beads and probably made a mistake again. He clicked his tongue impatiently. When he looked up, he saw Yushu standing at the door and smiling at him. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, it's all right. You can go back." Yushu's eyebrows twitched, and the smile on her face widened. "Shopkeeper, I've been working for an entire afternoon. Shouldn't you give me a few wages first?" "Wages?" The shopkeeper's chin tilted as he turned hostile. "How much work do you do, and you want to be paid for it? Did I hire you? Did I say I'll give you money? Go, go, go. Get out of here. I don't blame you for dirtying the cloth in my shop. I just want you to pay for it." Well, she met someone who worked for free? Yushu was amused and angry. She threw the broom on the ground, rolled up her sleeves and walked to the cloth compartment at the back of the shop. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yushu ignored him. She went inside and wrapped up 2 rolls of cloth in one breath. She threw them on the opposite shelf in front of the shopkeeper and turned to go back to get more. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly came out to stop her. He reached out and pulled Yushu's arm. He said angrily, "Are you making trouble here?" Yushu smiled at him. "Shopkeeper, I'm not trying to cause trouble for you. These things in your shop were originally placed there. I was the one who was meddlesome and moved them away. I'll move them back to where they belong now." Please don't be polite with me. I won't even charge you half a cent." As she said this, she used all her strength to push his hand away and went back into the warehouse. "Fine, fine, you little teach." The shopkeeper was so angry that his chin tilted a little. He turned around to look for something in the shop to hit people. Finally, he saw the broom that Yushu threw at the door. He went forward to pick it up. When he turned around, he saw Yushu coming out with another roll of cloth. He raised the broom angrily and hit her. "Get out! Are you going to get out or not?" The broom hit her back. Yushu didn't make a sound. She threw the roll of cloth on the counter. She didn't hurry to turn around. She was ready to take another hit on her back. However, the expected pain didn't come. "Shopkeeper Wu, why are you so angry? This broom is used to sweep the floor, not to hit people. So it's a busybody," Yushu thought to herself. She rubbed her shoulder and turned around to look at the extra person in the shop. At first glance, he looked familiar. At second glance, she recognized him when she saw his colorful gown. "Isn't this the colorful gown that threw things in the afternoon?" "Shopkeeper Chow, you don't know. This kid has been making trouble in my shop. Look at what he's done." "That's enough." The young man called Shopkeeper Chow took away the broom from Shopkeeper Wu's hand and threw it to the side. He reached out and patted Shopkeeper Wu's shoulder. "He's just a child, what can he know? He's just trying to make you feel better. Why are you arguing with him? Don't be angry. I bought a few more tails of yunlong tea today." Shopkeeper Wu's eyes lit up when he heard the name of the tea leaves. He turned to glare at Yushu and lectured her. "All right, I won't argue with you today." Chapter 14. Shopkeeper Chow probably didn't know that Yushu was cursing him for being a busybody, so he reached out and patted her shoulder in a friendly manner. "You want to find a job?" "Uh-huh." Yushu reluctantly agreed. She was still worried about the medical fees that had disappeared. "What do you know how to do?" "Accounting." Yushu had learned her lesson. This time, she was determined not to mention doing odd jobs. If she couldn't do it, then so be it. "You know how to use an abacus?" Shopkeeper Chow looked a little surprised. Shopkeeper Wu sneered and interrupted. "Shopkeeper Chow, don't be fooled by this kid. He doesn't look like he knows how to use an abacus. I'm afraid he doesn't even know how many beads there are on an abacus. If you don't believe me, ask him." He had guessed correctly. Yushu really did not know the format of the abacus and how many beads there were in this era. So she said, "I don't know. Show me an abacus first." "Huh?" Shopkeeper Wu quickly interrupted. "Look, what did I say? He hasn't even seen an abacus before." "Shopkeeper Wu, let me borrow your abacus." Shopkeeper Chow glanced at Yushu and pointed at the abacus on the counter across from him. In order to see Yushu make a fool of herself, Shopkeeper Wu happily took the abacus and gave it to Yushu. He purposely said, "Do you know how to count?" Yushu ignored him and shook the abacus. The familiar crashing sound made her feel better. She counted the beads vertically and horizontally. It was an antique with 2 upper and 5 lower beads and 13 horizontal lines. "What do you want me to calculate?" Yushu fiddled with the beads on the abacus and turned to ask Shopkeeper Chow. Shopkeeper Chow frowned when he saw how she held the abacus. He was a little disappointed, but he still said, "What do you want me to calculate?" "Show me how to calculate the abacus." This big 9x9 was the basic formula of calculating and calculating. If he could learn it, it was not impossible for him to reluctantly give him a job. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the abacus in the youth's hand make a crisp sound. The beads on the abacus the size of a date bounced up and down like beans. At first it was a little jerky, but in the blink of an eye, it became nimble. The crisp sound was pleasing to the ears, and it made people feel refreshed. Shopkeeper Chow's eyes lit up, but Shopkeeper Wu, who was waiting to see a joke, was dumbfounded. That bead was moved so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. How many years had he practiced this dexterous technique? Just as the two of them were surprised, Yushu had already made her calculations. She didn't even bother to show them the results. She directly shook her abacus and cleared it. She said to Shopkeeper Chow, "If you really want to get even with me, then you should come up with a proper question. Don't just come up with something to fool children." Yushu didn't know what era she was in. Arithmetic was also a type of easy to learn. If a child from a normal family wanted to learn arithmetic, they wouldn't even be able to find a teacher. Arithmetic wasn't something that everyone could learn. Fool children. Shopkeeper Chow laughed. He only thought that Yushu was purposely saying something funny to test her. He raised his hand and invited her. What do you know that's not for children? Let me see. Yushu thought for a moment, then turned sideways and put the abacus on the table. She made some space and said, then let's do something fun. 4 by 9 times. 4 by 9, not 36. It was 9,999 times 9,999 times 999. Okay. As soon as Shopkeeper Chow responded, Yushu began to play with the bead. Her fingers flew up and down, nimble to the point that it made one speechless. Her movements were dazzling. Compared to her previous moves, wasn't it just child's play? This is 999801. It's a nice name. Yushu finished moving the last bead. This time she didn't mess it up. She turned around and showed the neat picture on the abacus. It's called a solitary goose straying from its flock. The two of them curiously moved closer to take a look. The last one, and the previous 99998, were separated by 3 spaces. Didn't it look like a solitary goose straying from its flock? Shopkeeper Wu was shocked speechless. He didn't expect that the boy he ordered around for an afternoon could make such an exquisite calculation. Why didn't he see it the moment he came in? If he could get even with him, it would save him a lot of time and effort. Seeing the strange expressions on the two's faces, Yushu felt lucky that she had picked an ordinary abacus. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. Speaking of abacus, it was one of the things that Yushu was most proud of. While others were used to relying on computers and calculators, the nostalgic Yushu persisted in using this skill. Her first abacus was given to her by Yulei after he stole her father's money. After that, he got beaten up for it. She used that abacus until the beads were worn flat, but she still carefully kept it. Little brother, why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew how to use an abacus? Shopkeeper Wu suddenly changed his expression. He reached out his hand, trying to imitate Shopkeeper Chow's way of patting Yushu's shoulder. However, Yushu smiled and stopped him. Don't call me little brother. Just call me little asterisk asterisk. With a low laugh, Yushu ignored the embarrassed Shopkeeper Wu. She looked at the flowery clothes and said, how is it? Do you charge people in your shop? Of course, Shopkeeper Chow nodded. Yes. Then let's talk about the salary first. Yushu had learned from her mistakes. She didn't want to talk about money or anything else. I'll pay you 50 cents a month. What do you think? 50 cents was equivalent to 500 copper coins. Yushu didn't know the market price, but looking at Shopkeeper Wu's face, she knew it was a good price. However, she still shook her head at Shopkeeper Chow. Shopkeeper Chow was young, but he was very straightforward. He looked at the lone goose on the abacus and said, then I'll pay you 6 cents. You misunderstand. I don't think it's too little. Yushu said seriously. I don't want to pay you every month. You can pay me every day, because I can only do it in the afternoon. I only work for half a day. You can pay me 10 copper coins a day. Okay. Shopkeeper Chow agreed without thinking. Come with me to the shop now. We'll sign a contract. When you're done, I'll return the contract to you. I just happen to have an account that I need you to pay me in advance. Okay. Let's go. Now there was work to do. It saved her the trouble of asking for an advance. Shopkeeper Wu watched the two of them leave one after another. He raised his hand, but in the end, he didn't have the thick skin to keep them. He turned around and stomped his feet. On the other side, Yushu followed Shopkeeper Chow to a paper and ink shop across the street. She turned her head and looked at the silk and satin shop across the street. She smiled again. The view here was so good that she could see everything in the shop clearly. May I ask for your name, shopkeeper? Yushu turned her head and looked at her first customer with a smile. My surname is Chao Zixin. The young man spoke in a refined manner. He smiled humbly and had bright eyes and thin eyebrows. He looked like a gentleman. Thank you for helping me pick up my things in the afternoon. If he didn't mention it, Yushu would have thought that he had forgotten. Don't mention it. Aren't I getting rewarded for being a good person? Yushu went around to the back of the counter and took the deed that he had simply written. She confirmed the red stamp on it and pressed her fingerprint on it before she suddenly turned her face and said, Chapter 15. In the evening, Yushu walked home happily with a few pieces of hemp paper under her arm, a small bag of ink pieces in her bosom, and 2 copper coins in her hand. She hummed an abacus incantation that she had randomly made up, and walked home happily. Chao Zixin was a good person. After knowing that Yushu was illiterate, he asked her to stay. The 2 of them worked together. One used the abacus, and the other kept the books. In the time it took to eat a meal, they had settled all the accounts he owed today. Before closing, Yushu helped him clean up the shop. She saw some waste paper and ink pieces in the corner, and offered to buy them with her salary. Shopkeeper Chao generously gave them to her, saying that they were useless and would be thrown away in the end. So Yushu got the paper and ink without spending a penny. She made an appointment with Chao Zixin to come back tomorrow afternoon to help him settle the accounts. Yushu imagined Yu Xiaoxiu's reaction when he saw the paper and ink. She was so happy, just like when she bought a basketball for Yulei when she got her first salary. She hid in the back room and changed back into her female clothes. She folded Yu Xiaoxiu's clothes and stuffed them into the tree hole. As soon as Yushu entered the yard, she shouted, Aunt Lu! Aunt Lu, I'm back. Huh? Where is she? Yushu looked around and didn't find Aunt Lu in the yard. Usually, at this time, Aunt Lu should have finished cooking and was washing clothes. Yushu walked into the house suspiciously. She heard hurried footsteps behind her. She turned around and almost bumped into someone. Ah. Miss, where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere. Go with me. It's too late. Aunt Lu had a bad habit. When she was anxious, she would talk to Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu. She would say that she would confuse me and servant. Yushu was dragged out by the flustered Aunt Lu. She couldn't stop and had to ask, What's going on? What's going on? Where are you taking me? Where is Xiaoxiu? You forgot what day it is today. Aunt Lu kept walking and talked about her. On the 15th night of every month, all the members of the Ji family have to go to the front yard for dinner. Young master has already gone there. Come with me quickly. If you are late, old lady will be unhappy and will scold third master. Third master will be angry and will scold aunt. Aunt will be wronged and will beat you to vent her anger. What was going on? Yushu's mouth twitched. At the thought that she would be the one to be beaten up in the end, she quickened her pace. In the end, the master and servant ran hand in hand. Along the way, the scenery gradually changed. When they came out of the row of simple houses in the backyard and ran across a small bridge with flowing water, the world changed little by little. From the gray tiles of the huts to the tall pavilions, from the potholes to the long cobblestone path, from the low walls to the stone wells, to the small bridges and flowing water, to the flat green grassland, the clusters of flowers, the rockeries and the rugged rocks. After passing through the wisteria waterfall, the fragrance of the wisteria spread all over the body. The ancestral house of the Ji family was like a painting that slowly unfolded in front of her. It showed her the most intuitive view of the beauty of the courtyard of a rich family in ancient times. She was still in a daze until Aunt Lu took her to the door at the other end of the garden, and stopped to catch her breath. What villa? When she was rich, she would buy such a beautiful big house, and enjoy the pleasure of living in the park. While Yushu was secretly envious, she heard a delicate rebuke. Why are you blocking the way? Get out of the way. Aunt Lu quickly pulled Yushu to the side. Yushu looked at the young girl who raised her chin, and let her maidservant pass them. She tried hard to remember the name of this young lady from the Ji family, who went to the same private school as her. What did Yu Xiaoxiu say her name again? Jisoo? Jiru? Jichu? Phew, thank goodness we made it in time. Miss, you can go in by yourself. This servant will go help in the kitchen. Aunt Lu left Yushu behind and left. Yushu looked at the classmate in front of her who she couldn't remember the name of. She turned around and followed her. She rolled the hemp paper under her armpit into a roll, and stuffed it into her sleeves with great effort, so that she wouldn't lose it. After exiting the door, he saw a courtyard with a spacious corridor on both sides. A red lantern hung from the eaves of the roof. In the middle of the courtyard, there were more than 10 round tables covered with red and yellow patterned tablecloths. There were 6 plates of cold dishes and 2 plates of pastries arranged in the shape of a flower. It was a very exquisite sight. Most of the people sitting there were men and women, young and old. They were all dressed in beautiful silk and silk with jade and gold hairpins. At a glance, it was obvious that they were not the same kind of people as Yushu, who lived in a low house. Yushu didn't care about other people's gazes. She looked around and found Yu Xiaoxiu sitting at a table on the side looking around. She quickly walked over. As soon as Yushu came over, Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head away and didn't look at her, as if he wasn't the one who was waiting for someone. Yushu laughed in her heart. She didn't forget to look at the people at the table. There were 3 beautiful women in their 20s to 30s. They should all be her stepfather, the 3rd master of the Ji family, Ji Hyotani's concubines, including their biological mother, Aunt Chui. You're here. Why don't you sit down? Do you want to show off by standing? Aunt Chui glared at Yushu and waved her handkerchief at her, gesturing for her to sit down. Among the women, she was dressed shabbily. She only had 3 to 5 hairpins in her hair. Compared to the old lady at the table in front of her, whose head looked like a jewelry counter, she was really not good enough. Oh! Yushu sat down next to Yu Xiaoxiu and glanced at the children of the concubines. They were the biological children of the 3rd master, so they were dressed in brocade and didn't lack anything. Yushu and her brother sat here like dog meat on the wrong table. Yushu secretly elbowed Yu Xiaoxiu under the table. When he looked at her impatiently, she whispered to him, "After dinner, I'll show you something when we go back." "What?" Yushu winked at him. "I won't tell you now." Yu Xiaoxiu snorted. When he saw Aunt Chui turn her head and stare at them, he quickly sat down obediently. After a while, all the people came. The old lady with the jewelry counter head whom Yushu had criticized previously stood up with the help of 2 maids and gave an opening speech. Yushu knew that this was the old lady Ji of the Ji family, who was below 1 master and above hundreds of people. The group of people stood up and listened to the leader's speech obediently. After that, they all sat down and the food was served. This meal was very good. Chicken, duck, fish, and fish were all seen. Yushu, who had been eating vegetarian for a while, had her eyes shining. She forced herself not to put the braised fish head in front of her and ate obediently. At the dining table, Aunt Chui and the other 2 concubines in the 3rd master's room bickered and pinched each other. Yushu listened as she ate and almost laughed out loud several times. Finally, the old lady was full and left the table. A few filial sons and daughters stood up to send her off. When Yushu, who had been full for a long time, saw that she could leave, she quickly pulled Yu Xiaoxiu up and wanted to go back to their small bungalow. "You go back first." Yu Xiaoxiu pushed Yushu's hand away and looked in the direction Aunt Chui left in. He jogged to catch up with her. Chapter 16. Mother. When Aunt Chui heard the shout behind her, she turned around and looked at Yu Xiaoxiu who was jogging towards her. She frowned and said, "How many times have I told you not to call me that in front of others?" Yu Xiaoxiu stepped back and lowered his head. "I have something to say to you." Aunt Chui looked around and saw that the crowd had not dispersed yet. "Come over here." Yu Xiaoxiu followed Aunt Chui obediently to an empty corner of the flower pond and stopped. "Do you have no money to spend again?" As Aunt Chui spoke, she impatiently took off the pouch hanging on her waist and picked out a small piece of silver from it. She weighed it in her hand and stuffed it back. She took out a smaller piece and handed it to Yu Xiaoxiu. "I don't want money." Yu Xiaoxiu stared at his toes. "Please tell 3rd master not to let me go to a private school again. I don't want to learn Aunt Chui's eyes suddenly widened. She couldn't restrain her sharp voice. "What nonsense are you talking about, child?" Yu Xiaoxiu stared at her as if she wanted to eat him alive and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not talking nonsense. I don't want to go to school anymore. I want to go out and learn a trade." "Enough!" Aunt Chui fiercely interrupted Yu Xiaoxiu's explanation. She grabbed one of his hands and carelessly stuffed the small piece of silver into his hand. She said angrily, "There are so many people in Yang City who want to go to that place to study. You're the only one who has a good life. You've picked up such a great bargain, and yet you're still acting like an idiot." Your sister doesn't live up to expectations. I don't care about her. She's a girl and with her face, she can find a random family and marry them. She won't have to worry about food and drink. If you don't live up to expectations, who will support you in the future? Are you going to shamelessly live in the servant room of the Ji family for the rest of your life? You good for nothing. Yu Xiaoxiu's neck turned red, and his upper body began to tremble. Aunt Cui didn't seem to notice anything wrong with him. She reached out to twist his shoulder and shook it, lowering her voice to warn him. You'd better study hard, didn't you hear me? Did you hear me? Did you hear that? Yu Xiaoxiu didn't say a word. Aunt Cui lost her patience. She raised her head and saw a few maidservants approaching with plates. She angrily pushed Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder away and quickly left. Yu Xiaoxiu stubbornly held on to that small piece of silver. He raised the back of his hand and stubbornly rubbed the corner of his eye. He waited until the maidservants were far away before he walked out. Yu Shu hid in the narrow passageway of the flower pond and roughly heard the conversation between the mother and son. She endured it until Yu Xiaoxiu walked away. She hurriedly stepped on the flower pedestal, leaned against the wall, and jumped down. She quickly chased after him. Xiaoxiu. Yu Shu caught up to Yu Xiaoxiu's lonely back and called out to him. When he turned his head and gave her a guarded look, she pretended to be innocent and reached out to pat his shoulder. She complained. I was looking for you just now. Where did you go? Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiu put away the guard in his eyes. He ignored Yu Shu's question and walked forward. Yu Shu did not mind his coldness. Instead, she affectionately put her hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, I'm really full tonight. I don't think I'll need to eat tomorrow morning. Let's go, let's hurry back. I said I have something good to show you. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't reply, but he didn't break free from Yu Shu's grip either. He absent-mindedly listened to her chatter about tonight's meal, and the gloominess on his face, which didn't match his age, lessened a lot. Look, paper and ink. Yu Shu took out everything she had obtained this afternoon, and placed it on the table, as if she was presenting a treasure. There were a few pieces of coarse hemp paper and a small bag of scattered ink. In the eyes of any child in the Ji family, these were worthless things, but they caused Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes to widen in surprise. He couldn't help but reach out to touch this and flip through that. After a short moment of surprise, the young and mature younger brother Yu began to suspect the origins of these things. Where did you get them from? Anyway, I didn't steal them. You can use them without worry. I promise you, if these things are not legal, my nose will be crooked tomorrow morning. Yu Shu did not intend to tell him that she had found a job outside. Not to mention whether it was right for a girl to go out to make money. It was difficult to explain to him that she planned to make money. Yu Shu's promise dispelled the suspicion on Yu Xiaoxiu's face. It was not that he believed in her character, but he knew that she was a narcissistic person. She would not curse herself to be disfigured just to lie. I didn't do my homework last night and was punished this morning. I don't want to embarrass myself again tomorrow. Look, I found the paper and ink. To be fair, you have to teach me how to write my homework later. You know I can't write many words. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her with disdain. He looked reluctant, but he still nodded slightly. Yu Shu happily turned around and rummaged through the drawers. Where's the pen? Where's the pen? I remember there was a brush pen in the drawer yesterday. Yu Xiaoxiu touched the coarse paper again. He got up and took a small bowl with a hole in it. He brought some water back and picked out 2 pieces of ink from the paper bag. He melted them with water and mixed the ink. When the ink was ready, Yu Shu also found the pen. The hairs on the tip of the brush were all split open. Yu Xiaoxiu plucked out a few of the disobedient hairs and dipped them in ink. The tip of the brush looked relatively smooth. He spread out the paper and rolled up his sleeves. Just as he was about to write, Yu Shu pulled on his sleeve. You're going to write now? Don't you need to calculate it first? Yu Shu did not forget that Mr. Liu had talked about a lot of theories and divination in class yesterday. In the end, he arranged for them to go home and calculate tomorrow's Qingyu homework. I've calculated it. Huh? When did you calculate it? How come she had already calculated it? She had originally thought that she could learn from the side. When you went out to play in the afternoon. Yu Xiaoxiu pushed Yu Shu's hand away and directly wrote the result of the calculation on the paper. He wrote it stroke by stroke seriously. I didn't go out to play, okay? Yu Shu had no choice but to gloomily turn her attention to Yu Xiaoxiu's writing. The An dynasty inherited the culture of the Song dynasty. There were many kinds of scripts such as semi-cursive script, clerical script, cursive script, and running regular script. Yu Shu was a layman. She felt that Yu Xiaoxiu's writing was neat, so she praised him. Xiaoxiu, your writing is so beautiful. Yu Xiaoxiu did not appreciate it and took the opportunity to mock her. If you were less playful, you wouldn't be so bad at holding the pen. Yu Shu laughed dryly. She was afraid that she would disturb him and make a mistake, so she quieted down. Yu Xiaoxiu finished his writing. After blowing it dry, he took another piece of paper and started writing from the beginning. Yu Shu watched from the side. She thought that he was writing her own. She secretly laughed and pretended to be embarrassed. You don't have to write it for me. I can copy it myself. Although the writing is a little crooked, it's fine as long as I can read it. Hearing her flattery, Yu Xiaoxiu did not even bother to raise his head. Copy this later. Write 2 identical copies. Do you think the teacher won't scold you, idiot? Are you bullying me for being illiterate? Are you bullying me for being uncultured? Yu Shu was secretly angry, but she did not dare to talk back. She stared at the back of his head and silently scolded. Chapter 17. Yu Shu sat up from the bed and stretched herself. The soreness from her shoulders to her lower back made her grit her teeth. This was the result of not working for a long time and suddenly becoming diligent. She lifted a corner of the bed curtain and looked across. The curtain on the other side of the room was still down. Yu Xiaoxiu had not gotten up yet. After putting on her clothes and carrying a basin, Yu Shu dragged her feet to the yard. Aunt Lu happened to be returning from the well with a bucket of water. Seeing her like this, she said, "Miss, put on your shoes and walk. It's easy to trip." Oh. Yu Shu rubbed her eyes and lifted her calves to put on her heels. She thought that when she had money in the future, she would have to make a pair of slippers first. Aunt Lu took a few steps forward and turned back to say, "Tie up your hair before washing your face. Otherwise you will get water everywhere. Alas, I will boil the water and comb your hair for you." Oh. Yu Shu grabbed her loose hair and stuffed it into the back of her collar. These 2 small movements made her arms creak from the soreness. Washing her face and fetching water. She didn't want to wash her face, could she? She walked to the well with a sad face and saw a bucket full of water. At that moment, Yu Shu wanted to turn around and hug Aunt Lu and kiss her. However, considering that Aunt Lu might think that she had lost her mind, she finally gave up. After pouring half a basin of water, Yu Shu washed her face and hummed. Brother took the imperial examination and became a scholar. Brother pushed the cart. Brother was sent to school. Brother studied for 3 years. Oh, he took the imperial examination and became a scholar. This was a poem that she pestered Yu Xiaoxiu to teach her before going to bed yesterday. She would recite it when she had nothing to do and practice the local dialect. It's early in the morning. Don't leave me alone. Take the water aside and don't block the mouth of the well. Yu Shu was busy reciting. Hearing the voice, she wiped her face and turned around. She saw the neatly dressed Yu Xiaoxiu standing at the door with his hands behind his back, scolding her like an old man. Yu Shu really wanted to show some of the dignity of an elder sister, but unfortunately, after trying a few times, she failed to keep a straight face. Instead, under his disdainful gaze, she said with some grievance, "Xiaoxiu, my arm hurts. You only wrote a few words and you said your arm hurts." Yu Xiaoxiu laughed at her and walked over. He took the bucket of water by the well to the side, and took her washing water to the foot of the wall to pour it out. Seeing him busy, Yu Shu's gloomy face brightened up. She returned to the room with a towel. The soreness in her muscles seemed to be relieved a lot. After dinner, before going out, Yu Shu did not forget to remind Yu Xiaoxiu to bring his homework. She happily played with the flour bag on her shoulder. This was made by Aunt Lu with old clothes 2 days ago. There were a few small yellow flowers made of cloth sewn on the front of the cloth bag. This handmade fabric was especially cute in her eyes. Yushu didn't know if it was because she had suddenly become younger by more than 10 years. In her previous life, she had been forced to be calm and capable in front of others due to the circumstances of her life. The lively and cheerful side of her personality, after experiencing many changes, was able to express itself in this life. Today, when she passed by the school's entrance, Yushu deliberately glanced at the plaque above the door. In the past 2 days, she had managed to recognize some of the characters, and was able to read them out. This private school was called Sanju's study house. In this private school, the brother and sister pair had always been the odd ones out. In addition to the incident yesterday when they were punished to stand on top of the incense burner, there was not a single person in the school who did not know of the two's great names. Yushu also knew that she and Yu Xiaoxiu were not welcomed here. However, they did their homework last night, so they came to school with confidence today. She did not think about the punishment of standing with the incense burner, so she did not feel embarrassed. However, Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head when he entered the door. Yushu followed him to a seat. Before she could sit down, someone in the pavilion laughed and said to her in a loud voice, "Mouseu, it was Shui Wenjie who sent you home yesterday, right? Why didn't you thank him when you came?" Yushu heard the voice and looked up. She saw a few teenagers clustered around the fence. The one who spoke was a boy with big teeth. As soon as he finished laughing, he was hit on the head by a handsome boy behind him. "Master asked me to send her home. Do you think I wanted to? Who wants her to thank me?" Yushu looked at the boy, who was also looking at her with disgust. When their eyes met, the boy shouted, "What are you looking at?" Yushu turned her head back and took off the little flower bag on her shoulder as she thought to herself, "That's right. Shui. What was it again?" When Shui Wenjie saw that Yushu did not say a word and deliberately ignored him, he became angry. He absent-mindedly played with his companions for a while, and suddenly shouted to the people around him. "Let me tell you, there is someone who is very bold. He even dared to deceive Master Lu." Several teenagers who were playing on the side immediately pricked up their ears and asked curiously, "Who? Who?" Shui Wenjie was not in a hurry to answer. He squinted in the direction of Yushu. After waiting for a long time, she did not raise her head. The little bit of pride that had just emerged disappeared immediately. He really wanted to expose her pretending to be unconscious to deceive Master Lu, and see how long she could pretend to be unconscious. "Wenjie, tell me which deceiving Master Lu?" "Wenjie? So annoying." Shui Wenjie pushed away several playmates who were asking and sat back in his seat. He was annoyed. He was not afraid of being called a turtle by her. He just did not want to argue with a shameless person like her. Shui Wenjie had a headache because of Yushu's words yesterday. However, Yushu did not care about pretending to have a heat stroke to deceive Master Lu. She took out her homework from her bag. The homework in her hand was copied by hand. Compared with Yu Xiaoxiu's neat calligraphy, her handwriting was as ugly as an earthworm crawling on the paper. Yushu despised herself for a while. She took this time to review the traditional Chinese characters she learned yesterday, before the master came to class. The An dynasty was 300 years after the Song dynasty. The development of characters was very fast, and the recognition of characters was also very high. Yushu thought that she could learn quickly. As long as she memorized the pronunciation and shape of the characters, it would not be a problem for her to read books after 10 days or half a month. Speaking of books, Yushu thought of the textbooks that were sold by the little girl in her previous life. She turned her head and looked at the books on other people's desks. She was a little worried. Last night, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu that the books of Yi Shui were privately printed by the family. Although they were also sold outside, the cheapest one cost more than 10 taels of silver. She only had 10 copper coins with her. She was afraid that it was not enough to buy a page of the book. Since she did not have so much money to spend, Yushu had to think of other ideas. There were still a lot of useless hemp paper in Chao Zixin's shop. She would discuss with him this afternoon, and see if he could sell all of them to her at a low price. Chapter 18. Yushu yawned. Before Mr. Lu's gaze turned to her, she closed her mouth and pretended to be listening attentively. However, she did not have the foundation to learn, and she did not even understand the principles. Only God knew that after sitting here for half a day, she did not understand anything and did not learn anything. After yesterday's punishment of fainting while standing, Yushu knew that her name in Mr. Lu's student list must have been crossed out with a big red cross. This morning, when she handed in her homework, Mr. Lu looked at her messy homework paper. His expression was like he had seen a nest of cockroaches. Even Yushu felt bad for him. However, there was nothing she could do. She was used to using a pen. How could she compare to this group of children who had been holding pens since they were young? Moreover, the ink and paper used were the worst. For a beginner like her, it was not easy to make the runny ink take shape on the paper, let alone look good. After sitting for an entire morning, it was finally time for the class to end. Mr. Lu took out a stack of papers from the books he had brought. He shook it in front of everyone and said, "Yesterday's homework, aside from 2 people who did not do it, half of the people sitting here did it very well. This old man will write it down for you. These are the calculations that were wrong. You can take them back later." Mr. Lu placed the stack of papers on his special desk and left with the books. The students of the private school watched him leave. Then they stood up and surrounded him. They wanted to see if their homework was among the returned homework. "Ha ha ha. It's not mine, it's not mine. Lu Air, you wrote this, right? Hee hee, let me see. Give it to me." "No, I won't give it to you. I want to see where your calculations are wrong, you idiot." The naughty teenagers played around. Yushu saw that there was nothing else for her to do. She picked up her bag and called Yu Xiaoxiu to go home. Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly walked to the door with her. Yushu was wondering how to ask him to borrow the book when she suddenly heard someone call out to her. She turned her head and saw 2 little girls under a tree not far from the street. One was short, the other was fat. They were waving their hands and running toward her. Soon, they arrived in front of her and clamped her arms, pushing Yu Xiaoxiu to the side. "Shu Shu, we waited for you for several days before we heard that you were beaten and locked up. Where did they hit you? Does it still hurt? Shu Shu, why didn't you come to find us when you were out? If we hadn't heard that you were in school, Tian Tian and I would have been waiting for you at the entrance of the Ji family every day." Yushu felt a little dizzy as she listened to these 2 little girls, who were about the same age as her, calling her uncle over and over again. Who were they? "I'll go back first. Go home before lunch. No one's waiting for you." Yu Xiaoxiu glanced at the 2 people hanging on Yushu's left and right with disgust, then turned around and left. "Xiaoxiu, hey, wait for me. Don't go. Shu Shu, let's talk over there." Yushu didn't respond to Yu Xiaoxiu. She was half dragged by the 2 little girls to the opposite side of the street. She watched Yu Xiaoxiu turn into the alley and disappear. "Shu Shu, how many times did you get beaten? Did the Ji family beat you with whips or sticks? Shu Shu, does it hurt when they beat you?" Ula. That's enough." Yushu had a headache from the noise. She called out to stop the 2 little girls from shouting. She put her hands behind their backs and grabbed their collars. She brought them in front of her and recognized their faces first. Judging from what they said, the short girl and the fat girl should be the friends of her predecessor. It was not easy for such a sick girl to have friends. "Ahem, I'm fine. The Ji family didn't beat me. They locked me up for a few days and released me. Look, I'm fine." After saying that, Yushu spun around and stretched her legs for them to look closely. "Ah." The fat girl was stunned. "You didn't get beaten? Why does it sound like he's disappointed?" The short girl secretly nudged the fat girl with her elbow and grinned at Yushu. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Yushu originally thought that she was overthinking, but when she saw the 2's small movements, she knew that there was definitely a problem. She rolled her eyes, reached out and patted their shoulders in a friendly manner, and said with a smile, "I said I would look for you this afternoon. Who knew you couldn't wait and came?" The fat girl looked at the short girl. The short girl scratched her head. Looking at Yushu, she knew that she could no longer play dumb with her. Hence, she stopped smiling and reached into her sleeves. She took out a small piece of silver the size of her thumb and handed it to Yushu with gritted teeth, saying, "You lost the bet. Take it." She was still trying to play tricks with her when her teeth were not fully grown. Yu Shu took the silver without saying anything and reached out to the fat girl with her other hand. Why didn't the Ji family hit you when you broke Miss Ji's things? Strange. The fat girl muttered as she reluctantly took out a small piece of silver from the pouch on her waist and placed it in Yu Shu's hand with a pained expression on her face. Yu Shu counted the 2 pieces of silver, which could be exchanged for about 100 copper coins. She stuffed them into her belt and smiled at the 2 men. It's almost noon. Go home for lunch. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. She waved her hand and pushed the 2 away. She walked towards the alley across the street and didn't hear what they were shouting behind her. When she entered the alley, the smile on Yu Shu's face disappeared. She dug out 2 small pieces of silver horn from the seam of her waist, tossed them in her palm, and clenched them tightly. She lost her life for 100 copper coins. Stinky girl. She's really a stinky girl. Paper money? Chao Zixin, who was fiddling with a few spring inkstones on the shelf, turned his head. Why do you ask? Is it because someone at home? No. Yu Shu moved 2 abacus beads with her left hand and quickly interrupted him. She was afraid that he would accidentally curse Yu Xiaoxiu. I've been unlucky these days. I want to pray to the gods to change my luck. Chao Zixin didn't know that she was talking nonsense. He laughed. Burning paper money and praying to the gods to change your luck? Heh, where did you hear that? Does it work? Just tell me if you know where to buy it. Yu Shu ran out after lunch. She wandered around Changmen Street for a long time, but couldn't find a place to buy paper money for the underworld. She had no choice but to ask shopkeeper Chow for help. I remember there is a Fusho shop in the alley behind. Do you want me to take you there after closing? I don't dare to trouble you. Just tell me how to go. Turn right after you go out of the door. Just go in the 3rd alley. Thank you, shopkeeper. Yu Shu wrote it down and thanked him. Then she started to calculate on her abacus again. She held the brush crookedly in her right hand and boldly wrote down the numbers on a piece of waste paper with Arabic numerals. She felt that she was being paid for her work. She was embarrassed that she had to work on her abacus every day and have the boss keep the books for her. This afternoon, when she came over, she suggested a compromise. First, she would calculate the accounts and use her own method to write it down. Then she would report it to Chao Zixin before closing time, so that he could copy it and put it into the account. Chao Zixin put away the new goods and turned back to the counter to pour tea. Seeing her scribbling some ghost characters on the paper, he asked curiously, "Can you understand these by yourself?" "I can understand it. This is how I count. It's just that the writing is a little ugly." Yu Shu laughed dryly. Looking at the young man's delicate side face, Chao Zixin had a lot of doubts in his heart. A person who knew how to use the abacus but couldn't write, no one would believe it. What was the background of this young man? Chao Zixin was curious, but he would not take the initiative to ask. Since the other party had the intention to hide, why should he get to the bottom of it? Everyone had secrets that they didn't want others to know, didn't they? Shaking his head and smiling, Chao Zixin bent over and straightened the brush in Yu Shu's hand. He said pleasantly, Chapter 19. Chao Zixin's paper and ink shop was opened in the western section of Changmenpu Street. The name of the shop was Mianjai, which meant that the ink was fragrant and the brush danced, and the book encouraged life. Speaking of it, Chao Zixin's shop had just opened for half a month. In addition to him, the boss, there was only Yu Shu the accountant. There wasn't even a handyman. When there were many guests, Yu Shu had to put down her abacus to help entertain the guests. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't write and keep accounts, Yu Shu would definitely ask shopkeeper Chow for 2 wages. At dusk, Chao Zixin blocked 2 pieces of door panels at the door of the shop, indicating that it was closed. He returned to the shop and took the account book handed over by Yu Shu. It took him a while to record the accounts she had calculated. Today's business was good. The ink, paper, and inkstone were sold for more than 5 taels of silver. This made Yu Shu, who only had 10 copper coins, jealous. 5 taels of silver, 1 tael was 10 jiao, and 1 jiao was 100 copper coins. 5 taels was 5,000 copper coins. Even if the cost of purchasing was deducted, there was at least a 30% profit. After deducting the rent, he could earn 1 tael of silver a day, which was 30 taels of silver a month. Aunt Lou couldn't earn this amount even if she saved up for 30 years. What's wrong? Chao Zixin put down the pen and pulled his collar. Yushu looked at him with eyes that made him feel a little cold on his neck. Shopkeeper, you are quite capable. Looking at your age, you are at most 20 years old. You can open a shop in Changmenpu to do business. May I ask, what did your ancestors do? Since the Song dynasty, there was a policy of not suppressing commerce. In the Dan dynasty, the imperial court was even more relaxed for merchants. Merchants could occupy farmland and buy land, and their descendants were not prohibited from taking the imperial examination. In the local area, some rich merchants donated more grain and rice during the drought and disaster years. Often, they were appointed as the minister-counselor. They were not in office, but they had a good title. In the future, their descendants would be able to take the imperial examination, and their career would be much easier than others. My grandfather was a scholar. Chao Zixin put away the account book, turned around and pulled out a few sheets of paper from under the shelf. He used a paperweight to press them down. Seeing that there wasn't much ink left in the inkstone, he pushed some more ink into the inkstone. At the same time he said to Yushu, since you know how to write 10 big numbers, I won't teach you anymore. Today, I'll teach you how to recognize a few types of paper in the shop. I don't ask you to write them, but you have to remember how they look like. I think you're smart enough to learn them. Yushu rested her chin on her hands and leaned against the counter. She watched as he changed to a small brush and held it properly. He brushed the paper and wrote 5 words from right to left. After Chao Zixin finished writing, he pointed at it and taught her to read it. Cloth head paper, cold gold paper, clear heart paper, rattan paper, hemp paper. Read it. He read it 3 times in a row before asking Yushu to read it. Yushu was a humble person who was eager to learn. Even though she felt that it was a bit embarrassing to be taught like a child, she still read it obediently. Cloth head paper, cold gold paper, clear heart paper, rattan paper, hemp paper. Good reading. Chao Zixin praised her. Seeing that she looked quite obedient at this time, he couldn't help but reach out to pat Yushu's head. She had the foresight to shake her head and avoid it. What a joke. In terms of actual age, she was much older than this boy. How could he have the chance to pat her head? Chao Zixin's hand missed. He chuckled and took back the paper with the words written on it. He pushed the paper in front of her. Read it a few more times. I'll go pack up. Let's go together. Okay. Yushu saw that it wasn't dark yet, so she wasn't in a hurry to go home. She hooked her leg around Chao Zixin's high stool and sat down. She took a piece of paper and concentrated on memorizing the words. Chao Zixin only asked her to memorize how it looked, but she asked herself to be able to write it. Here, this is today's salary. Chao Zixin packed up his things and put a handful of copper coins on the counter. Yushu folded the writing paper and stuffed it into her arms. She pulled the money on the counter and put it into her belt. Chao Zixin still remembered how she counted the money when he gave her yesterday's salary. Seeing that she was so careless today, he asked curiously, "Why don't you count it today?" Yushu raised her eyebrows at him. "I was not familiar with you yesterday, but I am familiar with you today. How can it be the same?" Hearing that the child's words were interesting, Chao Zixin was amused. He put one hand on the counter and teased, "You believe people so quickly. No wonder you were ordered around all afternoon yesterday." Yushu rolled her eyes at him and said half-truthfully, "How did you know that I would be ordered around by him for nothing? If you didn't come at the right time, I don't know how he would apologize to me later." Yushu's words were true. She was not a person who was willing to suffer losses. If Chao Zixin hadn't appeared yesterday, she had ways to make shopkeeper Wu of the silk and satin shop across the street pay him back double for taking advantage of her. Chao Zixin didn't know Yushu's background. He just thought that the boy was talking big. He smiled and skipped the topic. He led her out of the shop. They closed the door and locked it. Changmen Street was an expensive place. After nightfall, there were special patrols. Usually people were not afraid of thieves. If they were worried, they could arrange their own workers to live in the shop. And Chao Zixin was the kind of person who could be at ease. Let's go. I'll take you to the Fusho shop. Didn't you want to buy paper money? I know the way. You can go about your business. Yushu didn't want to go with Chao Zixin. It was the same as not wanting to see the leader after work. It's okay. I'll take you there in case you get lost and miss dinner. When Yushu was settling accounts with Chao Zixin yesterday, she unintentionally joked that the family didn't wait for people to eat at home. She didn't want him to remember it. Looking at shopkeeper Chao who was leading the way, Yushu couldn't refuse her temporary support, so she quickly followed. In the dead of night, Yushu heard Yu Xiaoxiu snoring on the other side of the room. She turned over and got out of bed. She put on her clothes and shoes and took out a bag of ghost money hidden under the bed. She passed by the table, took the flint, and tiptoed out of the door. On the way from the servant's room to the back door, there was a small forest. At night, not even a lantern could be seen on the road. Yushu groped her way into the forest and found a flat place to squat down. With her back against an old tree, she put down her bag, used her feet to rub the leaves on the ground to one side, and took out a flint. After fiddling for a long time, she still couldn't light the fire. Yushu sweated. When she was about to stand up and stretch, she heard a series of footsteps behind her. The leaves on the ground made a cha-cha-cha sound, which scared her and made her lie on the ground. Second young master, don't go inside. I'm scared. Don't be scared. Come, I'll rub it for you. You're so annoying. Where do you put your hands? Shukar, be quiet. Don't let others hear you. Humph, are you afraid of others hearing you? If you were really afraid, you wouldn't dare to recruit me. Alas, third master treats me well, but I like you, you playboy. It's all because of you. On the other side of the tree, a pair of wild mandarin ducks were flirting. On the other side of the tree, Yushu lay in the grass and didn't dare to breathe. She was so depressed that she just wanted to hit the wall. Chapter 20. In the morning, Yu Xiaoxiu washed up and dressed. When breakfast was served on the table, Yushu still hadn't gotten up. He thought that she was lazy again, so he put down the bowl and chopsticks, walked over and kicked the bed leg, and shouted angrily, "Get up, don't sleep, get up quickly." Behind the curtain, Yushu turned over, hugged the pillow, and continued to sleep. Yu Xiaoxiu frowned, reached out to grab the corner of her quilt, and pulled it out. Get up. The early spring morning was still cold. Without the quilt and wearing only a shirt, Yushu was awakened by the cold. She opened her eyes, looked at the figure outside the bed curtain, and murmured. She slowly got up, stretched, rubbed her arms, and said, "Xiaoxiu, go get me a clean set of clothes." Last night, she had to crawl out of the small forest. Because of that pair of wild mandarin ducks, she couldn't even complete her official business. She returned to her room in the middle of the night. Afraid that she would wake Yu Xiaoxiu, she took off her dirty clothes and fell asleep. Yu Xiaoxiu threw the quilt back on her bed, went to the wardrobe, and found a clean dress for her, and threw it to her. Hurry up and get dressed. You can sleep however you want after breakfast. Yushu put on her blouse while fighting against her drowsiness. She finally understood what he was talking about and said in a daze, "Aren't you going to the study room?" Yu Xiaoxiu snorted, picked up the dirty clothes she had put at the end of the bed, and said, "You slept too much. Today is the 17th of February, the death anniversary of Lady Ningxian. The whole world will stop for this day. You can't learn or calculate, so why do you have classes? Oh, look at my memory." Yushu patted her head and was secretly speechless. She just knew that there was such a saying. There was no need to go to school. After eating, Yushu thought about washing the dirty clothes from last night and putting them in the wooden basin to carry them out. As soon as she went out, she was robbed by Aunt Lu. "Young master and young mistress, go and play. This servant has nothing to do today, so I'll wash all the things that need to be washed." Although Aunt Lu is a servant brought by Aunt Shui, she is now a servant of the Ji family. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu are not the young master and miss of the Ji family. Strictly speaking, they can't order her around at all. Usually, Aunt Lu is busy in the kitchen. Yu Xiaoxiu does the laundry and the quilt himself. Occasionally, when she is free, she will not ask the siblings to do it. Yushu scratched her neck and reached out to scratch her back through her clothes. Her other hand held on to Aunt Lou. Aunt Lou, is there hot water at the back of the house? Yes, miss, do you want some water? No. Yushu turned her head and glanced at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was reading in the room. She whispered to her, I want to wipe my body. Last night, I dreamed and sweated all over. She has been here for many days and has only washed her hair once. Knowing that boiling water will waste firewood, she doesn't dare to ask for a bath. But last night, she lay on the grass for half a day. After a night, her body is sticky and itchy. She can't take a bath. Let her wipe her body. Aunt Lou saw her scratching hard and listened to her request. Her expression was a little strange. She looked at her a few times, put down the dirty clothes, and pulled her to her room. Aunt Lou lived alone and lived in a single room. The room was half the size of Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu. She took Yushu into the room and pressed her to sit on her bed. Miss, you want to take a bath? Please sit here. This servant will go get water and change clothes for you inside. Aunt Lou ran out. After a while, she came back with a large wooden tub half the height of a person. When Yushu saw the tub, her eyes lit up. She saw that someone in the yard used this big tub to wash clothes. She didn't think that it could be used as a bathtub. Putting the tub down in the corner of the room, Aunt Lou ran out to get water. A bucket of hot water was poured into the wooden tub. White steam came out, which made Yushu's heart itch. Seeing Aunt Lou bustling about, she felt bad and stood up to help. However, Aunt Lou smiled and refused. Aunt Lou, I'm sorry. Miss, you are sensible now. In the past, when you wanted to take a bath, you cried and asked this servant to go to Aunt Lou's place to get a bathtub for you. This servant didn't listen to her advice and was scolded by Aunt Lou. In fact, you are still small. This tub is enough. You can sit here and wait. This servant will go get a bucket of cold water. Yushu watched Aunt Lou run out with the empty tub. She felt bad in her heart. Compared with Aunt Lou's careful care, Aunt Chui's indifference to her own children was really chilling. She a fake felt bad, let alone the original Yu Xiaoxiu. She took a bath in a wooden tub used for washing clothes. There was no shampoo, no bath liquid, and she couldn't even stretch her legs. However, Yushu felt unprecedentedly happy. She changed into clean clothes from inside to outside, and wrapped her wet hair with a cloth. She and Aunt Lou worked together to carry the wooden basin to the yard and watered the trees against the wall. Then, she hung the clothes that Aunt Lou washed on the clothesline and shook them. After doing these, Yushu returned to the room refreshed. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu still holding a book and reading, she went over and knelt on the bench. She stretched her arm under the tip of his nose and said with a smile, "Smell it. Is it fragrant?" Yu Xiaoxiu pushed her hand away and said without raising his head, "If you have nothing to do, go to sleep. Don't bother me." Yushu stopped teasing him. After sitting down, she took off the cloth on her head, tilted her head, and said while drying her hair, "If you read like this for a long time, your eyes will be damaged. When that time comes, you won't be able to see the words clearly even if you lie on the paper. Don't read anymore. Go to the yard and stand for a while." Yu Xiaoxiu snorted and didn't move. Yu Xiaoxiu. Yushu threw the towel on the table, folded her hands in front of her chest, and said with a straight face, "No matter what, I am your sister. Don't listen to me talking to you. Who taught you to be so rude?" Pa. Yu Xiaoxiu put the book upside down on the table, and went out with a stern face. Yushu had achieved her goal. She raised her eyebrows proudly, grabbed the towel, and went back to the bed. She crossed her legs and took out the note that Chao Zixing gave her yesterday from under the pillow. She began to review in a low voice. Cloth head paper, cold gold paper, clear heart paper, rattan paper, hemp paper. She didn't sleep well last night. After reading for a while, she felt sleepy and was wandering in and out of her dreams. Suddenly, she heard a noise outside the yard. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. She saw that at the door, Aunt Lou was holding the door frame with both hands, blocking two men who looked like servants and not letting them in. Yu Xiaoxiu was standing behind her in a daze. The two sides were arguing. "What happened? Why do you want to drive our young master and miss out? Tell us first." Chapter 21. The old master of the Ji family, Ji Huaishan, is 61 years old. He has 3 sons and a daughter with his wife. The 3 masters of the Ji family all live in the ancestral home. Because Ji Huaishan is still serving as the celestial commissioner, he lives in the capital all year round. He leaves the old lady Ji in Yiyang City, so that her children can be filial. Ji Huaishan is far away in the capital. The first master, Ji Xiaohan, is the temporary head of the Ji family. The Yi family receives a salary from the imperial court. Opening a trading shop to provide divination and divination services for officials, merchants, and even the common people is another common source of income. The few trading shops the Ji family owns in Yiyang City are mostly managed by Ji Xiaohan. Although the eldest son is the head of the Ji family, the second master Ji Xiaoqun is the favorite of the old lady. His daughter, the 4th daughter of the Ji family, passed the Dian examination, which is held every 3 years in the capital at the age of 14. She was able to study at the Taisher Library, which is owned by the Celestial Commissioner. The 3rd master, Ji Hyotani, is not the head of the family, nor is he favored by his parents. However, he has been a businessman since he was young. Every year, he can add a large amount of silver to the family. Therefore, no one in the Ji family dares to look at this master differently. Yushu is squatting at the door. Together with Aunt Lu, she is supporting Aunt Chui, who is almost out of breath after being beaten. Under the cover of her disheveled hair, she quietly raises her head to look at the 3rd master of the Ji family. It is noon. The sun is blazing outside. In a room in the East Stride courtyard, half of the people are standing. Only a middle-aged man in his 30s is sitting on a heavy wooden armchair. Ji Hyotani was dressed in a purplish-green robe. The sleeves of his robe were embroidered with exquisite black floral patterns. His waist was fastened with a wide belt buckle, revealing his belly slightly. His hair was combed into a hilt, with a triangular inverted silver crown and a long hairpin. Ji Hyotani was born with a round face and slightly curved eyebrows, which should have made him look kind, but at the moment his face was gloomy and his eyes were gloomy, spoiling his benevolent appearance. What I hate the most in my life is people who betray me while helping others. What I hate the most is people who lie to me. None of you can count on luck for today's matter. Even if you manage to muddle through this day, if I find out about it in the future, you will only suffer twice as much. Ji Hyotani was now 36 years old. After his wife passed away a long time ago, he did not remarry. On the contrary, his concubines were brought into the family one by one. Thus, he had a few more trifling matters to deal with than others. From today onwards, it would have to go back to last night. In his courtyard, there was a woman who came back from the back door with a man. It was dark and the lantern was weak, so several old women on night duty saw the figure of the woman. Early the next morning, the news of the fire in the backyard reached Ji Hyotani's ears. He called several witnesses to the upper room for questioning. Someone pointed out that it was Aunt Chui who lived in the Little West Pavilion. At that time, Ji Hyotani was in a fit of anger. He asked someone to drag Aunt Chui, who was still sleeping, over. When he saw her sleepy look, he didn't even ask her anything. He kicked her in the chest and threw her out without even asking her to wear her shoes. This led to the scene in the morning when Yushu finished her bath. Some servants came in and out of the back room. Coincidentally, Yushu was looking for a place to burn joss paper last night. She ran into that pair of wild mandarin ducks. She was sure that it was not her mother who did it. So she lied to 2 servants and left Yu Xiaoxiu. She took Aunt Lu and followed them to the East Striding courtyard to tell them the truth. Someone went in to report. After waiting outside for a while, they were let in. As for Ji Hyotani, after kicking Aunt Chui, his anger subsided a little. He wanted to catch the adulterer again. He turned around and asked someone to pick up Aunt Chui from the street. After listening to the servant's report about Yushu, he let them in together. After saying these harsh words, Ji Hyotani turned his face to Yushu, who was at the door. Yushu, right? Where did you go last night? 3rd Master, last night I got up in the middle of the night and went to the woods in front of the back door of the courtyard. I met. Yushu pretended to be timid and looked around at the women in the room. Met what? Tell me. Ji Hyotani also glanced at the several trembling concubines in the room. I saw a man and a woman biting each other's lips. Yushu lowered her head after she finished speaking. Ji Hyotani clenched his fists on his knees and said in a low voice, "Did you see who it was?" It was dark. At that time, I thought they were two ghosts. I got scared and hid in the haystack. I didn't see their faces, but I heard them talking. The breathing in the room became softer. Someone was holding their breath. What did they say? Yushu rubbed the tips of her toes and stammered. That man said that he wanted to let the woman rub his feet, but the woman said that he was annoying. She said that his hands were messy and that he shouldn't be impatient like a monkey. She also told him to be gentler and slower. The man told her to be softer. Later, the woman said that third master treated her very well. It's just that you're old and can't. Enough. Ji Hyotani interrupted Yushu with a dark face. He glanced at the concubines in the room coldly and said to Yushu in a stern voice, "Lying and talking nonsense at such a young age. What were you doing at the back door in the middle of the night?" Yushu's legs softened and she knelt on the ground. "Third master, I don't dare to lie. I had a nightmare last night and was haunted by ghosts. So I wanted to burn some joss paper in the woods to say goodbye. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to search my room. The joss paper is under my bed. Oh, and I left the joss paper in the woods last night. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to find it." "Guards!" Ji Hyotani shouted and several servants immediately appeared at the door. "Go to the woods at the back door of the compound and see if there is the joss paper she mentioned. And see if there are any footprints nearby and measure them for me." So smart. He can draw inferences. Yushu praised him secretly. In fact, Ji Hyotani had believed Yushu's words. As soon as he sent the servants out, he asked Yushu again, "Do you remember the voices of the two people who talked last night? If I ask you to identify them now, can you point them out?" Yushu looked up at the women in the room again. It was not difficult to find that one of them had turned pale. She scratched her hair and said to Ji Hyotani in a timid voice, "I knew it wasn't my mother's voice. She didn't come here to help her stepfather catch the adulterer. If she hadn't considered that she would be driven out, the family of 3 would have to sleep on the street. They would even lose the opportunity to learn in Sanja's study room. She didn't want to be involved in such a bad thing. Moreover, this matter also involved the second young master. Before she could establish her own family, she still had to stay in the Ji family for a long time. If the two branches really fell out with each other, she wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. There were some things that had to be kept in the stomach. It was enough for him to know, and he absolutely could not bring it out to others. Ji Hyotani was determined to find out the adulterer who had cuckolded him. He didn't give up. He asked the concubines to speak, and asked Yushu to identify them. Yushu pretended to be stupid and didn't point out any of them in the end. It was not until the servants who were sent to the woods to find the joss paper came back that Ji Hyotani let her go. The joss paper was found and the footprints were found. Ji Hyotani was not stupid. He asked the servants to search the rooms of the concubines, and finally found a pair of embroidered shoes with mud on the soles. Chapter 22. Yushu and Aunt Lu worked together to help Aunt Chui back to the little west room in the side courtyard. Ji Hyotani still had a conscience. He knew that he had wronged someone and beat her up like this, so he asked the housekeeper to call for a doctor to treat Aunt Chui. After the prescription was written, Aunt Lu followed the housekeeper to get the medicine. Aunt Chui had a servant girl named Xiao Sui in her room. When something like this happened, she only knew how to stand by the bed and cry. She was completely useless. Yushu endured the demonic sound while following the doctor's instructions. She leaned against the bed and massaged Aunt Chui's chest, taking the opportunity to look around the room. From the perspective of modern people, Aunt Chui lived in a standard 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. All that was missing was a kitchen and a bathroom. The furnishings in the bedroom were not very particular, but the necessary curtains, screens, dressing table, and clothes rack were all there. It looked like she was living a good life. At least, it was much more luxurious than the cottage that Yushu and her brother lived in. Aunt Chui now lived in a small building by herself. The concubine who lived with her had committed the crime last night. Just now, a pair of shoes was found. and she was dragged to the woodshed by two strong female servants. Yushu was not interested in her fate. Instead, she was curious if she would give up the second young master. With the mood to watch a show, Yushu mischievously imagined third master's reaction when he found out that the person who stole his woman was his nephew. She was so distracted that she did not notice that Aunt Chui was slowly waking up. It was the tearful servant girl who saw her first and opened her eyes. "Auntie, Aunt Sob Sob, you're finally awake." "Oh, it hurts." Aunt Chui cried out in pain. When she saw the crazy Yushu clearly, she subconsciously frowned and said weakly, Why are you here?" Yushu thought to herself, "If I weren't here, I don't know where you'd be thrown by now. Don't you remember?" Yushu was afraid that if she was kicked, her brain would be damaged. Aunt Chui touched her forehead and thought for a while. She remembered what happened before she was thrown on the street. Hatred appeared in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "Which little bitch framed me?" Seeing that Xiao Sui still had the strength to curse, Yushu knew that she was fine. She sat up from the bed and wanted to find water in the room for Xiao Sui to drink. Aunt Chui had already asked about what happened to Xiao Sui. She heard intermittently the part where Yushu woke up in the middle of the night to burn joss paper, bumped into the adulterous couple, heard their conversation and reported it to third elder master. Aunt Chui coughed twice and scolded Yushu's back. "Damn girl, you can't even see a person clearly. Ahem, what a waste of your big eyes." Hearing this scolding, Yushu put the half-filled water back on the table and turned to Aunt Chui. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Xiaoxiu is still waiting anxiously." After that, without listening to Aunt Chui's call, she ran out. Outside the small west pavilion, Yushu combed her messy hair and looked at the sky above her head that had turned gloomy. She sighed and felt inexplicably annoyed. From a distance, Yushu saw Yu Xiaoxiu squatting at the door in a daze. She crossed her arms and walked into the courtyard. When Yu Xiaoxiu saw her, he immediately got up and ran to her. His thin and dry face was still full of panic. For the first time, he took the initiative to hold Yushu's hand. It's okay. Yushu didn't wait for him to ask. She patted his shoulder and walked into the room, comforting him. "I figured it out. It was third master who misunderstood Nyang. I've brought her back and invited a doctor to treat her. Auntie Lu went to get medicine. I knew you hadn't heard the news, so I ran back." Yushu didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to listen too much about the trivial matters in the woman's tent, so she didn't explain it in detail. She just said it in a few words. Yu Xiaoxiu was confused. When he walked to the door, he suddenly threw Yushu aside and wanted to go out. "I'll go see mother." "Don't." Yushu quickly grabbed him and pulled him into the room. "Mother is asleep. If you go now, won't you wake her up? I told you it's okay. You still don't believe me?" With Aunt Chui's attitude just now, if Yu Xiaoxiu really went there, he might hit the muzzle again. She came back after taking the medicine, so she didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to be scolded again. Yu Xiaoxiu also knew Aunt Chui's temper. When he heard that she was asleep, he didn't insist on going to see her. When he entered the room, he suddenly thought of another thing. "After you left for a while, third elder master sent someone to find a bag of paper money under your bed. Why did you buy it?" Yushu walked to the bedside and lay back on the bed. She looked at the patch on the bed curtain and said, "What else can I buy paper money for? Of course it's for burning. Otherwise, how can I spend it?" Yu Xiaoxiu walked to her bedside and said, "Of course I know it's for burning. Who are you burning it for?" "For myself." Yushu blurted out. After saying it, she realized that she had spoken too fast. She turned around and saw Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes wide open. She smiled awkwardly and said, "I've been unlucky recently. I think I provoked a little ghost. So I burned some paper money. Bye." Yu Xiaoxiu put away his shocked expression. He was not in the mood to talk to Yushu anymore. He turned back to his bed and lay down. Yushu closed her eyes for a while. Because she had to work at Chao Zixin's place in the afternoon, she had to get up and comb her hair. She said goodbye to Yu Xiaoxiu and lied that she was going to ask for the paper money. She pretended to be a teenager in the back room, wiped the bottom of the pot, and slipped out of the door. Business was quiet this afternoon. There were no customers before dusk. Clack, clack, clack. Yushu's abacus made a messy sound. Chao Zixin finished wiping another inkstone. He turned to look at Yushu, who was frowning. He put down the things in his hands, went to the back of the counter, ground the ink, took out paper, and wrote a string of words. He handed it to her and said, "If you really have nothing to do, read these words. Don't bully those abacus beads." Yushu tilted her head and glanced at him. She lowered her head and put the abacus back to neutral. She pretended to apologize. "I'm sorry. I hit you too hard just now. Did it hurt?" Seeing that she was being funny, Chao Zixin laughed. He took back the written paper and put it aside. He cleared his throat and said with concern, "What's wrong with you? Weren't you happy yesterday? Did you encounter something difficult? Why don't you tell me? I might be able to help you." Yushu originally thought that Chao Zixin was a good person. Today, she realized that he also had the hidden attribute of a caring sister. Under Chao Zixin's caring gaze, Yushu couldn't help but think of teasing him. She blinked her eyes, sighed, and said, "I'm sorry. Actually, it's not a big deal. Didn't I buy a bag of paper money yesterday? When I went back, I realized that there was no place to burn it. If I burn it at home, my mother will scold me. If I burn it by the roadside, the neighbors will be angry. Shopkeeper, if you really want to help me, find a place to burn the paper money for me." Chao Zixin touched his chin and thought for a while. He actually replied. Chapter 23. Xiaoxiu, one paragraph less. The Ji family's ancestral home was located in the east of Yiyang City. It occupied a large piece of land, with 3 main courtyards and 3 side courtyards. The doors were connected to each other, and the courtyards were connected to each other. The main entrance was on Yongfu Street, and the people living nearby were all wealthy families in the city. Today's business was bad. Yushu wanted to go back and ask for the bag of paper money that was taken away. She told Chao Zixin and got off work early. After returning home, she changed into women's clothes and followed the road where she was taken for questioning in the morning. She went to the west side courtyard alone and enjoyed the scenery on the way. She went around the garden, plucked a few flowers and threw a few stones into the lake. There were 2 guards outside the courtyard where Ji Hyotani lived. They were the ancient security guards. Yushu didn't plan on going in, so she kindly asked the guards to go in to find Steward He, whom she met in the morning. He was the one who sent the doctor to treat concubine Chui. He seemed to be quite easy to talk to. "Wait here." One of the guards went in to find Steward He and the other stayed to watch the door. Yushu waited for a while. When she saw someone come out, she moved to the door. She heard the guard call "Second young master," and immediately looked up. The man was about the same age as Chao Zixin. He was tall and thin with white skin and big eyes. He had a good appearance and wore a bright red silk shirt with pearls hanging from the silk scarf. At first glance, one could tell that he was a rich second generation with a bad character. Ji Chongyan also saw a silly girl standing outside the courtyard. He glanced at her and didn't pay attention to her. However, he took 2 steps forward and turned back. He looked at Yushu up and down and asked tentatively, "Miss you?" As a modern person, being called miss was not something to be happy about. Yushu forced herself to grin and showed a flattered expression. "Second young master." Seeing that he had found the right person, Ji Chongyan squinted his peach blossom eyes and carefully studied Yushu's expression. "You've made a great contribution today. I've heard all about it. If you hadn't seen it, third uncle might still have been kept in the dark by that bitch." Looking at his expression, Yushu knew that the concubine was tactful enough not to expose him as the adulterer. She giggled and scratched her neck. She didn't show the slightest bit of panic under his probing gaze. Seeing this, Ji Chongyan relaxed. "What are you doing here?" Yushu then timidly told him about the paper money that had been taken from her in the morning. She explained that she had come to ask for something, and in the end she muttered, That's something I bought with a dime." This was the first time she had spoken the truth. Ji Chongyan laughed as soon as he heard this. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. He reached into his sleeve and took out a piece of silver to hand to Yushu. He said in a very amiable tone, "Take this and go buy another pack. Remember not to burn it in the woods. If you start a fire, It'll be bad if you hurt someone. Don't worry. Even if he didn't say it, I wouldn't go to the woods again. Yushu bashfully stretched out her hand. Thank you, second young master. With the money to cover her mouth, Yushu was in a good mood. She watched as second young master Ji left in a good mood. She turned her head and saw the guard who had gone in to help her come out. Although he didn't see Steward he was holding the paper money that had been taken from her. Steward, he is busy and doesn't have time to see you. This is yours. Take it. Yushu hurriedly thanked him, held the bag of paper money in her arms, and cheerfully jogged all the way back to the courtyard. As soon as Yushu walked through the door, she noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting at the dining table with a dark expression. He was staring at her head with a pair of angry eyes. What's wrong? What did I do to piss him off? Did you steal the money I put under my pillow? Yushu said in a daze. No, I didn't take your money. Liar. You clearly took it. Otherwise, where would you get the money to buy these lousy things? Yu Xiaoxiu stood up angrily and grabbed the paper money in her arms. He threw it on the ground and stomped on it a few times. He then reached out to push Yushu. Yushu wasn't prepared, so she sprained her ankle and hit the door. She looked up to see Yu Xiaoxiu pointing at her nose. Do you know that the money I saved up was used to buy pen and paper? You're stealing again. You're stealing again. I thought you had changed, but you haven't changed at all. You're still so bad, so bad. Yushu was a little stunned by his scolding. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiu's red face and neck, she calmed down. She didn't have time to care about this little kid's false accusation. She innocently raised her hands and tried to calm him down. She explained, I really didn't take it. I don't even know where your money is, so how could I steal it from you? Listen to me. Didn't two people come looking for me at the school gate yesterday? They gave me the money to buy things, and I definitely didn't take it from you. If you don't believe me, I'll swear right now that if I take your money, let me. It's you. Yu Xiaoxiu interrupted her and stared at her with hatred. His eyes were full of anger, as if he wanted to vent the grievances and anger that had been suppressed for a long time. Yes, you stole it. They were right. You're a thief. You're a scumbag. You're a scumbag. Why do I have a sister like you? I hate you. I hate you. Go to hell. After hearing these words, Yushu's face suddenly fell. This was the second time she heard the word death in a day. One was from her biological mother, and the other was from her biological brother. Neither of them belonged to her. They belonged to her. Yushu didn't think she was a good person. She did a lot of wrong things for money in her previous life. She didn't repent until she was on the verge of death. That unlucky little girl who lost her life in the ancestral hall. She was playful, lazy, vain, ignorant, and incompetent. She had no redeeming qualities at all. Perhaps many people thought that she was so evil that she deserved to die. But she really died, and she lived in her place. Yushu had always believed that there were some things that had already been arranged in the dark. The cycle of heaven and retribution. These days, she even vaguely felt that the reason why she could come to this world must have something to do with her obsession before she died. Yushu would rather believe that she finally regretted in the face of death. But God was not willing to give her another chance to live, so she was replaced to prolong her life and make up for her regret and mistake. Last night in the woods, Yushu ran into the man and woman who were having an affair. She accidentally saved the life of Aunt Chui, and saved the family of 3 from being driven out of the house and living on the street. Was this really a coincidence? Who could say that it wasn't the soul of the deceased who couldn't let go of this concern and secretly guided her? If she knew in the underworld and heard the curse of her mother and brother, would she die in peace? Aunt Chui, who had a bad fate, was pitiful. Yu Xiaoxiu, who was forced to mature prematurely, was pitiful. The most pitiful one was the innocent girl who lost her life. She knew she was wrong, but she didn't even have the chance to change. She died and could never start over again. I won't die. I will live well. Remember, you are my brother, and I will always be your sister. Yushu threw this sentence coldly. She bent down to pick up the bag of paper money that had been stepped on. She walked to the bedside and stuffed it under the bed. Then she took off her shoes and lay on the bed. She pulled the quilt over her head. Chapter 24. Aunt Lu sees the quarrel between the brother and sister. She is used to it, so she doesn't try to persuade them. When the dinner is put on the table, they call each other and go out with the empty basket. Yu gets up and eats a big bowl of corn porridge with pickles. She looks at the quilt on Yu Xiaoxiu's bed. She is still angry, so she doesn't wake him up or wash the dishes. She goes out to brush her teeth and wash her face. Then she goes back to the bed, pulls down the curtain, takes off her clothes and falls asleep. She slept all the way until the next morning. Yu, who slept early and woke up early, opened the curtains, stretched and yawned. When she saw the porridge and breakfast on the table in front of the room, the anger from last night had long disappeared. Instead, she felt that her behavior last night was too shameful. Getting angry at a child who was younger than her was really getting worse as she lived. Xiaoxiu. Yu, dragging one shoe, jumps to the door with one leg, holds the door frame and calls out, but she doesn't find Yu Xiaoxiu. Aunt Lu, who is drying clothes, hears her voice and turns her head, saying loudly, "Miss, you are awake. The young master has gone to school. You should also eat something and go out. Don't be late." Go out? Could it be that he was still angry? Yu thinks of Yu Xiaoxiu's misunderstanding of her, and can't help but feel depressed. There are only two of them in this room, and she has a criminal record. Yu Xiaoxiu lost his money, and she bought a big bag of paper money. How can he not think of her as a thief? How can she explain to this kid? Even if she finds the short girl and the fat girl who lost money to her to testify, he may not believe that she didn't steal the money, not to mention that she doesn't know where to find those two friends. Alas, I don't want to think about it. It can't be explained clearly. He thinks that I took his money. At worst, I will compensate him and coax him. Yu scratches her hair, puts on her shoes and goes out to wash with a towel. Yesterday, he had received a tael of silver from second young Master Ji as a hush money. He would take half of it as compensation to that kid, and buy some snacks for him. Yu plans like this, thinking of the delicious snacks on Changmen Street, and her heart itches. Although she doesn't complain about eating plain porridge and pickles every day, she is actually a person with a strong appetite. For the past few days, she has been passing by Changmenpu Street every day. Every time she sees a snack shop and a snack stall, she looks at the fresh food that she has never seen in her previous life. She secretly swallows a lot of saliva. Unfortunately, she is short of money and can only sigh. On the way to school, walking alone was inevitably a little lonely. Yu jogged for a while, and entered the Sanju study room panting. As soon as he stepped into the pavilion where classes were held, he went to look for Yu Xiaoxiu. Unsurprisingly, he was reading in his seat in the last row. Yu adjusted her facial expression and walked quickly over. She deliberately took 2 steps and passed by him from behind. As usual, she naturally patted him on the shoulder and sat back in her seat. She complained to him. "Why didn't you wait for me to go out?" Yu Xiaoxiu hugged the book and turned around without raising his head, facing her with the back of his head. Being snubbed, Yu was not discouraged. She was about to put her hand on his shoulder and talk to him again. Suddenly, she heard someone talking in front of her, and the content was about homework. Her outstretched hand froze in the air. Oh no, how could she forget about this again? Now she had to be punished to stand again. Would the headmaster be angry and simply let her stand with the table on her back? Thinking of that embarrassing scene, Yu dejectedly took off the little flower bag on her shoulder. Her fingers accidentally touched something strange. She suspiciously opened the bag and took out the thing inside. After seeing the crooked handwriting on the hemp paper in her hand, which was trying to imitate her handwriting, Yushu's mind suddenly came to the scene of her sleeping soundly under the quilt last night, and Yu Xiaoxiu secretly got up to help her with her homework in the middle of the night. She turned her head and looked at the back of Yu Xiaoxiu's greasy head. She was almost moved to tears. This child was too king sensible. Little. The headmaster is here, the headmaster is here. Yushu didn't even have the chance to express her gratitude when she heard whispers from all around her. The children who were chatting and playing in the pavilion quickly returned to their positions. When she looked up, she saw Mr. Lu walking in with a round wooden plate in his hand. His pair of old eyes were shining brightly. Wherever he looked, there was silence. Yushu cleverly kept quiet and placed the homework written by Yu Xiaoxiu on the table. She straightened her chest and raised her head. Her face was bright and clear. Her good mood did not subside even after she handed the homework to Teacher Lu, and saw the old man's expression, as if he had eaten a fly. But obviously, Yushu was happy too early. Yu Xiaoxiu was willing to do the homework for her, but it did not mean that he was magnanimous enough to forgive her for stealing his private money. Sigh. Yushu listlessly fiddled with her abacus and jotted down the numbers she had calculated on a piece of paper. She sighed again. Chao Zixin reluctantly put down the miscellany and turned to her. What's wrong? Didn't I find a place for you to burn joss paper? Why are you sighing? I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry to burn joss paper, Yushu answered. In fact, she was worried that Yu Xiaoxiu was avoiding her. After school in the morning, she went to the podium to look for the homework that Teacher Lu had returned. When she turned her head, Yu Xiaoxiu was nowhere to be seen. When she returned home, Aunt Lu told her that Yu Xiaoxiu had gone to visit Aunt Chui. It was not easy for her to find him, so she waited for him in the house. She had to go out to work in the afternoon, but she did not see Yu Xiaoxiu. Then you should quickly finish this account. When you're done, I'll close the shop and take you there. Ah. This is not good. The sun hasn't set yet. You don't want to do business? Chao Zixin seemed to be easy to talk to. Aren't you in a hurry? Business is not good today. I'll let you go early. Yushu saw that there was really no one in the shop. She thought that it would be good to finish business early and go back to communicate with Yu Xiaoxiu. She gratefully said to Chao Zixin, "Shopkeeper, you are really a good person." She had wanted to tease him yesterday. Forget it. She did not bully good people. Seeing her sincere praise, Chao Zixin smiled and reached out to pat her on the head, but Yushu was one step faster and dodged it. Thanking someone was thanking someone, and patting someone's head was patting someone's head. They were two different things and could not be confused. Yushu faked a smile at Chao Zixin and moved 2 steps to the side with the abacus and the account book. When she was a safe distance away, she started to pick up the beads again. Chao Zixin retracted his left hand that was in the air and touched his chin. He still looked at Yushu with a smile and suddenly asked, "Ashu, you said you have a younger brother?" Yes. Is he as slippery as you?" "My younger brother is very sensible." Chapter 25. The good place Chao Zixin mentioned for burning paper money was actually Changmen's shop, under a small bridge at the intersection of West Street. This section of the river was narrow, but there was another world under the bridge. The bridge was right above their heads, and the riverbank was wide enough for 2 people to stand side by side. The sun was setting, and half of the area under the bridge was dark, while the other half was bright. The golden light of dusk stretched out on the surface of the river. Yushu squatted in the dark and used a branch to poke at the burning paper money. She stuffed the paper money into the fire one by one, and stared at the flames in a daze. "Don't you want to say something?" Chao Zixin said. "Say what?" She wanted to say, but how could she say it? She was burning paper money for herself. Could she wish for an early death? No, this paper money was burned for the unlucky little girl who died in the ancestral hall. Then she should ask her to know in the underworld and let go of this life's fate as soon as possible and go to reincarnate. She would take care of her brother. As for the mean mother, forget it. She would also take care of her. And Dad, Mom, Xiaolei, I'm living well here. Don't worry about me. I can't go back, and I don't want to go back. Not everyone can have a second chance. Forgive me for being a selfish person. In this life, I want to live clean and free. Don't ordinary people have to say something when burning paper money? Didn't you say you want to pray to ghosts and gods to change your luck? Chao Zixin squatted down beside Yushu, picked up the paper money that fell outside the fire, and threw it into the fire piece by piece. Congratulations on getting rich. Yushu whispered. Because her nose was sore, her throat was a little tight. Shouldn't you say something to pray for good luck? I begged just now. Now, I'm begging for you, shopkeeper. Yushu sniffled hard and swallowed her useless words. She grabbed the last bit of paper money and threw it into the fire. She muttered to herself as she poked at the fire, I'm begging you. All ghosts and deities, please bless our shopkeeper's business to prosper and bring in more money. Let him marry a beautiful woman as soon as possible and give birth to a chubby boy for him. In the future he will be able to pass the examination to become a minister. This little brat. Chao Zixin could not help but laugh. His elbow was bumped. When he turned his head he saw the teenager winking at him. Shopkeeper, I've been very kind to you, right? I've said all the good things to you. In the future, when you get married and have children, don't forget to invite me to your wedding feast. Chao Zixin was amused no matter how he looked at the quick-witted and likable face in front of him. He chuckled, dusted off the dust on his hands and stood up. All right, I'll personally toast you 3 times then. Yushu looked at Chao Zixin's hand that was reaching out to pull her up and grinned. Deal? It's a deal. Pa. Yushu stretched out her hand and gave Chao Zixin's hand a hard slap. She pulled his sleeve and stood up. After burning the joss paper, Yushu found an excuse to get rid of shopkeeper Chao. She took a detour on Changmen Street and picked around. She bought half a caddy of sesame cake, 4 tails of fried melon seeds, 2 tails of sugar-pickled white gourd strips, and finally, she reluctantly wrapped 3 piping hot mutton pancakes. She spent half of the tail that second young Master Ji gave her yesterday, leaving her with 40 to 50 cents and a handful of copper coins. Fearing that the cold meat pancakes wouldn't taste good, Yushu put away the change and jogged home with a string of pastries tied with string. Aunt Lu, I'm back. Hurry. As soon as Yushu entered the courtyard, she ran to Aunt Lu, who was fetching water from the well. She switched the things in her left hand to her right hand, and picked up a hot mutton pancake from the oiled paper bag in her arms. She held it in front of Aunt Lu. Eat it while it's hot. Aunt Lu smelled the meat and looked at Yushu's big and small bags. She didn't have time to be moved. She first asked in surprise, Miss, where did you get this? This, you didn't cut your hair again, did you? No, Yushu denied it immediately. She stuffed the meat pancake into Aunt Lu's hands and tilted her head to show her the back of her head. Look, it's not missing, right? Aunt Lu looked at the hair hanging down to the back of her head and confirmed the length. She raised the mutton pancake in her hands and asked suspiciously, Then where did you get the money to buy these? Yesterday at Zioxage, Nyang gave it to me. She said she wanted me and Didi to buy some good food. Yushu lied without blinking. She took a bite of the pancake in Auntie Lu's hand and ran into the room like a wisp of smoke. The meat pancake emitted a fragrant aroma. Aunt Lu, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, was aroused. She swallowed and hesitantly brought the pancake to her mouth. She took 2 bites at a time and walked into the house while thinking. When there was only 1 pancake left, she remembered that the bucket was still at the bottom of the well. She hurried out and heard Yushu shouting at the door of the house. Aunt Lu, where is Xiaoxiao? Why isn't he in the house? Oh, young master cousin came to the house in the afternoon, so he asked young master to play. It turned out that Yu Xiaoxiao still had playmates. She thought that he didn't have any friends and only had her, his older sister, to rely on. That made sense. How could a teenager not have a playmate? Yushu leaned against the door frame with the half-round mutton pancake in her mouth. She felt a little strange. Young master cousin of the Ji family? The only son of Great Aunt Ji, who married County Magistrate Ma of Yang City. He should be about the same age as Yu Xiaoxiao. But their identities were so far apart, and Yu Xiaoxiao was stubborn. Could they really play with him? Alas. It was really not easy to be an elder sister. She had to worry all day for fear that the child would be led astray or bullied. Yushu took a big bite of the meat pancake with melancholy. Miss, it's almost time for dinner. I can't free myself. Go find young master, and ask him to come back for dinner. Aunt Lu shouted in the yard. Got it. I'll go now. Yushu finished the pancake in 2 or 3 bites and let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the snacks and candies on the table and thought of Yu Xiaoxiao's greedy appearance when he ate. She was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She wiped her oily mouth and hands with a handkerchief. She took the remaining mutton pancake and went out to find him. The compound that the siblings lived in was under the 3rd branch, Ji Hyotani. It was just south of the West Stride courtyard. Yushu walked half a circle outside the compound and didn't find anyone. She thought about it and went straight north. Along the way, she met maids and guards. She would ask them politely. Some of them were friendly. They saw young Master Cousin and his group of children in the afternoon, and would point her in the direction. After a while, Yushu found her way to the entrance of a small garden. At this time, the sky was already dark. There were lanterns hanging on the walkway. When it was time to eat in the mansion, some places were very deserted. There wasn't even a single idle person in the walkway. Therefore, some sounds were especially clear. Crawl, crawl. Cousin told you to crawl. You dare not listen. Do you want to get beaten again? Humph, this young master doesn't want to play anymore. Tie him up for me. Tie him to a tree and take off his pants. Little Liang, go find some maids. Ha! Hiss! You bastard, you dare to bite me. I'll give you a taste of my power. Pa. Chapter 26. Hey, I told you not to hit his face. If my mother finds out, she'll punish me again. Hold him down and let me do it. In the open space behind the rockery, there was a lonely willow tree. Several children were holding down Yu Xiaoxiu, who was gritting his teeth and struggling. They were pulling a long hemp rope in their hands, pulling his trousers and tying him to the tree. Amidst the laughter and curses, one of them, a fat boy with big ears, bent down to pick up a handful of dirt and grass from the ground. He pressed down on Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and stuffed it into his mouth. Who told you to bite people with your cheap mouth? Eat, eat, eat. Hurry up and eat. Tears of humiliation swirled in Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes. He pursed his lips and stared angrily at the boy in front of him. His lips were stinging from being hit by the stones, but he refused to open his mouth and surrender. He told himself over and over again not to cry and not to scream because no one would sympathize with him, let alone expect anyone to save him. After this beating, when they were tired of playing, they would let him go, just like the last time, and the time before that. Looking for the sound, Yushu skipped across the carefully planted flower bed and got behind the rockery. With the help of the light from the building not far away, she took a closer look and recognized that the child who was tied to the tree and had his trousers pulled off and beaten was Yu Xiaoxiu. She almost cursed out loud. After burning the joss paper in the evening, Yu Xiaoxiu was now under her name and under her control. How could she watch others bully and humiliate him like this? With a dark face, she refrained from making a sound and disturbing these excited children. As early as when she was in primary school, Yushu knew that fighting in the wild did not rely on one's fist, especially in situations where one was outnumbered. She quickly looked around and her eyes lit up. She bent down and ran to the bottom of the rockery to pick up the water-carrying pole that someone had left there. She held one end of the pole tightly and weighed it in her hand. She hid in the shadows and waited for the right time. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, she dashed forward and smashed the pole on the back of the fat man. Ouch! Ma Weibo wailed and fell directly at Yu Xiaoxiu's feet. The children who were busy tying him up were startled by him. As soon as they turned their heads, a carrying pole swung over and hit them hard on their faces. Ah! Ow! The children screamed and let go of the rope in their hands, covering their heads and running around. Yushu, who was in a fit of anger, would not let them go. She knew that when these children reacted and ganged up on her, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. She made up her mind to beat them until they were afraid of her. Thus she did not hold back. She pounced on the one closest to her and hit him with the stick again. When her younger brother Yulei was still in the special forces, it was said that the instructor of their company had been in the Shaolin Temple for a few years and was good at using poles. Yulei knew the essentials very well. One year, when he went home to visit his family, he showed his skills in front of her. When she was in school, she was also fascinated by Jinyong Gulong, so she pestered him to teach her a few skills. When she had nothing to do, she would use the pole to practice on the balcony of the building. Gradually it became a habit. When she was stressed or in a bad mood, she would use the pole to vent. As a result, there were always a few poles broken at home every month. Yushu didn't have enough strength in her hands, and the pole wasn't a clothesline pole she used for grooming, but it could barely be regarded as a stick. It was very easy to hit people with it, and she got the hang of it in just a few moves. The boys didn't have any room to fight back. She was quick-witted, and she specifically hit their legs and backs. When they fell down and got up, she beat them to the ground. For a time, the small garden was full of screams, like a wolf's den in the deep mountains visited by elephants. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu, who suddenly appeared and chased after several people with a fierce face and hit them fiercely. He was dumbfounded and even forgot to spit out the grass in his mouth. His eyes seemed to show that he did not know this sister who lived with him day and night. Mouse Yu. Finally, someone recognized Yushu and shouted at the top of his voice. It seemed that he had confidence. He sat on the ground and did not get up to run. He pointed at Yushu and scolded. Do you want to die? How dare you hit us? I want to hit you, you stinky boys. Yushu turned her head and smiled evilly. She recognized that the voice was the one who had slapped Yu Xiaoxiu before. She put away the carrying pole, walked up and directly punched him in the face. The boy screamed and fell on his back. 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nose suspiciously. Seeing this, the 2 boys who had stopped running after hearing the sound rolled and crawled to the back of the rockery. They stuck their heads out and did not dare to come out again. Seeing that they were afraid, Yushu put away her shoulder pole and retreated to the side of the tree. Without saying a word, she pulled up Yu Xiaoxiu's pants, which had been pulled up to his knees, fastened his belt, and untied the ropes on his body. She glanced at the swollen left side of his face, the bruised corners of his eyes, and his muddy mouth. Unable to restrain her anger, she kicked Fatty, who was groaning and struggling to get up, down again. Ouch! This time, Ma Weibo was lying on the ground with his head up and 4 feet in the air. He also recognized Yushu. He stretched out his trembling finger and scolded. Damn rat, you dare to hit me. Do you want to die? I will ask my 3rd uncle to kick you 2 bastards out and make you beg on the street. Yushu supported Yu Xiaoxiu and had him sit down by the tree. She squatted down and used her sleeve to wipe the dirt off his mouth. Looking at his silly appearance, she thought that he had been beaten silly just now, so she lovingly rubbed his head. Who would have thought that Yu Xiaoxiu's tears, which he had been holding back for a long time, would actually fall down? The 2 drops of tears streaked across his dirty face, leaving a glaring mark on his yellow and thin face. Sister. Seeing him cry and hearing her call him sister, which she had been looking forward to for many days, Yushu was not happy at all. Instead, an inexplicable evil fire rose in her heart. She rubbed his messy head again, turned around and stood up. She used the carrying pole in her hand to poke Ma Weibo's leg and coldly said, Don't you like to let people take off their pants? Stand up and take off your pants. There's no need to call the maidservant. I'll watch for you. Ma Weibo's eyes widened as he lay on the ground. He looked like a dead fish with its stomach turned upside down. Yushu snorted heavily and raised her hand to hit the outside of his thigh twice. She used just enough strength to make him feel pain but not enough to break him. Young Master Ma, who was now 13 years old, had never experienced this kind of physical pain. His soft and tender skin was hit twice, and snot and tears came out. He wanted to curse again, but before he could point his finger at Yushu, she hit his wrist. Ow wow! He painfully retracted his hand. When he looked at Yushu again, there was fear in his eyes, and the arrogance he had not a moment ago was completely gone. Didn't you hear me telling you to take off your pants? Or do you prefer to be beaten? Ma Weibo shrunk his shoulders, hesitantly put his hand on the waist of his pants and tightened it. Just at this moment of pause, Yushu's carrying pole hit him again. He cried out in pain, and his lower body felt hot. He actually wet his pants on the spot, and the smell of urine filled the air. Yushu frowned in disgust. She was not a soft-hearted person. This crying child had just maliciously bullied her brother. She raised her hand to hit him again, but her elbow was pulled by someone. Don't hit him. Yu Xiaoxiu pulled Yushu's hand. If I don't hit him, he won't learn his lesson and will bully you again next time. Yushu was not so easy to negotiate. She not only wanted to help Yu Xiaoxiu vent his anger, but more importantly, if she did not completely subdue this little pig, and make him obediently shut up in front of the adults, she and Yu Xiaoxiu would be the unlucky ones later. Don't forget, his father is the county magistrate. If Third Master finds out, he won't forgive us. I knew it, he bullied my brother. Hearing Yu Shu say these words in a tough voice, Yu Xiaoxiu's heart fiercely shook. He looked at Ma Weibo, who was beaten to the point of wetting his pants on the ground, and suddenly felt that he was not so resentful. Sister, listen to me. Don't hit him, let's go home, okay? Yu Xiaoxiu shook Yu Shu's hand. His pleading voice sounded vaguely like he was acting like a spoiled child. In her previous life, people who were familiar with Yu Shu all knew that this iron shell of a person had a weakness. That was, she could not stand people acting like a spoiled child and calling her sister. If anyone called her that, she would completely lose her temper and give them whatever they wanted. Yu Xiaoxiu coincidentally ran into this point, so Yu Shu could only surrender. She threw the carrying pole on Ma Weibo's body, and without the slightest shame of an adult bullying a child, she smiled insincerely and warned, "Young master cousin, you're already so old and you still wet your pants. Young master, you're already so old, yet you still wet your pants. I'll feel ashamed for you if this gets out. If you don't want to make a fool of yourself, then don't go back and talk nonsense. And you guys listen to me. If you find trouble with my brother again, I'll smack your buttocks." The three of them saw that she beat Ma Weibo until he wet his pants. They were afraid and could only nod timidly. Yu Shu helped Yu Xiaoxiu up and helped him limp out of the small garden. On the way, she found a water tank and asked him to rinse his mouth, wash his face, and tie up his hair so that Aunt Lu wouldn't find out. Yu Xiaoxiu's movements were very skilled. Obviously, it was not the first time he was beaten. Realizing this, Yu Shu began to regret that she didn't hit those little bastards lightly just now. Can you tell? Yu Xiaoxiu tidied up his collar and looked up to ask Yu Shu worriedly. I can tell if I'm not blind. Yu Shu said honestly. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu's face fall, Yu Shu's mood improved. Hearing his stomach growling, she cried out and quickly took out the mutton pie from her arms and handed it to him gloomily. Here, it's cold. Yu Xiaoxiu took it. The pancake was still warm, not cold like Yu Shu said. Smelling the meat, he licked his lips and handed the pancake back to her. I'm not hungry. You eat. How could Yu Shu not know what he was thinking? She increasingly felt that this child was sensible and likable. She held his shoulder and walked forward saying, Aunt Lu and I have eaten. We left some for you. There are many delicious foods at home. They are all bought for you. But Yu Xiaoxiu was not pulled by her. He held the pancake and stood there without moving. What's wrong? Does your leg hurt? Do you want me to carry you? Come on. Yu Shu measured their height and weight and felt that it wouldn't be difficult to carry Yu Xiaoxiu's small body for a while. She turned around, bent down, and patted his back, indicating for him to come up. This time, Yu Xiaoxiu almost cried again. He sniffed and grabbed Yu Shu's sleeve tightly. He lowered his head and said softly, I shouldn't have said that to you last night. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry with me. Yu Shu was happy. This was the first time that Yu Xiaoxiu bowed to her. Thinking of his indifferent attitude before, she felt a sense of accomplishment. If you don't want me to be angry with you, sure. But you have to promise me that you won't be angry with me again. I was immature and treated you badly in the past. Now I have turned over a new leaf. I will treat you well in the future. You have to treat me as your sister and not as an enemy, okay? Yu Xiaoxiu looked up at her. His eyes were shining. He nodded and shyly reached out his hand. Then tick. Keep your promise. No problem. Yu Shu stretched out her little finger and hooked it with him. Seeing the child smile, she could not help but giggle. Okay, let's go. Aunt Lu must be anxious. Okay. By the way, I tell you, I really didn't take the money under your pillow. Oh. What oh? Can't you believe me? I didn't say that I don't believe you. If you say you didn't take it, then you didn't. Chapter 27. When the sky darkened, Aunt Lu stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking forward. When she saw the siblings return with their arms around each other's shoulders, she let out a sigh of relief. She turned around and walked closer. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu's bruised and swollen face, she cried out in alarm and called out the two families who were eating in the courtyard. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't want to tell Aunt Lu that he was beaten. No matter how she asked, He only said that he was beaten. Yushu helped him cover it up. Aunt Lu couldn't ask anything, so she nagged for a while, and went to the kitchen to get rice for them. The oil lamp was lit in the room, and there were bags of snacks on the table. Yushu pressed Yu Xiaoxiu to sit down on a stool. She opened a bag of sesame cakes and winter gourd strips and piled them in front of him. The baked brown sugar cakes were drizzled with black and white sesame seeds. They were piled up with the pickled winter gourd. It was a beautiful sight. Yushu saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was staring blankly, and thought that he was just a kid after all. She giggled as she picked up a piece of sesame cake and brought it to his mouth. A large piece of cake was stuffed into his mouth. Yu Xiaoxiu covered his mouth. The sweet taste flowed in his mouth. It was strange and fresh. He stared at Yushu with his eyes wide open. He puffed his cheeks and didn't know how to chew. Silly. Yushu laughed at him. She also broke a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed it. It tasted good. There was no strange taste of preservatives. A purely handmade cake was delicious. Being teased by Yushu, Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head shyly. He chewed the cake in his mouth slowly. The smell of sesame made his nose sour again. He licked his lips and secretly sniffed. He said, "Don't waste it next time." "What? You don't like it?" Yushu put down the wax gourd stick that she brought to her mouth and said dejectedly, "I was just trying to make you happy. If I knew you didn't like it, I wouldn't have bought it." No. Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly waved his hand and explained, "It's delicious, but with money, isn't it better to save it to buy paper and ink? Don't you want to learn how to write?" Sigh. Yushu sighed deliberately and leaned on the table. "I want to learn, but no one can teach me." Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed the corner of the table and whispered, "I'll teach you in the future." Yushu had seen him being cold to her many times, so she was not used to him behaving like a little wife. She chuckled, leaned over, and rubbed his head with all her might. She said, "All right, I found a job outside. I get paid every day. You don't have to worry about paper and ink. In the future, when I make a lot of money, I'll buy you delicious food every day. Here, this is the remaining money that I spent. Take it and hide it well this time. If you lose it again, don't blame me." As she spoke, Yushu took out the change from the things she bought in the evening and threw it on the table. The silver coins and copper coins were lying together with some oil. "You work outside?" Yu Xiaoxiu said in surprise. His face was full of, "What can you do outside with your virtue?" He didn't try to hide it at all. Yushu said, "Yes." Then she said vaguely, "I do odd jobs in a shop and learn how to do accounts." Afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu would continue to ask, Yushu quickly grabbed a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. She used the excuse of going to the kitchen to help Aunt Lu and ran out. Under the dim light of an oil lamp, Yu Xiaoxiu looked at the food piled high on the table, and then looked at the small pile of change. The image of Yushu's fierce face in the small garden flashed through his mind. He blinked a few times and felt like tonight was a dream. It was drizzling in the morning. During breakfast, Yushu urged Yu Xiaoxiu to revise the homework he had done last night. Yu Xiaoxiu gave her a supercilious look. "Do you think the headmaster doesn't look at your divination? If you just write a random result, do you think I need to spend time arranging the divination? I really don't know how many lessons you have listened to in the past 6 months." As far as Yushu knew, Aunt Chui remarried to the Ji family 6 years ago. It took another 3 years for Ji Hyotani to coax Yushu and her brother into the Ji family. Their names were officially registered in the Ji family's household register last year. The siblings were able to study in the Sanju study room half a year ago. However, Yushu was not the current Yushu. She didn't learn the most basic courses and didn't even get started. Now listening to the headmaster of the academy talking about it was like listening to a book from heaven. Seeing that she didn't answer, Yu Xiaoxiu thought that she was guilty. He knocked on the edge of the bowl and urged, "Okay, eat quickly. The road is slippery in the rain. We need to go out early." Oh. Yushu continued to eat her steamed bun. After a night, Yu Xiaoxiu returned to normal. He didn't look like the wife from last night. However, the change in his attitude towards Yushu was obvious. There was only one gray-colored oil paper umbrella in the house. Yushu held the umbrella handle and squeezed under it with Yu Xiaoxiu. They went out under Aunt Lou's reminders. Along the way, she accidentally stepped on several puddles of water. Her shoes were all wet, and the cold water chilled her feet. After entering the door of the study room, Yushu quickly pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the pavilion. She patted the rainwater off her body and tiptoed to find a place to sit down. The bamboo curtains in the private school were all drawn down, so the rainwater couldn't get in. However, the wind was still blowing, and it was still chilly. Yushu shrank her neck and blew into her hands. As she took off her soaked shoes, she complained that there wasn't a place in the private school that was sheltered from the wind. Fortunately, she came in spring. If it was winter, she would freeze to death because she was afraid of the cold. Why did you take off your shoes? Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and saw that Yushu had taken off her shoes and was wringing out her sock. The loose sock was drooping, and half of her ankle was exposed. His face darkened, and he scolded her in a low voice. He quickly turned his head to look around. When he saw that no one was looking, he hurriedly grabbed her shoes and put them on her feet. What's wrong? Yushu didn't understand. She followed his hand and put on her shoes. She consciously stretched out her other foot for him. Yu Xiaoxiu glared at her and used brute force to put on the other shoe for her. He said in a sullen tone, "You're just stupid." Yu Xiaoxiu wouldn't scold her for no reason. Yushu knew that she had done something wrong. She thought for a moment, and roughly understood what was going on. She thought that there were only children in the house, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about taking off their shoes. She didn't think that she was an ancient person now. The custom here was that a woman showing her feet was like showing her chest and back. Yushu remembered this and said to Yu Xiaoxiu with a cheeky smile, "It's uncomfortable when the shoes are wet. I just want to wring them out. You have to wait until we get home." Oh. Chapter 28. It was raining, and the children were not in high spirits. Mr. Liu had only taught half of the class when he caught 3 children who were in a daze. He looked at the listless faces below him and blew on his beard. He tucked the divinatory disc under his armpit and said, "Teacher, how about this? We will stop here for today's divination. For the rest of the class, we will have a small test. I will set the question, and you will answer it. If you can't answer it, you will be punished to go back and copy the general principles of the Chimenduanjia. How about it?" Hearing this, the faces of the students immediately fell. Someone made an ah sound, and Mr. Liu glanced at them. They quickly shut their mouths and sat up straight. Although they were all unwilling, no one dared to object. Yushu was secretly revising the words that Qiao Zixin taught her yesterday. When she heard that there would be a test in class, and that there would be a punishment if she couldn't answer, she turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. She had an idea. She quietly stretched out her leg and kicked him. She deliberately teased him. "I'll be counting on you later." Yu Xiaoxiu reached out and pulled her leg to the side. He nodded without anyone noticing. "Okay, then I will ask the first question." Mr. Liu crossed his arms and looked at the children in the class. He called out names and said, "Jizhu, you answer." "Yes, mister." Yushu saw 5th Miss Ji, who was sitting in the front row, stand up. Her pomegranate-colored skirt and blouse were clean and dry, unlike them who had walked in the rain. She was probably sent to the door of the study by a carriage. She only walked a short distance, but her skirt was still clean. You need to use the yin-yang escape disc to calculate how many games are there during the summer solstice? Jizhu thought for a moment and answered, "It's the 3 games of the yin escape." "Good, sit down." Mr. Liu nodded with satisfaction. Before Jizhu sat down, she looked around with pride. "Zhang Yi, stand up and answer." Yes, mister." Lu Yi and Xian Long escaped. Lu Xian and Yi Tiger ran wild. What is the next sentence? Please watch. Mr. Lu's face darkened. You can't even remember the general principles. Copy it 3 times. Sit down. The student sat down with his head down. Lu Qinxue, stand up. Yes. After asking 10 questions in a row, Yushu figured out Mr. Lu's calling pattern. Every time he called a proud student, he would call a poor student. The types of questions were different. Similarly, Yushu could not answer any of them. She was not worried about embarrassing herself. At most, she would just copy the general principles of Chimen Duanjiao a few times and treat it as if she knew how to read. Speaking of literacy, she thought of shopkeeper Chow. This afternoon, when she went to work, she would ask Chow Zixin to buy some cheap paper to copy her textbooks. Although she wasn't interested in Yishui, she couldn't always go to class without books. Also, he had to get a new brush for Xiaoxiu. It would be best if he could get a square inkstone. The ink on the hook was too sparse, and it would be a waste of Yu Xiaoxiu's neat handwriting. Mr. Lu had just praised a student. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a little girl in the last row staring out the window in a daze. He was not happy. He knew the origins of these two children. They were the stepchildren of a concubine under the name of the third son of the Ji family. They were not related by blood to the Ji family. He belonged to the Orthodox school of Yishui, and he was not willing to let the family of Yishui, which had been established for generations. However, it had been 20 years since Yiyang City had produced a great E-master who could enter the inner office of the Celestial Commissioner. Ji Huaishan and Kong Weizhen did serve in the Celestial Commissioner, but both of them were old. It would take at most 3 to 5 years for them to step down. Once they stepped down, there would be no one in Yiyang City who could stand firmly in the Celestial Commissioner. Not only would the 3 families fall, but all the people in the city would be implicated. As a result, the 3 families were of the same breadth and branches. In order to produce another great E-master, they had no choice but to increase the number of Yishui students in their families. They sent all their relatives and descendants into the Sanju study house. These old men tried to pick out talented students from among them. Even if they taught them everything they had, they still had to fight for a few places to study in the Taisher study house. The Ji family was lucky. They had produced Ji Xingxuan in this generation. The Kong and Lu families would probably fall into the awkward situation of having no successor. Thinking of this, Mr. Lu looked at Yushu again. He became more and more displeased with her. He put on a stern face and said in a loud voice, "Next question. Yushu, get up and answer it." Since she was already mentally prepared, Yushu calmly stood up when her name was suddenly called. She looked at Mr. Lu, who was looking at her with a pained expression, and cursed in her heart. "I know you don't want to see me, but you still deliberately called me up. Aren't you just making trouble for yourself? What are the 9 stars of the heavenly disk?" Mr. Lu thought that he knew Yushu's level. There was no need to deliberately make things difficult for her, so he chose a simple question to ask her. Sure enough, Yushu's eyes were blank. What 9 stars of the heavenly disk? She only knew the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Well, the 9 stars of the heavenly disk is... Yushu looked up at the sky and thought about it. Yu Xiaoxiu did not have any hope in her from the beginning. He had already covered his mouth and nose with a book, ready to be the sniper. Tian Peng, Tian Run, Tian Chong. Listening to the whisper, Yushu was amused. She was joking with this guy, but he really helped her to cheat. Yushu couldn't let down his good intentions, so she cleared her throat and replied, "Let's go." Tian Peng, Tian Run, Tian Chong. She said the wrong word, but when she saw Mr. Lu's face, she quickly corrected it. The 2 siblings were sitting at the back of the room. Mr. Lu was old, so he could not hear what Yu Xiaoxiu was saying. However, Mr. Lu was deaf, but it did not mean that others were blind. When Yushu answered the last 2 questions, she was suddenly interrupted by a loud voice. "Mr. Bing, Yu Xiaoxiu is secretly teaching her." After this shout, the private school fell silent. Yu Xiaoxiu almost choked to death on his saliva. Yushu looked at the righteous young man beside the railing and recognized him. She could not help but feel depressed. It's this pretty boy again. What did I do to provoke him? Master Lu was enraged. He was an old-fashioned person and couldn't stand fraud. His face darkened and he walked towards the siblings. He pointed a finger at Yu Xiaoxiu, but before he could reprimand him, his finger was snatched away by someone else. "How did you know he was teaching me?" Yushu deliberately widened her eyes and stared at the young man. Her eyebrows were unique, and she looked quite imposing when she was angry. Shui Wenjie didn't know why he lost his confidence when she glared at him. He braced himself and said, He covered his face with a book and secretly read it to you. I heard it all. TSK, no one else heard it except for you. Why are your ears so long? Are you a donkey? You are cursing people. Mr. Lu pointed at him angrily. You are a donkey. Shui Wenjia angrily cursed. The two voices sounded at the same time. Yushu put away her fierce expression. She pointed at Shui Wenjia and said to Mr. Lu, feeling wronged. You heard it. He is the one who cursed me. Mr. Lu frowned and looked at Shui Wenjia. He felt that this child was too rash today. Master Shui's face turned pale. He glared at Yushu and said, Mr. Lu, if you don't believe me, you can ask her again. This time, there is no one to teach her. She will not be able to answer. After all, Mr. Lu was biased towards his favorite student. He looked at Yushu and said, Then you will recite the 9 stars of the heavenly disc again. If you can't answer it, then go back and copy the general principles of the Qimeng 10 times. The general principles of the Qimeng Dunjia was more than 1,600 characters. If she really copied it 10 times, she would not be able to sleep that night. Yu Xiaoxiu anxiously looked up at Yushu. However, he saw her indifferently glancing at Shui Wenjia. She opened her mouth and said, Tianpeng, Tianren, Tianchong, Tianfu, Tianqi, Tianing, Tianrui, Tianzhu, Tianxian. Mr. Lu, did I recite it wrong? Listening to her fluent answer, Mr. Lu was surprised. Yu Xiaoti's jaw almost dropped. Master Shui was dumbfounded. Mr. Lu? Ahem, you are right. Sit down. Yushu was not in a hurry to sit down. She pointed at Shui Wenjia and said, Mr. Lu, do you not need to be punished for disturbing the class? Mr. Lu felt embarrassed. He had no choice but to say, Shui Wenjia, go back and copy the general principles. Mr. Lu, Shui Wenjia wanted to argue, but the student in the back seat pulled his clothes. He finally remembered that he was in a private school and could not argue with the Mr. Lu. He nodded with an ugly expression. Then he gritted his teeth and glared at Yushu. Yushu sat back down and rested her chin on her hand. She looked at his profile calmly and smiled. Chapter 29. By the time Teacher Lu announced the end of the class, the rain had stopped. Yushu's shoes and socks were still wet. On the platform was the homework that Teacher Lu had corrected yesterday. A group of people gathered around. Yushu didn't find Yu Xiaoxiu's homework. This discovery made her very happy. She bumped Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Xiaoxiu, you are amazing. Yu Xiaoxiu was embarrassed by her praise. He pulled down her hand and whispered, I only got it right once. What's so amazing about it? Yushu stuffed the paper that had been corrected back into her flour bag. She pushed Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and walked out. A penny is also money. What do you know? Go back and do your homework today. Try to win again next time. In Yushu's view, the young masters and ladies of the Yishui family had their elders at home. If there was anything they didn't understand, the elders would teach them in private. In the case of Yu Xiaoxiu, it was rare for him to make a little progress in a subject by himself. Yushu, stop. When the two of them walked out of the private school, they were stopped by someone. Yushu turned her head and saw the boy who had chased them out of the pavilion. He rushed to her and asked angrily, Why did you scold me in class? Did I scold you? Yushu took a step forward and raised her head. She didn't show any weakness. What did I scold you about? You said that I have long ears and that I was born in the year of the donkey. Shui Wenjia said angrily. He was the only son in his family. His father was from a scholarly family. He was quite favored at home. He had never heard such ugly words in his life. Then are you born in the year of the donkey? Of course I am not born in the year of the donkey. Yushu spread out her hands. That's it. I wasn't scolding you. I was asking you. Look, are you born in the year of the donkey? This is clearly a question. Can't you tell the difference between a question and a sentence? Who said I can't tell? Of course I can. That's good. Yushu nodded. Is there anything else? Shui Wenjia's throat was stuck. Looking at Yushu's innocent face, he suddenly forgot why he stopped her. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. See you tomorrow. Yushu held Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and waved goodbye to Shui Wenjie. The sister and brother left Sanju's study house together. After leaving the room, Yu Xiaoxiu sighed and said, I thought Shui Wenjie was smart, but now I know he's so easy to fool. Haha, deceive my ass. It's clearly me, your elder sister, who can deceive you, Yushu said proudly. She didn't know why, but she always felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment when she bullied a brat from ancient times. Don't use vulgar language. Did I say something vulgar just now? Stop pretending. You said it. What did I say? Bullsh *t. Xiaoxiu, don't use vulgar language. You're fooling me. Yushu had told Yu Xiaoxiu last night that she was looking for work outside, so she didn't change into men's clothes behind his back when she went out today. When Yu Xiaoxiu saw her put on a shrunken robe, he finally knew who had stolen the clothes he had lost. You're dressed like this. Be careful not to be seen by acquaintances. Otherwise, if the third master hears about it and scolds auntie, you'll inevitably be beaten. Don't worry, I'll pay attention. Yushu wasn't worried about this. Not to mention that Changmen Street was so big, it wasn't easy to bump into acquaintances. Even if she was recognized, she wasn't afraid. She was good at playing dumb. These are for you. Yu Xiaoxiu took a small bag and handed it to Yushu. Yushu opened it, and saw that it was the change she gave to Yu Xiaoxiu yesterday. She refused to take it. Why do you give it to me? It's yours. Take it. Since you work in the paper and ink shop, you can say a few good words to the boss and buy some paper and ink at a low price. That will save me a trip. Yushu thought it was reasonable. She picked up 2 silver coins and weighed them. She rewrapped the remaining half and handed it to Yu Xiaoxiu. This is enough. I have a good relationship with the shopkeeper. I don't need so much money. You keep it and spend it when you need it. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't doubt her. He took it and wrapped it up again. I'm leaving. I'll come back for dinner in the evening. Yushu walked to the door and turned her head to look at the top of the wardrobe. Yu Xiaoxiu had carefully put away the 2 bags of snacks on the top of the wardrobe. She teased, don't be reluctant to eat those snacks. If they are bitten by the mice, you can cry. Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips and said indifferently, don't worry. Our family is so poor that even the mice are unwilling to visit. Yushu stood at the door of the Mianjai shop. She looked at the door that covered half of the door and poked her head in. There were no customers in the shop. Only Chao Zixin was arranging the shelves. Yushu walked in puzzlement. She leaned on the counter and said, Shopkeeper? You don't have business today? Chao Zixin turned his head and saw Yushu. He said, I have to go out later. I don't have business in the afternoon. Ah. Why didn't he say that he was going to rest earlier? She came here for nothing. Then I'll go back. Don't. You come with me later. Where are we going? Wanxiang Street. Yushu's understanding of Yang City was limited to the Ji family's mansion, Sanju Bookstore, Chengmenpu Street. She was confused when she heard other places. What are you going to do at Wanxiang Street? Business is quiet these days. I'm going to ask a feng shui master to come and give me some advice. Feng shui master? It seemed that Wanxiang Street was the place where the scholar did his business. Yushu came to her senses. She had been in the Dan dynasty for a period of time. Although she was learning in the Sanju study house, she only had a superficial understanding of the world where the study of was prevalent. Of course, she was happy to have a chance to see the world. Then let's go quickly. Don't worry. Here, help me put these 2 boxes of writing brushes on the opposite shelf. Okay. Yushu helped Chao Zixin to finish his work. Seeing him going to block the door, she thought of something and said, Shopkeeper, please write something on the door. Chao Zixin stopped and turned to look at her in confusion. If you close the door in the daytime, there will be customers coming in the afternoon. They may misunderstand that you are going to rest for a few days and go to other shops to buy things. You can write a notice and stick it on the door outside, telling the customer that the store is closed for the afternoon and will be open as usual tomorrow. Perhaps the customer appreciates our store's ink and paper, so he won't buy anything from other people's stores and will come back tomorrow. Although it's a little troublesome, one less customer means more than one less business. After listening to her idea, Chao Zixin's eyes brightened. He nodded and said, "This is a good idea. Go and get a piece of rattan paper." Okay. Chao Zixin went back to the counter and grinded the ink. He spread the paper and wrote 2 lines of words, "Shopkeeper is out. Please come early tomorrow." Chao Zixin dug some paste and smeared it on the back of the paper. He gave it to Yu Shu and went out to close the door. He stuck it in the middle of the door and looked at the black paper and white words. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. He glanced at the clever Yu Shu and couldn't help but like it, that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.